re-look at the whole thing. But a lot of globers say, no, we can't question any of that or else.
I have 10 simple topics that Mitch has talked about. 9 of them will be wrong. 90% wrong on most of the things he talks about. Vacuum is one of them. The Volcano pendulum is another. I mean, the list goes on for what's it.
Right.
Azimuthal grid of vision. All that. It's all correct terms applied incorrectly.
Yeah,
Notice you didn't bring up relativity or none of that
backed
stuff.
it up. I backed it up with many examples. And I don't want to fight with you. I'm just saying.
Saying the same 2 for 4 years.
I believe it.
What was that?
There's just so many of them that Zanuck has to keep saying the same 2 over and over.
Well, those are the first 2 that are most obvious. I mean, you still see, you know, when I was fighting with Brian about it, I can't believe you didn't just you should have backed it up because it'd give you a lot more, you know, validity and credence to your arguments. But to back up Brian and think that this negative exponent is some type of negative pressure, or that there is some vastness of space which creates a higher force on the ISS is ludicrous. I mean, not even silly, it's ludicrous. Said there's a greater force than 14.7 psi on those walls in the ISS. You didn't debunk any. No, JetGP was wrong. We already did the calculations, and some people put it through simulators. It's wrong. Now, I don't even know exactly why that's wrong, but it is. No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
What was wrong with the math?
JetGP was wrong.
How so? What was wrong with the math?
It got the incorrect value compared to other calculators.
Mass flow rate. So what other calculators? What's wrong?
The mass flow rate.
He can't pronounce it, and he never pronounces it right.
What's that? The mass flow rate? Didn't pronounce what's right.
You either get the letters scrambled wrong, or
because I never used it. I don't know what it is. I know it's some automated, lazy way to get answers to science problems. Anyway, you have a flow rate. We talked about 200 grams per second versus 100 grams per second.
We don't care. You know what we do? You know that you believe in all kinds of paradoxes and contradictory nonsense.
Jesse just posted it. So what's wrong with that calculation? Why is there this flow rate that is 100?
Are you going to let him talk?
No.
Me or him?
Me, the one that you keep interrupting.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, cool. I don't care about talking about that. Like your equations, you don't even account for the difference in impedance. I showed an equation that does. Then you guys just hand wave it. But what's really funny is this is the truth of the whole thing in the meta. You believe in a worldview that has all kinds of contradictions and paradoxes, things you say, well, we can't really understand it. It's just the way it works. And we just don't believe stuff like that, right? Like we don't just blindly believe that the Earth is in an elliptical orbit going around the sun, changing direction, but it's not changing direction. And so the Earth is going in an elliptical orbit, but it's actually going in a straight line.
Correct. It's following a geodesic, yes.
Yeah, just because you say the word, somehow, like, it makes sense to say that the Earth is orbiting around around the sun in an elliptical orbit.
Well,
but
it gives you
going in a straight line.
The evidence for that is back to the example I always give you: something falling with no acceleration, with no forces acting on that visually and measurably can be accelerating. That's a paradox that is explained by these geodesic paths.
How do you know there's no force?
Because you can measure it. You can measure where there's no forces acting on them.
What are you measuring?
Forces create an acceleration.
So the Newtonian gravity is for sure wrong, and it doesn't even work on the Earth.
It's wrong in that particular instance, correct?
Yeah, you mean free fall, like the main instance?
That particular instance, when something's falling and it's completely in a box with a bunch of things in there, and all of them will be floating in no preferential direction, no acceleration, nothing within that box, yet the box is accelerating. That's a paradox for Newtonian mechanics.
So you're going to tell you're going to correct all ballers when they say that things falling on the Earth, Newtonian mechanics works perfectly?
It does work perfectly.
Look at what you just did. You just said it doesn't work, and now you're saying it works perfectly.
No. The fact that these things are floating is a problem. But for Newtonian mechanics, for me to look at this force, this F equals ma relationship and all its derivatives, it works perfectly fine. In fact, they use it every day, even today, for everything we design, whether it comes from a car or a jet or a rocket. All work in Newtonian terms. They don't use Einsteinian terms. You have to replace bending and warping of space-time and time dilation with ma, with fa. No, they're not. They don't kind of do that. They just use F equals ma.
If force equals ma, then what does A equal?
FM, F over M.
So acceleration equals what?
F equals ma, or acceleration equals F over m. So force over the
So
mass will equal acceleration.
acceleration equals force over mass?
Yes.
But you can have acceleration without force now.
What did I say? I said acceleration equals force divided by mass.
So, but can you have acceleration without force?
No.
Wait, I thought you said that we could have acceleration without a force.
No, we have to have a force to have an acceleration.
But you just said that we have downward acceleration on the Earth with no force.
Now we're looking at a more of a cause, what causing this phenomena. We see. No, hold on. We see the acceleration, but it's not really. It's not really an acceleration. It's an apparent.
Hold on, real quick.
Let me finish. This is very important because he's laughing.
Real quick, Zanuck.
Real quick. We see this acceleration, but it's not really an acceleration. It's an apparent acceleration, which means we have an apparent force. It's not an acceleration.
Things don't actually accelerate to the ground.
The ground is accelerating upward.
So there's no actual downward acceleration on the Earth.
Correct. There's no gravitational fields, and there's no acceleration on the Earth.
Hey, Baller, are you taking note? Because at least what Zanuck does is he tries to represent your actual current model, whereas you guys just...
So things aren't actually accelerating downward?
No. The ground is accelerating up to it. You can't have an acceleration without a change of direction or a change of position with respect to time. Now, the respect to time thing is not happening. We see is a change due to a direction change. That's the acceleration. That's why the Earth doesn't get larger antipodal for these objects dropped on both ends of the Earth falling to the ground. It's not getting bigger, but we're seeing a geodetic relationship that is not the same thing as a Newtonian perspective.
Right, so there's no downward acceleration there? I just wanted to hear you say that one more time.
There's no downward acceleration. It's an apparent acceleration. It looks like it is.
Hey, Ballers, left lane, you in here, man? You going to pay attention? So next time that the next baller says, Newtonian works perfectly fine, we have downward acceleration, what causes it? Are you going to jump in and say, well, actually, it's just an apparent acceleration. The Earth is accelerating up towards it. And even though A equals F over M or F equals ma, in fact, you have this acceleration without a force because actually there is no acceleration. Of course, he's saying that the Earth's accelerating up. So what's the force that causes the Earth to accelerate up?
The geodetic path being bent via space, the fabric of space-time. When that warps, you have a change of direction. Hold on, you have something going through time and space. I know this fourth dimension is tough for you to grasp. Most people have a hard time grasping it. That's not a problem. So when something's moving through time and space and is now not allowed to move through time and space in that direction, the direction changes, there is a pseudo force acting on it because it's following now a geodesic path through the time and space, which is now curved. And if something stops it from going through that curved path, like the Earth, it will apply a proper force to it, which is a proper, not a pseudo force. And so that force is real, just like centrifugal force.
So he says force or acceleration requires force. F equals ma. So A equals F over m. Then he says that this downward acceleration on the Earth actually isn't acceleration. It's just apparent. So it doesn't require force. And it's apparent because it looks like it's accelerating down, but actually the Earth is accelerating up towards it.
Correct.
Okay, so is the acceleration of the Earth up towards it actual?
Yes.
Okay, so there's an actual acceleration. So what's the force that's accelerating the Earth up?
Just a change of direction. Due to space-time being bent. So when space-time bends, you have things that are normally parallel to each other now running into each other. Part is the geodesic. The impact is the proper force. The force imparted by the object that is not accelerating is a pseudo force.
Okay,
That's like
so
centrifugal force.
So wait, I thought the bending and warping of space-time, the gravity was the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, and it's not actually a force.
It's not a force.
So then acceleration doesn't require a force.
Acceleration is relative. It's relative to either a second derivative of distance with respect to time or a change of direction.
You just said we had an actual acceleration of the Earth.
It is an acceleration because we have the acceleration due to the fact that it's changing direction, geodesic.
But you said that that's not an actual force. Gravity is not a force.
No, but hitting the object that is
Hold
in the
on.
way of in the way of a geodetic path will be an actual force. The fact that it hits it with a force that is an apparent force, because if that object wasn't there, like the Earth, then it would continue to move on through time and space in inertial state. The inertial state, I know this is
Okay.
tough to swallow. It means there's no forces acting on it. It's not accelerating. It's not turning, spinning. It can just be moving, but it is not turning. It is not making a change of direction, and it is not accelerating with respect to distance.
Okay. So if you drop something on Earth, it's not, things don't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared on Earth, just so we're clear. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing.
Yeah, it's an apparent thing. You can see something falling and apparently accelerate to the ground before it hits. Now that is an apparent acceleration. It is an apparent force to cause the acceleration.
And Sadek, you're confusing too much. This is way beyond.
It's not really accelerating. We got it. Things don't accelerate down at 9.8
Things do accelerate.
Got it.
From the reference frame of the observer, they are watching.
Can
the
y'all
acceleration.
please let Zanuck
From the
talk?
acceleration
Please,
from
Jeremy. Please, Jeremy. Let Zanuck talk, please.
Thank you.
Depending on what reference frame you're looking at this object from, will determine whether it's accelerating or not. From the object itself, it's not accelerating. The Earth is accelerating up to it. From the ground,
I don't know. I may be breaking up a little bit. I'm not sure what's going on.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I had a question for you, Zanuck, just for clarification, because I'm learning all this stuff. I'm in here to learn. All the water is held up. I'm not talking about dropping something, but all the water in all the oceans are held down by the bending of space-time and this force that you're talking about, or this apparent acceleration upwards, right?
Correct.
Okay, so something that's been baffling me is this. Every 7 to 14 years, there's a 60-inch wobble. Is it also stabilizing the water on the left and right angle? Because I would think that there'd be cataclysmic movement of metric tons of water when the Earth wobbled, yet all the shores show just lapping water gently up. There's no monsoon, tidal wave or anything ever. So what's up with the wobble?
How fast do you think that wobble is occurring, and how would you predict it to affect the water that has weight and is on the surface of the Earth?
Well, I understand what you're asking, but what I'm asking is how can measurably the water not shift anywhere, not detectable at all that there's a 60-inch wobble? Even if it was super slow, super duper slow, you'd be able to go, oh, look, here's the wobble happening. The water moved a little here, but nobody's ever seen that.
I think that's an malformed question and maybe even idea, because we're talking about something that is acting incredibly slow and incredibly small, probably beyond any measuring equipment that we have.
Well, then how do you know it's there then?
There's other indications of measurement that they have.
Like what?
Not the water. However, they've measured the 60-inch wobble. Maybe it's even projected. Maybe it could be even a projected movement.
So
but
is
even
it
if
in the math?
they could say they can actually estimate what the effects would be, and that would probably be beyond some kind of measuring instrument that we possess today.
So you blindly believe it, but you don't even know how they claim to have discovered it?
I'm just taking his word for it. I didn't know.
You didn't know that the Earth wobbles?
I know it wobbles. I didn't know it was 60 inches.
But how did they discover that it wobbles?
I don't know. You tell me.
So you just blindly believe it then?
That I blindly believe in, yes. I don't know everything.
There you go. There you go. So you blindly believe stuff, and that's what's goofy. Just like you blindly believe that things that accelerate downward on the Earth actually aren't accelerating downward on the Earth. It's just apparent. It's an illusion. It's a giant universe waving its magic wand, deceiving you with illusion that the object's falling to the ground, but actually it's the Earth that's accelerating up towards it, and it's just an apparent acceleration down. And then this acceleration up doesn't require a force, but it's a force that can be thought of like a force, even though it's not a force.
Correct.
And that whenever the Earth is going in a circle, more so an elliptical orbit around the sun, it's actually not going in a rotation. It's going in a straight line.
I
told you these reference frames got them all screwed up because hold on, Zanuck. These reference frames got them all screwed up. They can't know what's actually happening ever anywhere because of these reference frames. Zanuck doesn't know if things are falling or if the ground's raising. Hold on, Zanuck. Am I roboting?
No, you're just a little delayed.
He was kind of roboting.
No, he wasn't. He was just a little delayed.
Maybe it was just me. You done, Jeremy? I want to respond to Witsit. And he's gone too, by the way.
There's nothing to respond to. Like
there is. You said believe. I blindly. You made a claim. You lied. Because I've not blindly assumed any of that.
You just said it, bro. Rewind the tape. You just said that it's something I blindly believe.
He said, like this acceleration, you blindly accept that something can accelerate and then not accelerate. And that's what I respond to. So don't jump in gang pile with Witsit's little nonsense. Let me respond to you, Witsit. I don't blindly assert that. I actually understand the fact that we can have things falling from a building and measurably, and I've done this, measurably show that things are not having forces acting on them. They are in free fall. They are inertial. By every measurement and understanding of the word inertial that we have, we can show this, yet we can see an acceleration. That's a paradox unless you start looking at the cause of this phenomena.
Wait, so just to clarify, you think it's impossible that things could fall to the ground the way they do on the Earth unless it was the bending and warping of space-time?
Not impossible, but that's the most probable and most logical answer. There could be another answer. I'm willing to entertain. When you start
Can I go next, or
go.
When you start talking about the other forces,
shut up. I yielded to Jeremy, not to your nonsense.
Yeah, so I mean, there's obviously a serious issue with Newtonian mechanics here. If we have something falling and there's no force on it, that doesn't work for you guys with Newtonian mechanics because you actually need a force there. And I mean, I don't know how you can't know anything about reality. You don't know if the ground's raising up or things are falling to the ground. Like what? You don't know anything. Why are we even talking to you? You don't know anything.
Yeah, like, you know what they're saying, right? Like, it's like an object's going in a straight line, but because the coordinate system of space and time is bending and warping, it's going to look like it's curving, even though it's going in a straight line. It's going to allegedly have effects of change of direction that can be detected, not directly, of course, just with observational assumptions. That's going to be like we're changing direction in a rotation, but we're actually not changing direction and we're going straight. The object will accelerate down as if there was a force acting on it, but it's actually not accelerating down and there is no force.
Perfect. You did. That's well said, Witsit. Good for you.
I know. That's why I don't believe in your position, because I can still manage better than most of you guys.
No, you said a couple of things a little bit vaguely, and but for the most part, I understood it. It was actually good.
I can keep going.
I'm giving you a compliment. Just take it.
Thanks, man. I can keep going. Objects contract in the direction of motion, but you just can't actually detect it or measure it because you're in that same reference frame that's going in that direction of motion. So technically, it only contracts for a reference frame outside of that. So yeah, it's actually contracting, but you can't tell. And objects contract in the direction of motion as they get closer and closer to relativistic speeds, which is the speed of light, right? Then it contracts more and more and more. But simultaneously, mass expands exponentially as it gets closer to the speed of light. So mass actually expands exponentially while simultaneously matter contracts to nothing at the speed of light.
Actually, it goes to infinity, speed of light.
Yeah, that makes way more sense. Thanks, Zanuck.
Dude, how funny is that? They say that if an object is traveling, right, and gets closer and closer to the speed of light, it contracts more and more and more. But as it contracts more and more and more, that it actually expands exponentially.
Hey, can I ask Zanuck a question about this infinity thing for a second?
Sure.
How do you count something going infinity? How do you count that?
I think it's implied what the word infinity means.
Okay. Did you know you really can't have anything in reality that's infinite?
Correct. I mean, you can't measure something that's infinite, but you can. Term is valid. It goes on forever.
If you can't measure it,
a distance to go on forever. A distance that has no end.
Well, how if you say the speed of light is, or whatever you said about the speed of light is infinite, how could you do that then?
Because mass can never reach the speed of light. Because if it could, it would have to be infinite.
But didn't you just say that it did?
Yeah, even though they say they saw
mass cannot travel at the speed of light.
Okay. Just making sure, because in reality, infinite things cannot exist in reality.
Do neutrinos have mass, Zenek?
Do photons?
No, they have no rest mass. Photons have no rest mass. In fact, they have
the
particle duality does not occur for like electrons have mass, photons which do not.
You see what he does, right? He always clamps on whatever he can use to avoid my question. Like,
yeah, I regretted it immediately. Sorry.
Yeah, it's all good.
I have another question. Sorry.
Real fast. Do neutrinos have mass, Zenek?
Relativistic mass?
Whatever type of mass you want to
the question.
No, they don't have mass.
Neutrinos have mass. Neutrinos don't have mass.
I don't think so. I don't know for sure.
So when the neutrino was clocked to go faster than the speed of light, it should have expanded to infinite mass.
Well, I said it didn't have any mass, so I already answered that question.
Oh, so it's like a photon? It's a massless particle?
Correct.
Really?
So wait. Hold on a second. If a neutron does not have mass, but it has energy, so wouldn't that just make it a photon?
No, a neutron, and a proton, they have mass. A neutrino is not a neutron.
Neutrinos do have mass. Neutrinos, in your paradigm, neutrinos do have mass. Do you think I just asked it, not setting you up or something?
Well, then they have mass. I said I didn't know. So they have mass.
Yeah, your paradigm says neutrinos have mass, and they're among
so they have mass.
The lightest particles in the universe that have mass. So if neutrinos have mass, then what happens whenever they go faster than the speed of light?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought wouldn't their mass extend to quote unquote infinite?
What's the mainstream explanation of that? Because I already told you that I'm not the person. I don't know. I told you I don't know. It started with this. I don't know. I don't know everything. And now you know because you looked it up on Google. Okay. So tell me why a neutrino doesn't go to infinite levels by how can it exceed the how can it exceed the speed of light if it's not a light?
That's a good question, right? So they supposedly measured neutrinos going faster than the speed of light back in the day, and it's like I want to say 8 meters a second faster than the speed of light or something. And so then other places came out because they can't explain that just destroys everything. So they're like, oh, it must have been an error. So then these other places came out and said, well, we did a measurement and it's right at the speed of light. It's not faster than the speed of light. Right. So that's basically what the save was that they think that the numerous replicated measurements of it going faster than the speed of light actually were wrong. Okay. But nevertheless, we still have a problem here. If the neutrino is going the exact speed of light, then what happens to its mass?
Well, a quick Google search says that it never gets 99.9999 speed of light. So it doesn't seem like they go out to speed of light, just lower.
Okay, does its mass extend when it gets that close to speed of light?
Supposedly, that's the theory.
Yeah. So, but it doesn't though. It doesn't. Like in reality, though, like when they actually look at the neutrinos, that they don't do that.
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I'm not the expert in this area or even knowledgeable.
And wait,
well, you laugh because you think, dude, it's so funny. You think you know everything about everything, and I think a lot of us here have a lot.
No,
but we don't know everything. Just because you have ChatGPT and all your Googling doesn't mean you know everything. My God, you can't get a degree by Googling stuff.
Buddy, I'm driving. I'm just pointing out the logically incoherent.
We've already Googled it. I haven't researched neutrinos.
How dare you know it before I know it? That's not fair.
Yeah, like how dare you research the stuff I blindly believe in? And so what's so funny, dude, is you just looked it up 99.9. Now look up neutrinos go faster than the speed of light and go look at the articles that claim that they do. And then go look at when this was first measured and look at the media response. Look at the media response.
Neutrinos.
Right? The organizations are like all cap acronym or organizations.
There was an experiment that said they claimed that neutrinos traveled faster than the speed of light, and then they went back on that. They found that it wasn't true. Now, here's one from Science Magazine or Science.org. It says neutrinos, same article. So maybe I should go back to where they debunked that faster than the speed of light neutrinos. That's more of that same.
Wait, real fast. Don't pretend you're teaching me. I know about it. So first of all, you just lied, or you didn't lie, but you just made it up, right? Like you're just guessing that they went back on it. The organization that said it went faster than speed of light did not go back on it. It was another organization that claims that they did the same test and it didn't go faster than the speed of light. It just went right at the speed of light. That's what happened.
I didn't lie. I'm just reading the headlines. 2012, where they discovered this, then another group or that same group back and said it didn't. So, I mean, it depends who you're talking to. Once again, physicists debunked faster than light neutrinos, and all four have found now that neutrino speed is consistent with the speed of light, as Sergio Bolodici, research director at CERN, detected.
Okay.
I'm sure you read all that. I'm sure you went through the same Google search that I'm doing right now. You're one step ahead of me. What's it? Congratulations.
Okay,
why are you so...
Wait, time out. If it's consistent with the speed of light, then how is it slower than the speed of light?
Consistent with the laws of the speed of light, not the speed. Consistent with the same, equal to, not equal to.
Okay, well, actually, the person that came out and the organization that came out, they said they measured it right at the speed of light. But this is what's so funny. This is like to get out of the paradox of your claim, which is that the matter contracts as it approaches the speed of light, to where in theory, if it reaches the speed of light, it would contract to nothing. And simultaneously, the mass expands exponentially or infinitely. So that's a blatant paradox. That's a contradiction. How can the mass contract while expanding infinitely?
That's only with respect to the observer. That's not. It doesn't actually contract.
Stop interrupting me. How can something contract infinitely? I mean, like contract to nothing and then expand infinitely at the same time? And your out was, well, you can never do this. No mass can ever actually go the speed of light. But it doesn't even have to be the speed of light. It's relativistic speeds, meaning close to the speed of light, these effects happen. Okay? So you say it's just based on the observer. Okay, the observer is looking at the neutrino basically going the speed of light. So is it contracting to nothing or is it expanding infinitely when they observe it?
It's not contracting. It's only they said the physicists deemed the faster and light neutrino necessarily is dead. And some of the opera team members thought that the whole episode had besmirched the collaboration reputation in March. The two of the team elected leaders lost the vote of no confidence and tendered their resignation. So people that actually thought they went faster resigned and were ousted. Were viewed to be heretics, I guess.
You notice how he's not actually.
I don't know. To answer your question, the relativistic speeds, the Lorentz contraction is with respect to the observer. I guess in reality, the mass does approach infinite as it approaches the speed of light. Now, why a neutrino doesn't follow that in these tests, I haven't even mentioned that yet. I haven't dug into it. It's interesting. I'll look into it, but I don't know enough about it to even make a comment. I'm just reading some headlines here.
Okay, but here's for the open-minded people that don't have to bow to scientism on the blind faith like you've admitted that you're doing. Like, if they claim E equals MC squared, for one, that equation doesn't have any relation to reality because C is supposedly the limit of the speed of light. So how are you going to multiply it by itself? But they say, well, it's just an equation to show the proportional relationship, the exponential proportional relationship of energy and mass. And yeah, okay, but that means your equation has no accuracy regarding the depiction of reality. It doesn't even make any sense on its face because you can't multiply the finite limit of the speed of light times itself, but you just came up with a mathematical construct to try to show.
How are you multiplied by itself?
I'm speaking, dude. I'm talking about.
No, I had a quick question. How does it?
So
I know. How do you multiply by itself? I don't understand that statement.
Well, what does C squared mean? What does C squared mean?
It's taking the value of C and you square it. You multiply by itself.
Oh, so what does C represent?
The speed of light, a constant.
So why did you ask me about what I'm talking about when I said
that? But why? The context of what you asked, we all know what C squared, but why did you think it was so unusual they would take that value and multiply by itself? Like velocity squared. Why is velocity squared such a strange term to you? I was just curious why that was a point of yours. I don't know if you brought that up. I'm curious as to why you brought it up, actually. These constants have paid, pretty nice dividends in calculations for all sorts of things.
Unfortunately, I'm trying to make a profound point, but Zanuck.
All right, go ahead.
Zanuck in here, so no, it's all good. It's like impossible. So
I just didn't know why that was such a point. I didn't know why you brought that up. It's such. I think, why would you multiply speed of light times the speed of light, and that would equal something? I mean, it seemed like a weird projection.
I still manned your rebuttal better.
You didn't. I didn't have a rebuttal, really.
Yeah, the rebuttal is that it's just a mathematical equation to show the proportionate exponential relationship of energy and mass.
Yes.
That's the rebuttal. So I said that while I was speaking. I said it more elegantly and concisely than you can say it. So you don't need to jump in pretending you're correcting me. I still manned your side's position better than you can say it.
Then no, you can't. So why would you have mass times the speed of light squared to equal energy? Why would you have the squared function?
It's just to show the proportional relationship. But this is what
But why is that so?
I'm trying to make my point.
But there's proof of that. There's actually proof of that relationship.
Cool story, man. So can I make my point now?
Sure.
Okay. So the point is that there's a contradiction here. There's a paradox that says that as things go relativistic speeds, the matter contracts to nothing. And it's a real physical effect. It's not just apparent or subjective as he wants to claim it is. Einstein specifically says it's a real physical effect that can be physically measured with physical tools. Okay, so it's physically contracting its length smaller and smaller and smaller as it approaches the speed of light to where it would actually contract all the way to no length. At the same time, they claim that this mass expands infinitely, meaning spatial extension increases while it's allegedly decreasing. This is a fundamental paradox, but they always get out of it by saying, well, this is just it doesn't matter, it's conceptual, and mass can't actually go that fast anyway. So they just avoid it. But then they have something they call the neutrino, which they needed to save their particle physics paradigm, right? Because things weren't working out. So they're like, oh, neutrino. That's the only thing the Globers bring up when I say name anything that doesn't have charge. They talk about neutrinos, which is hilarious, and I'm not going to divert into that because it does still have a charge. But the point is that then they saw that this went right at the speed of light. So then we would be able to see this mass changing significantly, but we don't actually observe that, which means the theory of relativity is debunked in your own paradigm. Thank you.
I like the way you use circular logic, and then you go full circle and say, "There, I'm right." I just.
Oh yeah, relativity debunked, man. Thank me later. $1 sign when tickets on Cash App because I got to take care of a Leah.
Okay. All right. Well, if you want to go into what the foundation where it came from and how it applies in day-to-day life in physics, we could do that, but I don't think you really want to entertain that. So let's that.
I have a question, Zanuck.
Same reason you can't, E equals MC. What's that? I'm sorry.
I said I have a question.
Okay.
There's another baller here the other day saying that the speed of light, let's say a photon. I'm on the photon. If I'm in the reference frame of the photon, I travel instantaneously. But if I'm observing the photon, it has a speed. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How is that possible?
That's the nature of relativity.
So sometimes
time stops. There's no time. There's no time for the photon. It just time ceases to progress.
Oh, okay, all right. Now I'm with you. I'm glad you explained that. So now it makes sense.
So outside the photon, time progresses, but inside the photon, it doesn't.
But for the photon itself, time is not moving.
Time does not move. How's that possible?
Snake oil, bro. Fucking snake oil.
Oh, my pay grade. I don't know.
Shit, it's so absurd. It's so funny. Did you explain it? Sorry.
So, Zach, do you expect people to believe that?
Hold on a second.
For real?
Go ahead, Paul.
Oh, I was just trying to answer him. Well, here's the thing, though. Time is a measurement of change. The photon changed location, so therefore time does have something to do with the photon, even though it may not understand it or perceive it, because it changed location. So time is involved.
Time is involved. So time does not affect a photon. It doesn't exist for a photon.
Did it change location?
But there is no time elapsing or progressing from the moment it is emitted to the moment it's absorbed somewhere else.
Did it change location?
Yes.
So time has to be involved. It was here then, and there now it's there. It changed location.
But it doesn't experience anything.
See,
it could take 14 billion, years for this photon to reach the Earth from someplace out in the middle of the galaxy or middle of the universe. Yet, according to the photon, no time has gone by at all.
Well, wait a minute though. It was in the past. It was in one location. Future, it's in a new location. So time has passed. It has to have passed.
Why?
It was in one location in the past. It's in a new location in the future. Time has passed.
Right. Okay.
So
here's the fun thing that mainstream science tells us. Mainstream science tells us that a photon traveling for 13.7 billion years to reach our eye has traveled 86 trillion 600 quadrillion miles. Why? Because of the inverse of the constant speed of light in relative time. So if you people in Globerville want to believe that a photon started out somewhere and has traveled 13.7 billion years to reach your eye here on Earth, and that it's traveled 86 trillion 600 quadrillion miles. If you want to believe that fairy tale, go ahead.
Okay.
I just don't. That's fine. I mean, I'm not arguing that point, but to say a photon. I'm gonna say I'm the photon. I'm sitting in the flashlight. I'm in the flashlight now. Then the next moment, I'm hitting the wall.
Right.
Time has passed.
Not in the next moment. All moments.
All moments.
The photon exists at all moments. No time goes by, even though it moved from one spot 13 billion, trillion, zillion miles, whatever. It didn't experience any time. It doesn't experience time. Light doesn't. It's not a particle. It's just a electromagnetic radiation. It's a wave. It's
Okay.
it has a duality.
Wait. What does the wave do?
Wave oscillates.
Is there time involved with oscillation?
Mm-hmm. It has a frequency. Light has a frequency and a wave.
Back to the same problem again.
I know, but you're using regular, conventional logic to explain something that is more abstract. The photon. So tell me this: why does a photon experience this duality, particle waveform duality? And why does an electron not experience that duality? Which is one of the main things that separate the two concepts. Electrons and photons. Why would you take a photon, which doesn't really have mass? I mean, it's claimed to have mass, calculated mass, but only when a field is generated. Why do you think an electron would not exhibit any form of duality, yet the photon does? Why is that?
Okay, why are you bringing up the red herring?
It's not red herring. It's to show that there's a lot of things in physics that don't follow standard logic. When you're arguing from a position of incredulity, but it's really beyond our discussion knowledge levels to be able to say why something can not experience time, yet logically we know it went from point A to point B and it took time to get there, so it makes sense that it experienced time, so therefore it should experience time, but yet mainstream science says it doesn't. So I claim mainstream science is wrong, I'm right, and I'm a smile on my face. That's kind of, disingenuous to saying, maybe I don't know enough about it.
Just to say it doesn't, just because you may, okay, I mean, just to change in location from past to present or future, that is time. You might be able to argue that you can't measure it. That's a different argument, though. You cannot say that a photon does not experience time. That's illogical.
Well, special relativity dictates and says this very clearly, that the time dilation is a real thing, that these photons do not experience time, and even though one can be emitted, and billions of years later, time has not passed for that particular. Now, don't ask me any more to explain it because I don't know enough about it to explain it in terms that even I can understand, let alone you can understand. So just let it go and learn more about it.
There is no past, present, or future when it comes to the reference frame of the photon.
Correct.
Oh, so it's everywhere at once.
Not everywhere. Time.
Sandy, what
time?
Oh, so you're saying a photon is at all times at once?
Once it's emitted,
sure.
It's kind of a sloppy way of saying that time doesn't exist for the photon.
Well, if you say, well, it has to be at all times at once for there to be no time for it.
So Zanuck, what scientific experiments have proven time dilation?
Oh, they're done every single day. It's Slack. I can't remember all the
what famous experiments have been done to prove time dilation? You must know, but of course you regurgitate things because you tell us.
I was there many years ago. Streams of electrons fired from an electron gun, and observers along its measuring the electromagnetic field that was generated as the electron passed by this detector to determine that particular wavelength or that length of electrons were much shorter during its path.
Pound Repka. What was Pound Repka?
I don't know. What's Pound Repka?
What was Pound Snyder?
I don't know. You tell me.
What was Halfley Keating?
Why are you just going Google? Just Google.
No. Hey! I got it inside my head.
You're making Googling
you. Pound Repka.
I have not Googled one thing.
Hey, Zanuck. Pound Repka was the Harvard Jefferson Tower, 1960, 22.5 meter tower, a photon going up, photon going down, ascending, descending. You know the difference that they measured in 22.5 millimeters was 0.000000736 meters a second. Who measured that? And in Halfley Keating...
Why are you arguing with me? I didn't do that.
Keating,
I'm not using a photon. I'm using electrons. I'm using electrons.
I eat your globe script for dinner. I eat your globe script for dinner, Zanuck.
You did a Google search. You got a bunch of
smart.
freaking words. Now you're just going nuts.
Halfley Keating. They measured east-west. They never measured north-south. You know why? Because there is no north-south. There is no north. There is no north. There is no south on your imaginary ball because we don't live on an imaginary ball. Hey, Zanuck, I eat your globe script for dinner. You regurgitate stuff. You're a substitute teacher in science. If you were worth your anything, you would be a full-time teacher in science because science teachers and math teachers are greatly needed in this country. Not so much history teachers, but science and math teachers. And you can't get a full-time science teaching position because you're a worthless piece of crap.
Jim,
you're a
worthless piece of crap, Zanuck.
Who comes in here and schools us on what you read.
It's not pleasurable if you hear you listen or yell at anyone, Jim, just so you know.
It's fine. It's fine, Shane. I apologize. My bad.
No, you're bad. You're just going to do it again. You're not sorry. So listen, I've been in these experiments.
Sorry to you. That's for darn sure.
Jim, I don't need you to tell me that I'm a substitute teacher and therefore I have no worth in teaching physics.
But you come in here and regurgitate. Good job.
I don't need to hear you ridicule things that I've done. Look, I know my life, Jim. I know what I drive around in. I know where I live. I know what I have around me as people.
Good.
You know what you have around. You want to stack
you come in here and you preach crap to us.
That's your own choice.
You preach crap.
You think you're better than me?
I didn't say that. Don't straw man.
You're not. You're not. So right now you're insulting me something you have no idea, clue about.
Can we move on to something else?
I've been in these tests. I've seen the test. I've seen the time dilation that they can.
You didn't know Pound Repka, Pound Snyder, and Halfley Keating, which are the three most famous ones for time dilation. You didn't know any of them. 1960, 65, 71. I eat your globe script for dinner, Zanuck.
Jim, you know a few things about.
Hold on, Jim's agitating. Wait. Even if it is agitating, for the listeners, for people that maybe it's their first time here, let's just talk the points and let's take turns. Everything will be all right.
Yeah.
Love you guys.
Yep. I'm eating Tostitos.
Thank you. Nice. Eat those. Dip them in guacamole. So Jim,
please continue.
I don't need to respond, Jim. Just listen really carefully. I was at the experiment back in the day. It was probably 30 years ago. They did these tests. They still do them daily at Slack. They seem to have an idea that they're measuring indirectly time dilation and length contraction through their very accurate measurements. And they have tools there that are beyond your comprehension, my friend. Beyond my comprehension.
Length contraction was
I let you finish. I let you finish, Jim. Just let me finish. So if you want to go there with me, and I'll fly you out there. If you're not convinced by the time we leave there that all this stuff is just cartoon land bullshit, then I'll pay for your flight. So either shut up or get on a plane and come out and visit me at Slack. I'll get an engineer that I used to know there. Maybe he's got a friend he can help us give you a little tour, and we can show you how they do things. All right, downtown.
So length contraction was confirmed before Lorentz and after Lorentz. Is that what you're saying?
When did I say that? I just said
you said that you said that there were experiments on length contraction.
You're doing a red herring.
You said length contraction. So length contraction was confirmed after Lorentz up to this day. Is that what you're saying?
The reason Lorentz contraction is time dilation. That's one of the fundamental causes.
Why didn't you know about Pound Repka, Pound Snyder, and Halfley Keating? 1960, 65, 71, the most famous supposedly time dilation experiments ever done. Why didn't you know about that?
We weren't talking about that, and I can't
remember.
Because
you didn't know what it was.
Over the 60 years that I've been alive, Jim.
It's okay.
Want me to bring up some math that you probably should have learned in high school that I guarantee?
Hey, I brought up
what's the formula?
I brought up Pound Repka, Pound Snyder, and Halfley Keating.
You
had no clue what they were. You had zero clue what they were.
I didn't want to respond. I don't remember.
You don't remember because you didn't regurgitate it, because you read stuff from Google and you didn't regurgitate that. You even say you regurgitate stuff.
Hey, to be fair, that's what we do too, man. Right? We just selectively discern which we want to look into.
Jim Google something. That's
I Googled nothing because Google does not have the truth.
You do it for a while. You have a
Google does not have the truth. I think for myself. I think for myself, and you Google it.
How'd you find it?
Oh my God!
You didn't learn about it in school because you never went to school.
Okay. YouTube. Hey, Zanik, you come in and school us on your imaginary globe through the vacuum of outer space, and we'll say he regurgitated it. Thanks for playing.
Hey Jim, what's the difference in pressure between 14.7 and 0?
I don't have to audition for you. You brought up
Jim,
the whole crap. I don't have to audition for you, a part-time science teacher who doesn't know about Pound Repka, Pound Snyder.
This is pretty unbearable, guys.
I'm done. I just want to put this clown in his place.
He's done, but then he keeps on going.
Well, the funny thing is, the points should hold up. The points themselves should validate themselves. Like the truth doesn't need fear being investigated. And even if we staunchly disagree, I think we're all here to talk about what we think, it is about the earth and any other topic. So, I understand the passion. I understand that people debate and they get heat. The main thing is we shouldn't be personally attacking the person for holding an idea that doesn't line up with what we think, because I don't think they're literally trying to harm us with their thoughts and beliefs, even if they're globers or ballers.
JT, Zanik is a paid globe agent.
Well, even if he is,
hold
on, Jim. Jim, even if he is, you're a believer in the Most High, and you believe you have the truth. There should be no reason to just drag him over the coals, even if he's fake and a paid shill and all that. Because if that's the truth, he'll be found out in due time, because he's not doing the right thing with his life. But I don't know for a fact, so I'm going to treat him like a fellow human being. Is all I'm saying. Unless I know he's hurting children or killing people, I'm not going to have any beef with what he does here, except for I might get a little bit annoyed if he filibusters, you know what I mean? Like if he really goes on long monologues, I'll go, well, this sucks, because I'm here to listen to people compare ideas. But I'm not here to hear people go bonkers. That's all I'm saying. I'm not mad at you at all either. Everybody gets heated. It's no problem. We're all human, but it shouldn't escalate to like DEFCON 9 and stay there until people are leaving the room.
How comes Americans are so godly? It's almost like every American you speak to is a committed religious sort of God believer and all that. Why is America so religious?
Because we know we got our freedom from a creator. Maybe that's why.
Like everybody feels that they're connected because they all believe in God. No, in America.
Well, it's just we know in America that we have freedom, and what our country was founded on is that no one can take that freedom because that freedom was actually given to us by a creator.
Yeah,
No,
I think slightly ironic question as an English person to ask though, because I mean, there's a couple of things that come into my thoughts when you say that. First of all, most of the world, if you look at the individual countries of the Arab world, they're dominated by America. You could say it's dominated by Christianity if you want. When you start looking at South America's virtually entirely Christian. When you start looking at the world, it's actually Europe that's unusual in that respect.
We've moved on, haven't we? We've moved on. We've modernized. Here.
Does that make us better?
No, it makes us more sane because it's.
Oh, so you said no, but then you said yes straight afterwards. Okay.
No, mate, I agree with you. But it just seems that me and you will chat and I'll go, oh, you're a lover of God and I'm a lover of God. That makes us, best friends, yeah?
No, I don't think
Anyway, Europe actually, majority of Europe does believe in God. Majority of Australia believes in God. Majority of the entire Middle East believes in a God. Majority of America believes in a God. So.
It's fucking sad. You guys, then that just means if we believe in shit like that, we'll believe in anything, won't we?
Yes, anyway, can I just give you an intelligent response? While I think that's true, I do think that there's much larger atheistic communities in Europe than there are anywhere else.
Alrighty, see what he tried to do there was take it down. Oh, all flat earthers are religious, crazy zealots. So,
Yeah, and I find that English people do this a lot to Americans, which is why I stepped in. It's like, you guys are all crazy, God-believing, blah, 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 idiots, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, nah, shut up.
No, I never said anything about idiots. I just said that...
God, man. Do you think I don't speak to other English people about Americans? Really?
You can make your own mind up, mate, to be honest with you, but as soon as anybody starts bringing beliefs, common belief into a conversation, it's a bit sort of awkward, because, your fairy tales and then other people with their fairy tales or whatever like that. So it's not idiotism. It just means if you believe in one thing, you'll believe in anything, no?
No, that's if you'll believe in one thing, you'll believe in anything. Are you serious?
yeah, that's a very irresponsible way to live. You sure you even think like that, partner?
So yeah, sorry, Crypto, whatever you said to me. I got a call right when you said that.
No,
I think it's
good.
funny because this is all coming from him saying like, oh, we should be in control of our emotions and calm down and respect each other. And it's like, wait, so like, if you don't believe in God, are those not still true sentiments?
Yeah.
What I find funny is when he said, what I find funny is when he said that when someone brings up God, everyone starts getting along. I mean, even the people who claim to believe in the same God, they don't get along, my friend, at all. So,
sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. All of the things about this will be so general as to be useless.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The guy was very general, and he said all of them get along. And what I'm telling you is all of them do not get along. It's quite the contrary, right? And that's very evident. We see it every day, right?
Right, yeah. Well, you even get different kinds of Muslims will tell other kinds of Muslims that they're not real Muslims because they don't have the same beliefs on like a specific part of Islam that they think is really important.
Exactly.
So, where'd you go from there?
If you're not going by the text that you hold in your hand and say you go by, someone can call you out. All they have to do is read your text. That's all they have to do, and they can call you out. And it gets done on a daily. Whether or not those people are well versed and have an understanding of the text, that's a different story. But yeah, you can call yourself whatever you'd like, but counterfeit is a thing, right? We do have counterfeits, whether it be with people who subscribe to the Quran or people who say they subscribe to the Holy Scriptures or whatever they say they subscribe to. There's obviously counterfeits everywhere, man.
Yeah, of course.
Well, one of my points earlier was I do believe we're all brothers and sisters in the human race, and I do believe that we have value in free thought as long as what we're thinking is not evil, as far as like want to kill somebody, want to hurt a child. But if we're thinking about what is this place, if we're talking about philosophy, religion is fine to talk about with your fellow man. There's just no reason to cut down what the other person's saying. So like your beliefs, I have no idea what your full beliefs are, but you could sit down, I'd buy you a meal, you could unpack it all, and I wouldn't judge you and I wouldn't say you're wrong, because it's valuable what you think, and what people think, what people hold in their mind and heart changes as they age and as they study and as they ponder. But it seemed to me like you were slamming the like Christians as a whole, but all Christians are different, and some are doing it wrong, and some are doing it right. And hey, the whole thing about religion could be not even real, but you got to let each person have the choice to follow or not follow the religions of the world, and there may be a correct one. And you know what I mean? Like, for you to just judge so harshly what you think you know about a particular religion is just kind of like the wrong way to start a conversation with somebody.
You know what's super funny though is I do find it entertaining when people think the fact that there are so many more atheists now is somehow a progression, when the illogical position denying the antecedents for order being intention and determination, denying that's actually a regression of logic. So the fact that there are so many people alive today that think it's somewhat logical to believe there's no creator is not something to brag about. The fact that throughout all history, people have understood on a fundamentally logical level that this place had to be created. And now there are so many people where it's like 49% of Europe, I guess, don't believe in God. That's not like something to brag about. Like, that's quite the opposite. That's something to be ashamed of, that our society's regressed that much. I kill the room, I come through.
I've said this before. In 1962, it's kind of a watershed, you know, when you look back at American history. In 1962, the Supreme Court, Engel versus Vitale, said that children could not pray together in public schools. They could pray separately, but they couldn't get together in a group and pray in public schools. 1962. The same year, Haight Ashbury, Haight, in case you want to look it up, Ashbury in San Francisco started with the sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And even Marilyn Manson, Manson, I forget his first name, Charlie Manson even stopped by there. And it happened in 1962. Sex, drugs, rock and roll started. So in 62, we kicked God out of public schools as far as praying together, and we allowed sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Same year, San Francisco, Supreme Court of the United States of America.
Like, think about this. If you talk to anybody who is quote unquote atheist, right? They can't even intellectually defend the term. Like, they can't even defend the term, much less defend the implications of it. Atheism meaning no deity. They have a modern spin on the definition as to mean that really they just don't know if there's a God. Well, then you're agnostic. You don't know. Well, I'm atheist agnostic. No, you're just saying you don't know. You're agnostic. Atheism is actually like a definitive, position that there is no deity. Okay, and no one alive could ever think that. Now with good faith, you can just take it for the modern application, which is people say, "I see no evidence of God that's convincing," or whatever. So my point is that intellectually speaking, they can't defend the actual term or the position, much less like the implications that come with it. And because then you ask them, okay, well, then what's the antecedent to order? Like what preceded the order that we observe? Like, is determination and intention a requirement for order? You can also ask them about linear code of ethics or morality. Is there an objective standard of morality? It's like, this is one thing that's for sure. Any society doesn't acknowledge an objective morality in a linear code of ethics, thus some type of like source of that linear code of ethics, devolves into degeneracy to the point that it ends up collapsing. Okay, so I'm just reiterating my point. Like, it's such a deluded position to think like it's something to brag about, that people are inching towards inevitable collapse.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you on this, on the term of like when people say like they're agnostic atheists or whatever, because I mean, when I was agnostic for decades, and I used to talk to atheists, and I used to say, well, if what you're saying means you don't know, then why does the term agnostic exist? And what differentiates me from you? Like, if you're an atheist and I'm an agnostic, but we have the same belief, why are there two terms? And I never got a good answer to that either. And I'm not even shitting on atheists. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. Like, why have two terms that mean exactly the same thing? It doesn't make sense to me.
It's because, like, dude, even the most staunch atheists in the world, if you put them back into a corner and you say, so are you willing to stay that you know there's no creator, they'll almost never say yes, right? Like, they'll say, I don't see evidence for one. So, okay, so, like, you know, you don't know if there's one. You're not currently convinced there's one. But, like, atheist is like, there is no creator. Like, you would have to have some evidence to support the idea. I mean, you don't prove negatives, of course, but the point is that you would just absorb that it's actually like it's a proclamation that there is no creator. But, you know, when it's said out loud, it just sounds absurd, right? Like, are you 100% sure that there is no creator? No, there could be one. Okay, well, then you're agnostic. There could be one you don't know, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think, I agree with you. You're fundamentally, you've got two different positions. You've either got, I don't know, versus the positive claim that there is no creator. These are very different positions. You can't just
exactly
put them together and hope no one notices.
How long do you think it will take before it's so prevalent that it's dangerous to walk outside? We've taught these children that, you know, there is no God. It's just evolution. It's, you know, survival of the fittest. And I said many years ago, man, that just think about it. If you're going to teach me that there's no creator, there are no morals from a creator, it's the morals you're giving me and society is giving me, why should I pay attention to that? Why should I mean, what would stop me? What would stop me from just killing everyone and taking anything I wanted? And don't we see evidence of what is happening from this? I mean, this is what you're teaching. They got to have some kind of root, something to start with. And when they're so young, man, I mean, it's terrible, man.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, you've got this idea that I think we can all agree to some extent, if we're being honest, that our morals come how we feel about those things, right? So an atheist would just say, well, I just don't feel like doing these nasty things or whatever. They don't need to get their morals from a creator. Whereas, you know, someone who's a Christian might say that those feelings were given to me by the creator, right? You might have that discussion, but ultimately it's about feelings and thinking, right? Thinking. So I don't know, like, there's a lot of these arguments that I hear Christians make that I think that, yeah, but I can already tell what the rebuttal is, and it's not a bad rebuttal. And I think in that case, I don't think that's a very strong argument. Like, you can make the case that these come from your creator, but in an atheistic worldview, it still makes sense.
When you say it comes from your own reasoning, we're talking about people who murder children, right? We're talking about people who are okay with cannibalism. We're talking about people who are okay with murder, right? So we're talking about a lot of people who
Why are you sound like you're classifying you're classifying everyone into a lump sum without being definitive.
No, I'm not, and I'm not even allowed to finish. I mean, I got two people jumping down my throat right now, and I'm not even allowed to finish. But go ahead, man. You go ahead.
Well, but I was really interested in what North had to say, because if we're left to our own devices, we only merge towards darkness, and we're all capable of slipping and falling down a slippery slope to becoming murderers. So let North finish, please.
Children.
If you want to know who murders people, it's called murderers. If you want to know who rapes people, it's people who rape people. If you want to know where their own reasoning, right? So if it's their own reasoning, I'm sorry, did I disgust you, man? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
man.
you
Do
did
you love
disgust me
murderers?
because
Go ahead, bro.
you're wasting everyone's time. Who are you talking about?
I feel the same way when you monologue with
Have
it
you-
not even being your turn.
Are you kidding
North
me?
was not finished. North was not finished.
Is he kidding me with the who are you talking about?
Yeah, who are you talking about?
Bro, how about this? Let's set up a moderated debate between you and me.
I don't
And
want
let's do this.
ask you who you're-
Let's just have a dialogue. But
Does
it has to be
anyone-
moderated. I can't speak to you,
anyone in
man.
the
It has to be
room
it has to be moderated, bro. I can't speak to you.
Hold on. Normally,
you're not a very good person at having a dialogue with,
hold
man.
on. Normally,
who are
I'm
you
not.
talking about?
Hold on. Normally, I'm not a big fan of crypto, but I think crypto's right here. Like, who are you exactly talking about? Like, you're not exactly clear about it. Like, who is this, person? Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, it just seemed like you were talking about atheists. Period. That
Doesn't
people
matter.
that don't have a God don't have any moral compass, and they're all murderers, and that's kind of what it came across as.
That was what I thought he was saying, but I wanted him to clarify, and he refused to.
I didn't think he was saying that just for my input. I think he was just telling us what he thought.
Okay, but then who are those people?
Well, I mentioned it a second ago.
The guy left.
Like,
oh,
okay. So if a person is atheist, where does the atheist get the guide or the morality from? And all creationists or people that believe in the Creator would say, well, that moral compass comes from God, right?
Yeah, I said that earlier myself.
Right.
Yeah. An atheist would say it comes from trial and error.
Yeah, and from reasoning and from feelings. Like I've already said this. What? I don't understand what's going on.
I don't know.
Well, I'm no theologian. I'm no perfect person. I mean, I do know that what we feel is right sometimes isn't right. As far as is it a sin or is it right? And I know the Bible says man will make up in his mind what is right to him. But I think if man doesn't yield what they think is morally like right and true, and have something to back it up, then they can go awry. They can kind of go down the wrong path and be misguided.
Well, as a group of people over time with reasoning and trial and error, we figure out what works for the society and what doesn't, and we teach that to our children. But even so, that we have quote unquote objective morality or laws within that group of people, every time an individual is met with any moral issue at hand, he has to make the value judgment himself. But then he has the teachings from his parents and the schools and whatnot, like people in his area. And I guess that's just the difference between having a guide from a book from some 1,000 years ago and having laws in a country. But no matter if you have a book or you have laws, you still have to make that value judgment in the moment when you're met with this moral issue. So it really doesn't matter where you get your morality from, because in the end, in the situation, you still have to make that judgment call.
Yeah.
Morality that you have, that voice in your mind, is that a physical thing?
You mean like a conscience?
Does it have anything to do with physical other than you reacting? Where do your thoughts come from? Where does your reasoning come from? Does it come from your hands?
Your brain.
Your blood? Does it come from your blood, your veins, your arteries?
It comes from your mind, your brain.
It comes from your mind, not your brain, right? You
Okay,
don't make up your brain, you make up your mind, right?
Okay,
so when
sure.
people come in and they talk about all these things like they have it all down, right? And I mean, it's weird to me, man. People talk all over you, won't let you finish a sentence, but your reasoning and your own morals. If you're going to go by your own morals, we're all individuals, and we all have our own reasoning mind, right? So if you teach someone something and they reason in their mind, it's very obvious the fact I stated. If you teach me, say you teach me, I'm telling you how my reasoning mind is going to work, right? So you teach me there is
And I'll
survival.
teach you.
So you teach me there's survival of the fittest, right? What do you think I'm going to do? Think about it. Just reason about it. Reason in your mind. Don't
Is that the only thing you know?
Yeah,
Or
but
do
you
you
know,
also do other things?
from a logical perspective, if you were, say, atheistically minded, you could easily reason out not just going around murdering and killing people by saying, well, I'm stronger in a group, so I'm not going to kill my group. I'm going to help them survive. That's an easy. It's a very easy logic. Atheist. That was the point. I'm not even an atheist, bro. I know North seems to think I'm an atheist. I'm not an
I
atheist.
didn't say you were an atheist. I weren't talking about atheists. You just presume things and cut people off in the middle of a sentence. Who?
Allegedly,
You
yeah,
can't
cool.
do
So,
that, bro. You can't do that, man. That's just ridiculous. So the thing that you reasoned out is it's not smart at all. If you're going to allow your big group to have the same mind as you, if your big group that you have has no reason to keep you alive and you have something they want, right? There's nothing stopping them. And if I'm in your group, let's just say I'm in your group, right? If I'm in your group and you think you're going to be stronger, you're not going to be stronger.
yeah,
I'll take
so
you.
you just talked over my answer, right? While pretending to be morally outraged that I'd done it. Okay, so first of all, you're a hypocrite. Well, now I'm crying. Aren't you a massive hypocrite? Now, the point I was getting to.
Do it every day.
You can easily reason this out as an atheist. And I'm not an atheist. I'm just trying to steelman that position.
You can say it all you want. Doesn't make it true. Just keep saying it, boy. Like it makes it true.
I said it was a logical argument.
It's an illogical argument. It's not logical at all. It's just because you say it. I can say Superman flies around the earth. Is that a logical argument? No.
What's illogical about the argument? What is illogical about the argument?
You just saying it, stating it, and thinking it's logical. That's what's illogical about it.
No, you're just saying nuh-uh. Can you specifically say where it's illogical?
I'm just saying nuh-uh.
Well, what is his argument? What is Crypto's argument?
He doesn't have an argument. He doesn't. He said he's talking about the reasoning mind. He's asking me a question. You going to interrupt me while he's asking me a question also? Hey, man, everybody just have a good day talking to Crypto. I'm going to sit back and listen, man. I'm going to see how many times he does it to someone else, right?
Wah,
wah.
Idiot.
You guys, you're so effeminate, man. Both of you guys. Tim and Crypto, man. You're effeminate as I don't know what, man.
Yeah. Okay.
Like little girls, bro.
Fucking hypocrite.
Okay, come on. What are the odds?
That was funny.
Sorry, that was my daughter actually.
It was good.
So, is what I'm saying earlier annoying or stupid when I talk about it's okay to have differing thoughts and opinions, and we should value the human and not like attack what they think as long as it's not physically hurting you? And I just keep going back to it, man. I think I've been set free from judging other people because I used to do it. Knee-jerk reaction as a Christian. If you didn't believe what I believed exactly, I would judge you harshly immediately because I thought you were either wrong or stupid or misguided for believing in another religion. Now that I found the flat earth, I've been set free to let people be where they are at because none of us are done yet. So we should just be a little bit more chill. I don't know if that's a stupid hope or a stupid dream.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, one thing that really frustrates people is when they make a point and it either gets just strawmanned or ignored. And then what then devolves from that is frustration, right? So it's all well and good kind of giving these platitudes about, oh, we should all be relaxed and kind. And sure, yeah, I mean, that sounds nice in principle, but it is incredibly rude to deliberately misunderstand someone's point of view, or even worse, just not listen to what they say and then assert that they didn't have a point, right? That's very rude, and the person has every right to be annoyed about that. So
Yeah,
so
That's what I was.
I
I was
agree with
very annoyed.
but it has
well,
to be.
I 100% agree with you. And I mean, I'm just going to point the light at Discord as a whole. Hold on, baby. And, you know, it's also difficult. We're all like on the internet and, you know, there's a little bit of a delay. Here's the cool thing. If we were all sitting at a table having a meal, I think a lot of this stuff wouldn't get as heated because here you got to wait your turn and things get charged. And a lot of people want to say a lot of stuff about different topics. But honestly, if we were
Oh man, you cut out. So
yeah, my alarm.
I did want to say this. I don't know if anyone heard me answer what he was saying. I talked about the reasoning mind that men have, and men are individuals. I talked about that, right? And I talked about how what you teach children, survival of the fittest. I talked about all those things. So I answered it in detail about, you know, how I thought it was illogical. I answered that. Now, look, can we get like a poll in the room, or just, you know, ask how many people believe what he's saying, and how many people heard me answer what he's saying, and now he's saying I misunderstood him or I strawmanned him. I didn't strawman him. I said if your reasoning comes from your mind, and we all have our individual minds, right? And my reasoning is going to be different from yours. It's not going to be the same. So in your group that you think you're going to be safe because you have numbers, you're not going to be safe. Is that not evident in the world you live in today? People turn on each other. I mean, where are you coming from with this reasoning? Just think about it, guys. Just please think about it, and please someone else answer besides just 2 or 3 people who want to come in and attack me. I don't understand it, man. Like people like Tim. What's your deal, man? Are you mad at me for some reason? What's the deal,
Why
man?
would I be mad at you?
So why are you taking pop shots? What's the deal,
I
man?
just explained that there is no difference if you have your morals from a book or you have them from a society and laws and stuff like that.
So
It
I get
doesn't
my
matter. In the
morals from a
end,
man.
when I am met with a moral issue, I have to make that value judgment based it on all my experience throughout my entire life, everything I have seen. And if I have,
Does it come from your mind or your? Where does this reasoning, this decision you make, does it come from somewhere material, or is that an immaterial place and you can't touch it? You tell me, Tim.
when you're
Please tell me.
born, you know nothing, and then you learn stuff. That is where all these kind of thoughts come from. It's trial and error and building up and progressing and stuff like that. Developing.
So when you're born, you know nothing, right?
Pretty much.
Didn't Whitsitt share something about how children know, you know, even when they're in the womb? There's several people. I could tell you this. Many people could tell you. Children react to music, to sound, to voice, to all kind of things. It's not like they don't know anything. Do they have a lack of knowledge or lack of information? Yes. Can they have more information? Yes. But you can't say they don't know anything.
Well, couldn't that just be
They know,
instincts that they don't know that they just react on because that is just how we as animals are built?
Children. He's right in that sense. Like children do know things when they're born because otherwise, how would they know? Like you don't have to train them on how to breastfeed, just as an example.
And where does that come from? Is it the mind or is it the brain? And this reasoning you have, and Crypto, man, I would love to have a good dialogue with you, man. But what I'm telling you is that this
Talk over me. I
reasoning.
can't have a dialogue with you because I
Well,
was
I'm asking you.
Talk over me again. So you just need to wait. Wait for people to finish.
I was in the middle of speaking.
No, I was
when
in the
you
middle of
started
speaking. You spoke over me.
No,
Again.
I was in the middle of speaking.
Oh
I
God!
was saying. Okay,
I wasn't
look, bro.
done.
No, I wasn't done. I said the reasoning comes from your mind, Crypto, and I'd love to have a good dialogue with you. Then you started talking.
Before that.
You started talking.
No, you can't just talk over someone and then complain that they talk over you back.
Apparently, you do it all the time. You do it all the time, so apparently so.
No, you know what? You're getting put on mute, and I'm just going to keep you on mute. I was halfway through a fucking sentence again, and you talked over me again, and then complained when I talked back over you. Just stop talking over people. It's really simple. So anyway,
Is the topic morals? Is
I
that
was
the topic morals?
hoping to finish
Objective
my
morality.
Can I finish my sentence?
Okay.
That thing.
Yes.
Thank you. So the point I was making, very simple. Children clearly know some things because they come out of the womb knowing how to do things. Breastfeeding is a good example. There are many others. There's a guy called Simon Baron Cohen, who is the brother of Sacha Baron Cohen, done a lot of research into babies in their early years. If you want to know about this stuff.
Well, I think we got a bit away because
Cut out.
when I said
Cut out.
that they didn't know anything, I was just using that as a baseline as we come out as a quote unquote blank sheet and we are being built up. And when we are at some age, we know some things. And at that knowledge we have, we use that to make an informed decision or a call on any more issue you're encountering and stuff like that. Sure, when you get out of the womb, you come with X amount of building blocks that you have gotten from your mom or whatever. It doesn't matter. Instincts, call them what you want, but you're still a blank sheet in terms of like speaking, interacting with people, knowledge, philosophy, all that kind of shit.
Well, what happens is a baby learns to cry certain ways to communicate with the mother to know like if it needs a nap or if it's food. And then eventually it uses that cry to manipulate the mother. So I don't know about that. It's instinct.
Well, the crying is instinct in the beginning, but it is out of the womb. It is already learning at that point. So it can also like detect reactions like, oh, I'm crying. My mom is coming and giving me food. So I cry every time I want some food.
Yeah, so it's learning
Yeah,
that
they're
kind of on
figuring.
its own.
Yeah, they're figuring stuff out as they go, and the human brain is what's allowing them to make sense of things as they go.
The topic is on morality, and I think what it was going to eventually get to, or where I'd like to postulate, whether you get the morality from a book or a friend, if you really get down to the very bottom of it, I say that proper living and right living comes from God, and I basically live with gratitude and appreciation that the living God of the Bible that made this place is showing me the way, and that's just, I guess, my perspective. But that's where morality comes from in my heart.
And I want to speak to that. And I've talked about this a little bit, and I usually don't make it all the way through. But my desire to be good is just because I enjoy making people smile. I like holding doors for people. I was an EMT for 15 years just so I could save people's lives. That was my goal as an EMT. I just try to be a good person for myself so that I'm, at the end of the day, that I know I'm good. And I don't need the Bible to tell me that. Now, it may be as a result of my raising up to where I am today, but but I don't feel like that I necessarily need guidance to be a good person. I can be a good person or I could be a bad person, and I choose to be a good person.
And when you say,
what you
I'd like
mentioned,
to, could I say something to that, please?
Sure.
When you say enjoy, when you enjoy it, right? People enjoy different things, right? And some people enjoy things that it would just repulse you, right? And you may stop it, and you may take their lives to stop them because what they're doing you do not enjoy, and the person they're doing it to does not enjoy it. So there are those instances. I think I don't know if it's me or if it's just a general premise of how we're speaking about this. At no time am I speaking about the scripture. At no time was I speaking about atheists. At no time was I speaking about, God. I was speaking about the mind and the brain and what the mind is and where your reasoning thoughts come from. And these feelings that you have, this feeling good or it makes you feel good, or these things, this could be a very interesting and deep conversation, but there's just a lot of presumptuous things being said, man. And I'd really like to have a good dialogue. I have a good dialogue with you many times. So,
I just want to add real quick, and I'll keep it short. Human beings are not capable of ultimate discernment on morality. Yeah, like murder, obviously, universally, murder is wrong. But there are things in life that the lines are blurred, the boundaries are blurred, and we don't know how to make a moral judgment call. And there's a scripture, and forgive me for those that are non-believers, but it says here in Proverbs 14:12, there is a way that seems right to a man, but in the end leads to death. Right? So, for example, some people believe in sexual freedom. Morally, some people believe that orgies are okay, that frolicking in the wilderness on shrooms is okay. And, at first, you might not see any negative consequence for doing that. And human beings aren't capable of seeing all the different variables that are at play. So when we talk about morality, we can all discern morality by ourselves. Not necessarily, because the heart has lusts, has desires that initially might feel good, euphoric even, but in the end leads to death and the degradation of society. There's even atheistic scholars that have studied this in history and different governments in history, even Rome and all these different civilizations in history that eventually led to, hedonism that led to depravity and the collapse of government. But initially, you might not see it, might not manifest to a couple generations down the line because the degradation of society sometimes takes time. And as human beings, like I said, we're not capable of ultimate discernment on this topic. And if you rely on just solely feelings and emotions and no objective truth that you will find by the Holy Scriptures, you're gonna be running into problems. And we see the things today in America. You got judges in government, tyrannical judges that are judging, things like.
This turned into a sermon. Please.
It's not. Listen, I don't care what you think, bro. If you're non-believer, that's on you, bro. Let me express myself.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Who are you to tell me to wrap it up, bro?
I'll mute you if you don't hurry up.
Oh, so now there's no freedom of expression here?
Man,
what happened to the exchanging of ideas? Bro, I never talk, and as soon as I get the podium, you want to shut me up, bro. But you can talk about the curvature, right? You can talk about parallax and the curvature for 4 hours, but I talk about morality for 2 minutes, and you have a problem, bro? Go fuck yourself.
Oh,
where do murderers come from? I'm not speaking of scripture. I'm just asking where do murderers come from? Like, why do they do it?
Yeah, guys, I'm just going to speak to the moderator now. First of all, keep it short because there's lots of people want to talk. Second of all, anyone who tells me to go fuck themselves is going to get a warning. And third of all, if you are going to talk, make sure that other people are interested to hear what you have to say. Okay? So don't bloviate. Don't tell moderators to go fuck themselves. Don't bloviate. Easy. Let's crack on.
Left Lane, when there are murderers, like I wanted to ask you, Left Lane, maybe you and I could have a conversation. So, what do only mentally disturbed people murder? Are there people who are sane and they murder? And why so? Why do they do
sure
that?
There are. Yeah,
So
I don't know.
why is that? You don't know?
I don't know. Maybe they're raising. Maybe they had a bad childhood.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's my point. So there's many aspects, but it all boils down to this: the reasoning and your thoughts come from your mind, and your mind is not your brain. And so when we talk about the mind, it's not a material, it's not physical. So then we have to start talking about the spiritual, and we could talk about that and why people, believe the way they believe. What mental means. When I said, do only mentally disturbed people murder people? You heard that word mental, right? So that's the mind. That's not the brain. That's the mind. So this could be a very good conversation, and we could keep having it. I think everyone knows where it's leading to, though. So if you guys don't want to have it and people want to rely on their own reasoning and think that they could fully understand and comprehend this creation they're living in, that's very presumptuous. And I would just say, you know,
Right, but is
you're
it
not
more
going to get
presumptuous
anywhere.
you're going to come to all the conclusions through reading a book, though?
I
Is that
didn't
maybe
say
the
that.
larger
I didn't
presumption
say
that you
that.
could just pick one book?
No
I could
one
pick
said that. No
or
one
whole
said that. No one said that. No one said
Right.
that. A straw man
Right.
after
No.
straw
But
man.
you were just saying it would be presumptuous to think that.
To think what? I just said what? What did I just say? Do you know?
You know, maybe you should compose your thoughts better. I don't know. I'm not here to correct you.
Maybe you should listen better and comprehend better.
You can
Maybe.
ask
Maybe
left.
the reasoning. Maybe it has something to do with reasoning, man. Maybe so.
Maybe we can get into something a bit more productive. Left lane. Can I ask you a question?
I'm in the scale house. I might just pass on me for now. I'll be around in a minute.
Appreciate you, Left Lane.
When
Yes,
you're
sir.
available, I'll ask you then. No worries.
Thanks, Left Lane. I appreciate you at least speaking to me for a minute. Yeah, so if no one's talking, just to, you know, put that out there one more time. You guys think about that. If you have an answer for it, please give it to me. I would appreciate it.
I apologize for lashing out, but listen, bro, like, you gotta let me talk for 2 minutes, bro. You didn't give me 2 minutes. You started interrupting me in like 10 seconds in, bro. Crypto.
Hey, me? No, I didn't.
Whoever it was, bro, like, I was in my train of thought and you interrupted me, bro.
Would you want me to give you a recap? So you were talking for a little while, and I was interested to hear what you had to say. And then I think it was Tim that said, you know, can you get to your point or something like that? But Tim can clarify. And then all I just said was, I was clarifying what was said, that he wanted you to wrap it up. And then within 10 seconds, you're getting all up in your feelings and telling me to go fuck myself. It's not really acceptable.
Tim is the guy who he's always doing that to some people, but he never speaks in the voice on the regular, right? He just comes in and he'll come in to agitate people or put a bunch of text in the text.
That
So
is
listening to Tim say wrap it up, so
Look,
listening to Tim say wrap it up doesn't make any sense at all.
Look, North,
Yeah.
I don't want to rehash old ground. Just saying that's what happened. I appreciate that you've said, you know, we're gonna scale that back. That's cool. You know, no hard feelings. But just like, guys, we just need to fucking calm this down a bit. We just need to calm it all down a bit.
It's out of my character, and I honestly apologize, but I just got triggered there because I was on a train of thought, and then but it's all good, whatever.
Oh, good man. I was interested to hear what you had to say. Yeah, I found your reaction to me a bit strange because I thought I was clarifying what else I said to you, and then within 10 seconds you're telling me to go fuck myself. It was weird. But anyway,
I got you confused with the other guy that interrupted me earlier into the conversation, but it's all right.
It does seem weird though. Like if you're not going to be saying something, then it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense that you need to jump in and tell someone else to wrap it up. I mean, this dude rarely talks. He was just making his point. And we can move on. We don't have to harp on it, but I think we all kind of know there are certain topics that certain people don't have a lot of patience for, you know, and the Bible's one of them.
So you guys, it was recapped a little bit inaccurately. It wasn't wrap it up that was said. It was very clearly a jab that was said in the form of it's a sermon now, or it's getting to be a sermon, which is not at all the case. It wasn't actually doing that. The guy was just basically seemingly to describe his point of view. That wasn't just some light-handed or non-aggressive thing that was said. It was actually pretty aggressive the way he said it with the words that he used.
yeah, I agree. That's why I softened the words.
The topic was morality, nothing about the Bible, and he came in with a little Bible study. That's why I
Okay, but
said
you're
it.
not the arbiter of what's allowed to be said. If there's a discussion or a
Let's just
subject,
move on,
I'm in the
because
middle of
this
talking.
is ridiculous.
No, I'm in the middle of talking. So if there's a subject such as morality, okay, you're going to have an entire spectrum of interpretation about this. So if someone decides to jump in and give their opinion, if you don't like their opinion, you don't get to tell them they're not allowed to have it. Okay? That doesn't make any sense.
I liked everything Lion said. Before the the little thing started. I think Lion spoke from his heart, and I've never talked to him before, but I really loved what he had to say. And we have this is a 24/7 Discord. So if somebody wants to speak from their heart for a few minutes, let them.
Yeah, I just want to say that like it's no hard feelings, Tim, but this is my point, right? Like I don't agree with your opinion on this. Like when you referred to me as an animal, but like I don't like hearing people say that humans are animals. But I wouldn't interrupt you and be like, "Oh, here's an atheistic sermon." You know, what I mean, like that's the same. It's the same thing. You're preaching that we're unimportant animals. So it's like the point is everyone can have their own opinion. That's kind of what this room is for. Is that everyone kind of gives each other space to just say their take on it, and then you compare ideas.
Yeah, and you can question others. I mean, I'm sure we can, disagree and question each other about these things. And excuse me, man, I've been breathing chainsaw fumes all day, so I don't know if you guys hear me well. But yeah, man, let's just have dialogue, man. We can disagree, but if someone's in the middle of something, please don't cut them off.
Yeah, and everybody's welcome tonight in our Jubilee study, Book of Jubilee that they took out that could be important. It's always gets to this, right? To this point where we're talking about like a creator, they're not a creator. I don't need somebody telling me what to do, but at the end of the day, they're lying to us for a reason, and I believe there's a spiritual component to the lie. And I think, a lot of people in here are really, really generous when they do listen to us and let us, talk and share and things like that. So it's just one of those days, just
And
Well,
when
this
you're
is kind of why I appreciated North's approach, though, because I will say this and it's no, like hidden surprise or whatever that I'm a believer. I think it's wisdom on behalf of anyone here that believes in the scripture to understand the aggravation that arises when people hear stuff about the scriptures. And so, like, conciseness would be wisdom. That's not even directed at anyone, but it's just like something I've learned. Like, it's best to keep it concise and let the other counter jump in point by point, because if not, people are gonna get aggravated. So yeah, I'm just throwing that out.
Crypto, do you want to say something because your light's shining?
Oh yeah, well I keep on trying to say something, but I don't want to because I need to go on mute because I know I've got a lot of background noise. Yeah, I mean I would say that obviously the topic at the moment is morality and whether religion affects those morals, and I think that's a very important topic to be discussed. Obviously, I think everyone in the room agrees with that. But I would say on top of that, that just because it's an important topic, that doesn't give 2 or 3 users carte blanche to talk forever. And I'm not directing that at you. I'm not directing that at you. That's you have to understand that it's still a topic that other people get to have an opinion on as well. So we need to have a back and forth. It needs to be like it normally. Okay, fantastic. So we can all agree with that. Again, I wasn't telling you to wrap it up. I was summarizing what I thought someone else had said. I wanted you to carry on. Please continue if you want to. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate this point, though, just to understand that you're going to get the accusation of preaching if it seems like you're having a conversation with yourself and you're just, it's kind of like what Zanuck does. Like Zanuck preaches. So if you do the same thing with the scriptures, I mean, that's just begging for aggravation. So I'm just, maybe try to not do that.
Well, that's kind of that's what I'm trying to get at with it. Sorry, just quickly, because we have people preaching the Globe sermon and they don't shut up. They'll be going 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes just asserting one of these things, and just because it's a different topic, that doesn't make that same behavior okay. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
And let's just be clear. I just wanted to be clear with everyone in the room that it might have got to religion and people talking about religion, but we were just speaking about morality and why people do the things they do and where does the thoughts and the reasoning come from. And so we were talking about evolutionists and the teaching of there is no creator and survival of the fittest. We were speaking about that aspect specifically, And what I was pointing out there is, I think it's very evident. You know, if you teach people survival of the fittest, then they're gonna do that. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna reason out in their mind, right? They're gonna see no consequence for taking something of someone else, unless society's gonna put them in jail or, you know, capital punishment. What we could go on and on for hours, but that's just my point, man. Your thoughts and your reasoning comes from your mind. This moral compass you think you have, your own individual moral compass. It's not everyone else's. It's not the same. It's your own. And there are murderers, there are rapists. So we could have a great conversation, but you guys go ahead, continue. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to simply say that this morning we were talking about it, you know, being a fairly new believer and stuff. And it's like a process. I'm learning to navigate myself through the scriptures with people. And it's a fine line being truth seekers. How's this for everybody? It's a fine line being a truth seeker and wanting to express and share with people, right? And it's a fine line of not knowing when not to care and be attached to what you're sharing. You know, so that's what I'm really trying to navigate through my truth seeking and my spiritual you know, self and delivery. Kind of hard sometimes.
And so I like to ask questions to people, you know, like I asked Left Lane, why do people murder? And he says he doesn't know. And these are things that it would behoove us to know these things, right? So we have a lack of knowledge. It's kind of like someone said earlier, I believe, Left Lane. People are born knowing nothing, and perhaps it wasn't him that said it, perhaps it was someone else. But all I'm saying is it would behoove us to know why these things happen. And this we will never know unless we converse about it and analyze it, right? So if we do that and we talk about the reasoning mind and where these thoughts come from and where these thoughts to murder or rape or do these things, this is all mental, has nothing to do with the physical. So that would be a great conversation, but it's kind of like asking Glovers, you know, other questions. You're not going to get it. Anyone who wants to hide the truth, they don't want to answer, and all they're going to do is attack. That's what's going to happen.
So I have a
Okay.
topic change. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, just okay. Let's just on this topic and then change off. But now that we've both calmed down a little bit, you understand? Do you actually understand what my argument was? Right? You get a group of people together, and they have a culture, right? That they have decided that not murdering is better for the group. Okay. Now I'm not even saying that I believe this. So that's the first thing. This is just an easy argument that's a rebuttal to your point, right? It's an easy argument for an atheist to make. So how is that illogical to say, well, they have a culture and they have a culture based on whatever it is that led them to the conclusion that not murdering is better than murdering for the group? Like, where do they need a god in that scenario?
The God would be, in that scenario, their leader. Whoever they're looking up to make these decisions, even if they're making them all themselves, someone's enforcing those decisions. Someone is going to enforce the law. So that would be the replacement. That would be their gods. They replace their own moral compass with someone over them enforcing the moral compass upon them. Because morality is a very fine line in different situations. And I think that's very evident too, and we could talk about that. But there still are murderers, and we have a lot of cultures who have gotten together and said, "Hey, murder's wrong. Let's not do it." Do we still have murderers? Yeah. So why do they murder? Why do they do that? Is it because they're not listening to the culture? Yes. Kind of like I said earlier, you can have a big group, a small group. It doesn't matter. You can have 12 disciples. One of them is going to betray you. That's what's going to happen. It's just gonna happen, and it's evident because it's logical because it's all around you, and it's
But couldn't they
illogical to
just
think
say that?
any other way.
Couldn't they just say that people that believe in the Bible also have murdered people, right? Like, I understand what Crypto's saying. The argument is that you don't need a creator to know that murder is bad because you can just have like a materialistic, selfish desire that motivates coming to an agreement. But I do think that North's making a good point, Crypto, or like what I think the good point back would be is that when it comes down to it, if there's any selfish desire where murdering you would be advantageous to them, they may just do it anyway because there's not actually a moral reason to prevent it. It's all about like selfish advantage. So that would be where it would kind of fall apart, right?
But don't you
Exactly
think
what I
that
said.
don't you think that would lead to the atheistic point being stronger though? Because in many religious societies, people murder anyway.
Yeah,
No,
that's what I'm
because
saying. That's what I was saying would be the response, but I think it's still not really addressing where it's like, say that it's advantageous for me to kill you, but I'm not going to do it because I know it's wrong, as opposed to, well, that's all that is right or wrong is whatever's advantageous for me. So at that point, then there's no reason not to murder you.
it doesn't make it. Could I answer you? Crypto,
Okay,
I just wanted to answer your question you had. You said, wouldn't it make it stronger for an atheist? It would make a stronger point for an atheist. And I would reply to that with no, it would not. In fact, it would do nothing but support the scripture or the creator even more so. Because there is a time, that's why I say people knowing the text they speaking of. There is a time when the creator says in his text that he will hand those people over to a useless mind, and they will murder, and they will rape, and they will break covenants or deals that they make. They will do these things. They're backbiters. So, and there's no coming back from that. So it supports my view more that if you teach these people all these things, and it's just going to lead to that path where they're handed over to their own mind. And when you're handed over to your own mind, the things like Whitsitt says, and like I said earlier, is that one person in the group, if it's advantageous for them, they're going to take your life, man. They're just going to take it. There's no consequence.
So the problem I have with your argument there, North, is that you're using the Bible as an argument against atheism, where an atheist wouldn't use the Bible, right? So that wouldn't make sense.
I'm not.
Yes.
No, I'm just no. See, what I'm doing is I'm responding to what you said about an atheist. I wasn't talking about atheists at all earlier. What I'm doing right now is responding to something you said. You said this, right? You said it would make it a stronger point for an atheist. And I said, well, it would make it a stronger point for how I feel about it, because I believe the scripture. And when the scripture teaches what it teaches about the creator and about the mind.
You need to stop talking and let me
2 more
finish.
minutes, she'll be done.
Oh my God, dude.
You need to stop doing that. So anyway, I was going to respond to Whitsitt as well, because you'll notice that there are two people talking to me at the moment, so I need to be able to respond to both of you. So I've already made my response to you. I'm now going to make my response to Whitsitt. So Whitsitt, if I remember your point, can you just summarize it briefly? Because now it's kind of fuzzy, but you were saying about how murdering could be advantageous, and so it doesn't address the central moral reason to not murder. Was that the point?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, fair enough. So, I mean, I would just counter that. And again, I'm not an atheist, right? So I'm just trying to make an atheist's argument because for the sake of argument, really. Because I think there are plenty of people who murder when it's not advantageous to them. And a good example would be, for instance, someone's in an abusive relationship. They decide that they're going to murder their partner to release from the relationship, whatever. But that's got nothing to do with God, and it's not advantageous to them either.
Well, it is advantageous. They get out of the relationship that's abusive. That their motivation is selfish, and as a personal motivation of gain. Whereas, say that I could kill the person abusing me in a relationship, and it would give me relief, escape. Maybe I couldn't because we signed a lease or whatever. But I know it's morally wrong. So, like, I'm just saying it's going to boil down to like a distinction there, where if it's only about whatever is basically advantageous for you, like even that example, then there's nothing to stop you from doing it, because according to that train of thought, it's actually morally acceptable as it is subjective. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. I think as well, though, then you have to take into the context of what the punishment for that crime would be. I assume we're not including punishment as a possible motivation.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe not. I guess that's a decent response, right? Like, well, if a group of atheists come together and say that we have to come up with this cultural agreement that murder's wrong because it is in the best interest of the group, so here are punishments, So then, yeah, I guess in that sense, a selfish motivation would prevent you from murdering. So that would be the best rebuttal, yeah.
So we're going back to the same
That
thing,
was
right? Yeah, we're going back to. Can I speak for a minute now, or do you want me to stop? So are we going back to the same? We're going to go back to the same thing and say that there's a culture or a group of people that get together and they make laws, right? Are we going back and having the same conversation again? This
I'm
is
trying to flesh
strange.
it out with wits, and if you don't want to have that conversation, then just don't talk.
Didn't he tell you the answer to that? He told you there's going to be one in the group, right? Or more in the group that's going to do what's advantageous to him. He said that earlier. He said exactly what I said in a different way. So I don't get it, man. Why do people want to play devil's advocate or just argue for the sake of arguing against something they can't argue about? It makes no sense. You're just going to say the same thing over and over.
Bro, you can't just filibuster. Other people can't talk.
You're on some demok shit over here, bro.
Can I respond to Witsit now? Am I allowed to, North? Please? Fantastic. So, what was a part of my original argument there, Witsit, was the punishment itself. So when you've murdered the person, you do get a release from the relationship, sure, but the punishment would obviously be the disadvantage. So that's why I asked you if the punishment was an issue. So obviously a religious person might say that you'd be punished by your creator or whatever. But an atheist wouldn't have that response. They might say that you'd be punished by the authorities, right? So.
Yeah, I guess that would end up coming to the question that if there wasn't some type of organizational punishment by agreement, would the murder then be acceptable? And according to one side, the answer would be yes. According to one side, the answer would be no. It's still wrong. So say that you cross the border and you're no longer in that jurisdiction. Well, now then there's nothing preventing the atheist from murdering you. But so there's still obviously a distinction here, but I do agree. Basically, if the main purpose of the argument from the atheist perspective is to say, well, look, we could have a reliable structure that would prevent murder without God, just based on selfishness and tactically deciding what's the best for the group. It's not a terrible argument. Like I don't necessarily necessarily disagree that the atheist can kind of defend that position with some logic. Like I actually disagree.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is I'm not an atheist, as you know. Like, so I'm just trying to make the argument, and if there's an atheist in the room who can make a better argument, then go ahead. But anyway, we can move on.
Well, no, that's the best they got. We're still going to boil down to the end of it, which is like, okay, so if then there was no organizational agreement, then murder would be acceptable, right? I mean, so it requires then what you're doing is it kind of Norse point, right? Which is like now you're depending on the power structure. Whatever the power structure is must maintain like integrity and fairness and not abuse its power, or then you're just screwed. Then all of a sudden murder is legal if the government says so, let's say. Right.
The government already does say so because they go and murder people in every other country in the world. So yeah.
Yeah, and babies included, right? So
yeah. Anyway, we can.
I have a question for Hey Witsit. So, I heard you last night in the show. It was a great show, or teaching, whatever you want to call it. So I looked up this one word I was reading yesterday. I looked up this one word because I heard you say universe and everything, right? And plus I was reading and I looked up this one word. So listen to this. So I'm not going to say the universe anymore. Tell me if you think it matters or whatever. But so the word that I was looking up, it was world in what I was reading, and then it came to cosmos, and it says cosmos is another name for the universe. Using the word cosmos implies viewing the universe as a complex and orderly system or entity. And it says the cosmos. Here, let me go. The cosmos. Dang it. The cosmos. I saved it here. It keeps messing up. Oh my gosh, sorry. The cosmos and understandings of the reasons for the existence and significance and studied in cosmology, a broad discipline covering scientific, religious, and philosophical aspects, the cosmos and its nature. And then it says, it goes on a little bit more. And then there's chaos. So chaos is the mythological void state preceding the creation of the universe, the cosmos. In Greek creation myths and Christian theology, the same term is used to refer to the gap of the abyss created by the separation of heaven and earth. And it's funny. I don't know if it means anything or anything. I liked it because then it took me to the chaos, and it says cosmogony. And what do we have on our money, right? Order out of chaos, essentially. So what do you think about using cosmos as opposed to universe? Does it really matter? But with that explanation, that definition, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah,
Here,
Cosmos may be better. I don't know.
I know. I've always said universe. Here, this one I was listening. I took it when one has your picture of the screenshot on your show last night, but here, I'll post this. Come in here. I just thought, yeah, it's more orderly, and they would want to create chaos. That's what they do with everything, and they want to bring the order out of their chaos. I like cosmos. I got to teach myself how to say that.
Yeah, I think that the etymology of universe, right? It's like verse. It's like turned. Some say word, right? Like one word, but no, I think it's turned. So it's like universe means turned into one, which is still pretty fascinating, right? I mean, like who turned it into one, right?
Right.
So like, yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. And then it had the picture that I was using for Enoch. So I was like, wow, that's cool. And the Wikipedia. I just like the cosmos because it has order to it. Of course, because you and Shane are my celestial guys. I go to you guys.
Yeah, I think Cosmos is cool. I'll have to look into all the different etymological interpretations, see which one I think is better. They both have obviously modern associations that suck. So.
Yeah, right, with the Greek and everything.
Hey y'all, I've enjoyed these last couple hours, and I know we're a petri dish of different thinkers. We have different ideals about things. But it's awesome that we can even have as much success as we do have because we're using the English language, which is wild if you haven't looked into kind of like the spell there is in the language and how many different meanings things have. And I'm just commending everybody for, rather than just popping TV dinner into the microwave and sitting watching Netflix all night or CNN all day, like even if it gets sideways in here, I still value everything I've ever heard in here because none of it's threatening me personally. And yeah, you guys keep crushing.
I do like Cosmos actually, man. Yeah, because it's definitely just order. So, yeah, maybe I should just say we're at the center of the cosmos because we're at the center of the order.
Well, I mean, I really like that. I had that distinction, and I was reading John 1, like, I don't know, 49 or something. And then I was like, okay, I had world in there. I was like, okay, let me see what the word is. And then I was like, cosmos. And then I remember chaos from a while ago, and it says cosmogony. Like I was like, I saved that a long time ago. And so I looked that up. But yeah, I do, because there's such order up there. It's beautiful. And you and Shane are teaching me and many others about it. So much love.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I might actually start saying it. Well, people are trying to get me to stop saying the word universe, but I'm like, well, one word or turned into one, like that word isn't intrinsically bad, right? But
I always said it. I didn't know the alternative necessarily, I just really didn't. Here's the one that I took last night when I was listening to your show. It has you in the little it was good. It was really good. I like your shows. Oh wait, did I already delete it? Anyways, I appreciate it. And then you're giving us a schedule. You're going to do Mondays and Wednesdays, maybe Thursdays, and then Fridays.
Yep.
That's cool. I like that. It's nice because like what we're doing here is we're trying to schedule events because people have lives and they don't want to miss anything. So the more time that, the more it's set in time, they can rearrange their schedules.
Yeah, it's like the number one complaint I got was that no one can ever tell when I'm going to stream 'cause it's like all over the place.
So
Well,
Blaze, for the next 30 days, say to yourself, under the heavens, 10 times a day, 300 times the next month, and maybe you'll get away from universe and you'll know that you are live under the heavens, and it doesn't matter what the shape of the earth is, you're under the heavens of God.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, what are you going to say? The earth is the center of under the heavens?
I didn't say it was perfect.
Right. Well, you guys, can I just tell you this really quickly because I'm so excited? So today, by my calculations, is the 27th day of the 13th Hebrew month, and this Saturday is a full moon, so it's new moon day for me. So it's a set apart day, and then my Passover is going to be 14 days later. But so check it out. So I've been, a few of you guys might have listened to me. I've been waiting for these celestial events to happen so that I know it's the first month of the Hebrew month, Abib. So the star, and even Enoch supports this. There's stars that lead the sun and the moon. So Spica is behind the moon, but it's going to pass the moon by Saturday. So my prediction is going to do it by like Thursday, maybe Friday. So really, and I'm almost done. So Spica, Abib, the star, is going to be leading the moon. So it's going to pull out in front of it. And then the star Hamal is already pulling out it's going to be leading the sun. So that's as the sun is rising at dawn. And then, of course, we're going to have it's the around Polaris and everything too. It's going to be around that area. So it's going to be spring. But I've been waiting for like 7-8 months for this celestial event. I'm like, how is this not a proof of that we live on a fixed and immovable stationary plane?
Hey, Blaze, I got a celestial event for you. Pastor Omar Trebo in the Church of the Nazarene, Church of the Hebrew in Philadelphia, in his 5-part series, talks about the heavens being rolled back someday, and then we'll be able to look up and see Isaiah 40:22. He sits at the top and looks down upon us as grasshoppers. That someday the sky will be rolled back and we'll see that God was there the whole time, very close. Just like the sun is very close and local, God was very close and local as well.
Heck yeah. But I mean, the fact that the stars do this every year, like, how is that not a proof of that the sky is moving above us and that I mean, okay, so how would they explain it on a spinning globe? The same stars.
The Glober answer is that we don't understand the grand scale and size of the universe, and that doesn't matter how fast or far that we move, everything appears to be stationary.
Well, I will tell them now. Listen, I'm beginning to understand the cosmos, and you have
Mm-hmm.
some explaining to do.
Well, I'm sold. I'm going to say cosmos from now on, and then Jim to expound on what you just said about the heavens being rolled back. I have just an idea that when the sky's rolled back and the Messiah is returning, the perspective, like the azimuthal grid of perspective, is going to go away, and we'll see just how big the actual place is. Like, when you're standing at the Grand Canyon and you can just see how massive it is. I don't think anyone understands how big the world is and what we're under.
Probably not. I'm
That
okay
just
with not understanding. Go ahead, Tora.
that just might be the veil that's lifted. I like that, Run Boss. That's nice.
Well, if you think about it, if it's true that the sun only lights up a particular part of the earth, and if you think that if somebody thinks it's a flat extended plane, it's not all lit up at one time. I've often made giant warehouse where there's only one spotlight lighting up one spot. And I think in that monumental moment when everyone can look up and see the Messiah returning, if that's true, I'm just saying, if it's real, then it's like all the lights in the warehouse come on and we look up and it's like, what? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks for letting me share. I know that's kind of like way out there, but it's fun to be like a little kid and explore all things in nature, and you know what I mean?
For sure. Blaze, did you count how many days? Did you do this last year too? And count how many days it was to do that full
No,
1 year?
I got in it. I let somebody else tell me when the biblical calendar was, but no, this time I'm counting my days. So, it's not easy, especially for someone that really tells herself you don't understand and whatever. I have a lot of conversations going on. There's some things that I take an interest in and I can understand, and that's what I'm doing here as best I can. Um, but the interesting thing is it's not necessarily just in one book, right? It's almost like the first trilogy. You have the Torah, then you have Enoch, and then I think Jubilees. I don't know, but it's interesting.
It is, yeah. I was curious about that because I think 13 times 28 is 364 as well. So I was just wondering like if we actually look to the sky for the calendar, because I'm sure that's where
Yeah,
the real
100%,
calendar is. You know, I,
100%.
I would just it would just be interesting to know that exact cycle. Like I've wanted to count from the spring equinox to when the sun returns with that star constellation behind it again. How many days does that take?
Mm. And what's really interesting on this coming Saturday, full moon. Oh, does somebody want to say something really quickly? Okay, let me. King Charles is getting coronated king. Interesting. I think these people know Yah's calendar a little bit, but the reason I bring it up is because to me it's also a fixed and immovable stationary Earth proof. Because there's not always a 13th month. This is my first experience having a 13th month, and the only reason I knew it was a 13th month is because Spica wasn't leading the moon and Hamal wasn't leading the sun at sunrise. So that's how how I knew it was a 13th month.
Here's why. Here's sorry, Blaze. Here's
No,
why
go
a
ahead.
lot of a lot of physicists are atheists, because they look into things that some of it is pseudoscience. But I find Revelation 1:17 very interesting. It says, "Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him." If he comes in the clouds and every eye should see him, that automatically says half the ball wouldn't be able to see him if we looked on a ball or a globe. And it just piggybacks on Isaiah 40:22. He sits upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants see him as grasshoppers. And I just find it fascinating that the ball, and I know a lot of people don't agree with this, but I think the ball of the globe is a satanic convention, just to take away from the Bible
Well, what is
alone.
satanic, right? What we have to say what that is. Satan, it just means adversary, right? So we need to be, I think, don't you think we need to be careful with throwing that around as if it's like, because there's one accuser. You
Mhm.
know what I'm saying? I don't want to be an accuser. There's already one. I don't know. We have to have a different delivery. I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I think Revelation 12:1 through 9 talks about the devil being the great deceiver,
Mhm.
and I think the globe is a great deception,
Sure.
and so I have come to the opinion that John Calvin was right, that monstrous ways, deranged, devil possessed, and I know a lot of people don't like that, but I think Luther and Calvin stood up to the Catholic Church Jesuits, as they became in 1540. And so I think when Calvin and Luther speak it, then I'm going to listen, because just for the fact that they stood up against the entire known Western world at that time. And so I find those two just really fascinating people.
Mhm. But don't stop there because I mean, I love the Reformation stuff, but then I later found out that Luther did not like the first century faith followers of Messiah.
Yeah, I just found out that the Chris from Heliosorcery, Chris Sparks, is going to his next production he's thinking about is going back to the Tower of Babel. You know, when they tried to reach, you know, the heavens through the Tower of Babel, and he might start out there for his next like Heliosorcery, you know, 2.0. And so, you know, I look forward to that because, you know, he did it with his wife as the camera person and one other person that, you know, they did it. So, you know, they did Heliosorcery 103 minutes with 3 people, and they got 245,000 views so far on YouTube, which I find remarkable.
Fantastic. You know,
Hey, can I
there's
ask?
no doubt. Go ahead.
I was going to ask if I could ask a question about the sun to Lion because I heard him say something the other day, and it was I was kind of fascinated by it, but my head isn't fully wrapped around it. And that was that, you know, we count a year, like we, the mainstream, counts a year 365 days, and we have the leap year. But he was explaining the other day that what actually is going on in reality is the sun uh, does its journey, and every year it's 364 days for 3 years straight, and then on the 4th year it's 366 days. And I was going to ask him, like, it confused me a little bit because I mean we have time because the sun, you know, comes around every 24 hours or close to that. But if he's listening, I was going to have him recap that 4-day thing. He may not be available, and I'll just stand down. Okay, carry on.
I'm driving right now and I got low reception, so I can't.
Okay, I'll just ask you later. But it was pretty
Is not going to
fascinating.
want to listen to that. But yeah.
Hey, Blaze, what were you going to say? I sort of interrupted you.
I don't know. I think this is just kind of what we do. You know, I mean, it's not like we can see each other when they're going to talk or anything, so it's all good. Hey, I want to say hi to God Scalpel. I'm right here. I want to say hi to everybody. There's a lot of people in here that don't talk. There's this one person that he never talks. But he's always wherever. I don't know. He's not in here right now. But anyways, what's up, God Scalpel? You want to say hi?
Hi. Hi, guys.
Hi, Scalpel.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it on your
Yeah,
side of
it's
the
been a
world?
while.
Yo,
Oh,
Blake. Sorry, go.
oh, go ahead.
No, you go.
Just interrupt me about tell how spring finally came in Canada. Go ahead. Don't worry about me.
You need it. Both of you guys, actually.
Oh, I gotta go on mute anyhow. Now my dogs are getting excited.
Uh-oh.
Oh, maybe they're alright.
Good to
Yeah,
see
no,
you.
things are good. As good as they can be, I guess, in Canada for
Well,
a
that's what I'm
slum of
saying.
a country.
Are you guys getting those 15-minute cities?
Isn't everybody?
Wow. That I did not expect that answer. I mean, like, not yet. Hopefully, we're going to put some kind of resistance up.
I heard Ron DeSantis is ordering like a whole bunch of them right off the hop. You'll be one of the first people to get it going.
Are you pulling my leg? I would believe it. He's like a.
No, I don't know. I'm just pulling your leg.
Well, I mean, if you're a politician, you're either going to play the game, or they're going to boot you out, or they're going to kill you.
Yeah,
So,
but
and
didn't Florida just now ban
Hate speech, didn't they?
what? You're
vaccine?
breaking up there.
You
What's it?
you must have the right to not do any of them. I
Did,
may have
did you?
broke up, but yeah.
Yeah, you
Did.
broke up. Could you say it again?
Sorry. Yeah, I forgot. When I go to the yard, the Wi-Fi is like far away. Anyway, like they banned centralized banking digital currency in Florida. They also banned any type of like vaccine restrictions or mandates or lockdowns or mask mandates like across the entire state. Period. Banned them and banned Yeah, digital
That's
currency,
fantastic.
centralized banking.
But I mean, like I just said, you're either going to get with the program or they're going to take you out one way or another.
But one thing I don't get, like, okay, he's super Zionist.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't trust him at all. He's like in Zionist pocket. But what I'm saying is, it's very interesting. I don't understand, like, for them to even bring attention to that seems weird. To go tell Florida, like, oh, we're going to ban this centralized banking, and we hope that it starts like a revolution across the entire country where all these different states ban it. Like, it's really hard for me to wrap my mind around them doing that because that's so clearly a big part of their plan. So
Yeah, I know. Who's that really smart, gorgeous governor? She was one of the first ones to do it. What was it? Not in Utah, South Dakota.
South
Yeah.
Dakota, yeah, but she didn't respond to my letter about free speech, so she sucks.
She's
No, I'm
out.
just kidding. Yeah, I forgot her name, but she's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I look at it this way, Blaze. The politicians is kind of like professional wrestling, WWE, that we see on Monday night and Friday night, if we still have a TV. And they come out, good guys, bad guys, blah blah blah. The crowd loves some people, the crowd hates the other, but they all get dressed in the same locker room.
All roads lead to
But
Rome.
do they ban?
As a
I'm just
theater.
saying, can anyone help me out here and understand this? Like, why did Florida bring attention to it? Like, why just not? If you want to put, okay, DeSantis is the good guy, just pretend he is. He's a Zionist. They'll never know. Why come out and ban the jab? Why come out and say no centralized digital currency here? Like, that's pretty crazy, right?
Trojan horse.
From a tactical perspective, if you manage to have like one or two states that has all of those people in it that have that way of thinking, then you're removing that resistance from other states. So what they might be doing, I'm just spitballing it. What they might be doing is saying, right, Florida is where you don't have to do any of this shit. So everyone moved to Florida, but now they have 40 states where the people who would have resisted it aren't resisting anymore.
Yeah, so I thought about that because I actually am like contemplating going to Florida, and not because of that, just because I just want to go there, but like stay there. But yeah, it's like it's a setup. It's like Florida's a setup. Whether they do something to Florida or they're just like, yeah, all you less obedient people go over there.
What have they done with what have they done with the Electoral College? They added 2 electoral votes to Florida, 3 to Texas. They are pushing people to the South. They are putting people in states that are more easily to control when that time comes to control. So just look at California, Texas, Florida, and all these places that have relatively nice weather where people want to go. They're putting people in, I don't want to call them concentration camps, forgive me, concentration states, so they're more easily controlled. And so I find Florida, California, and Texas to be like that, and they're getting rid of, people from the colder states are going south.
I just have to disagree with you. Like Texas isn't more controllable because did you know that in Texas, the electrical grid is privatized? So, like, there's actually a flat Earth millionaire who that's what he does, and there is no cutting the power off in Texas because it's all individual and privatized all throughout the state. Now, for like Tennessee, for example, TVA, Tennessee Valley Association, that provides power to multiple states. But in Texas, it's all privatized. You can't cut off the grid in Texas.
I thought they did. And
Skiba
Except
was part of that.
Well, the snow messed up the power, yeah.
Except in the last 2 winters in Florida, not Florida, Texas, that was the big deal. Was everybody was giving, of course, Abbott the hard time about, hey, we need to make sure this doesn't happen again, because they had that big problem in February of 2021 when McKinley got down to 13 below, Richardson got down to 3 below, and the power went out. And everybody was like wanting to blame Abbott. We're going to get Beto Francis, Robert Francis in, as governor. And so
yeah, but this is why, because the governor seemed to have made some call to try to go over the privatization in Texas. And Texas is a bunch of people that have lots of guns, and
Yeah,
they
they
do
do.
not play
They
that
do.
game, bro. That's why they started to revolt. They immediately started to revolt. As soon as the governor tries to take away their privatization of power, people in Texas are not going to be very happy. They had the cover of the storm there. So if the only way I can see that it would be a trap, could be quote unquote more controllable, would be like weather weapons, like weapons of weather. Like that's the only way that I can see it making sense. Like I like when I go to Florida or Texas, I'm like, oh man, this is the elite do not like this place. Like everyone just does what they want. They're just very free people there.
Having lived there, having lived there for 4.5 years, and been up here for I'm sorry to interrupt you, crypto. Having been up here for about 3 months, I can tell you something about Texas. It is wholly overrated. You have half the population in Austin, Houston, and Dallas Fort Worth, and the rest of it's pretty much open. But it is really overrated. They get you on property taxes like you wouldn't believe. Sure, it has a 0% state income tax, but they literally get you on toll roads and they get you on property taxes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like. Sorry, can I come in?
Yeah, sure, you good.
Yeah, I'll just be quick. I feel like Wix's original point was kind of misunderstood though, because what he was saying is that you're not going to find that Texas is being cut off for power for political reasons specifically, right? So when because they're privatized, right? So okay, so Texas's grid. I don't even know anything about this. I'm just saying from what you guys have said that it went out because of a storm or whatever, right? But that's not political reasons, right? So. You would therefore have to either blackmail or convince the private owners to take that measure, which is going to be a lot harder to do than if you were just in control of it as a state.
Yeah, exactly. Like in TVA, if they cut their power off, it just cuts the power off for multiple states. Like bang, government makes a decision, boom, cuts the power off. It's so much more difficult in Texas. And I find that very interesting that most people don't know about that either. Like actually Sean Hitler was telling me about it. So that's why he wants to move to East Texas, because there's just a ton of land, everything's pretty cheap, and it's privatized power grid.
I just wanted to say that my 2 cents on why Florida seems to be going against the grain. So we, Tucker Carlson just got fired, or he quit. Either way, he's like a spokesperson. A lot of people agree with his ideology. He seems to resonate with most of the population, or at least more than half. And he seems to be talking a good talk. But at the end of the day, Tucker Carlson seems to be a Kabbalist and also a Zionist.
Why? Just because of the bracelet?
Well, yeah. Who coincidentally wears maroon string bracelets on their left wrist? Like, well, that is sketchy.
Well,
real quick, let me just finish my train of thought. Real quick.
Yeah, sorry.
So basically, what I'm thinking is going to happen is like last time they're predicting a red wave, and then because of the mail-in ballots, like they rigged the election and stole the election. The Democrats won, even though they're working, right? They all get dressed in the same locker room, right? But there's no honor among Steves. Like they really are fighting for power, and there's a dualism there, but. Like Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump might be buddies behind the scenes, but they really are fighting for that position. Don't get it twisted. Like Hillary really wanted to win in 2016 and she didn't, right? Against all odds, Trump ended up winning. I think what they're trying to do next time around is possibly make sure that the Republicans have a chance. So they're trying to get people to move to Florida and Texas. They're trying to make it more appealing so that when the next election comes around, they might have a fighting chance. But I think whether DeSantis is running for president or not, Trump's going to get reelected, right? That's what I think is going to happen. And Trump, we know, is a Zionist, and his son-in-law is a Zionist, Jared Kushner, and the whole Israel connection there. If you look deep into it, bro, like you've seen the shekel that Trump's on, and I'm sure that you guys are aware about their future plans. It's all written out, basically in codes. But if you look at the back of that shekel, like it's all right there.
So the future is all these Zionists are going to be elected. That's what it comes down to. I don't know though.
Yeah. Yeah, but we are not saying the election was stolen. It was 100% legitimate and amazing and incredible. And whew, thank you, government.
Thank you, Daddy Government.
Well,
And
I do have.
go ahead, Crypto.
Sorry, but I think you're going ahead before me. Sure.
Oh, thanks, Crypto. I'm just thinking, Austin's changed my mind on some things over the last few months, but I've come to the conclusion that every single election since 17, whatever it was, Washington, all the way through Clinton and Obama and now Biden, every single one was scripted out decades ago. And all I have to do, coming out of the Trump cult that I was in for 51 months, is look back at Donald Trump. All his grandparents and parents were Protestants, and he went to a private school from kindergarten to 12th grade, 19 students per class per year. Then he went 5 years of military school, and then guess where he went from 64 to 66? He went to Fordham University, fordham.edu. In the first page, it mentions proud or something like Jesuit University twice in the first page of fordham.edu. So all of his family goes to Protestant, and all of a sudden Donald Trump ends up at a Jesuit university in Fordham. And from heliosorcery and all those things, we find out how much the Jesuits have, I don't want to say run the world, but from 1563, from the Council of Trent that ended in 1563, how much the Jesuits have influenced this world.
But Donald Trump converted to Judaism.
Well, yeah, recently he said he did. Yes.
All right, okay.
I don't know if that's actually legit or not, because like Christianity and Islam, you can convert to be a Christian or an Islam, and that's kind of like you're within the religion. But with Judaism, you can't just become a Jew. There's a bloodline thing going on there as well, right? So how does he? Because his mother wasn't Jewish, so how is he claiming to be Jewish now?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They have their cake and eat it too, though. They say it's a religion and it's an ethnicity, and so they say some sects tell you that you can convert, some say that you cannot, and that there's ethnicity and religion. Just one of those things. I do want to say this about Tucker real fast. So, I mean, apparently Tucker's dad was in the CIA, and then Tucker Carlson actually was an intern at the CIA for a second. So you're gonna combine that with everything else. I mean, I just want to throw it out there. Like that dude is controlled opposition, and so is Trump. So it just seems pretty obvious to me.
Just on the subject of a stolen election, which I think, look, from my point of view, I don't think elections are legitimate in the first place. You can't steal something that's not there, right? But you've got this stolen election, right?
No, allegedly, because this is one of the things that we got to strike for. So just keep it. You're good. Just keep it in mind.
So we live in a different world. Let's call it Earth 2. And in Earth 2, Donald Trump or at least some kind of violent act that they could therefore push gun control harder?
Yeah, or at least like build it up over time to where like once you set the fuse after it's been years of it boiling up, then they'll take the bait. Yeah. Are you kind of suggesting like they didn't take the bait, but they were hoping they would? Because I think it was like they play the long game. So right now, the Republicans are very like antsy, like they're very upset about 2020. So if something happens again, after they've just been kind of waiting for the next go around, then maybe they would actually take the bait. And then they could do stuff.
Obviously, in this other Earth which has got nothing to do with this Earth whatsoever, if they were to take the bait,
Yes. Yeah.
But that's definitely nothing to do with this Earth. Just for all of the soy boy cancel culture morons listening.
Yeah, and like it's interesting too because in this Earth, the military ran logistics as to whether or not they could actually take over the American population by force, and they seemed to come to the conclusion they definitely could not do that. So it would be very interesting to see what would happen.
So it'd almost be like on that Earth that they would have to disarm that population before they could fully control them.
Yeah, exactly. And so the question is, how could they manage to do that? Like, where I'm from, bro, you can't disarm them. That's all I'm saying. Where I grew up, there is no disarming the people. It's just not a thing.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking about like people would just die. Like, yeah, and even in South Carolina, right? I had the raccoons attack my chickens, and then the neighbor comes over. He's like, "Hey, I'll go over there and grab my 22, load it up for you right now. You can just keep it for a few days." Like that's just like the environment here. So in the South, yeah, I just can't imagine how they could ever pull it off. I think that the trick has to be like, make that group of people content to where they don't even feel the need to pull the gun out. That's what I think.
Yeah, the issue is though is that when people feel like they need to protect themselves, they will just make a weapon out of something. So you get that in London with knife crime. Like people don't really have easy access to guns, although there are guns in London. So they just make knives instead. Like, okay, cool. Now people are killing each other with knives. That's just really good. But then you don't have the advantage of being able to resist a government that's trying to take you over militarily. So it's kind of lose-lose for us.
Yeah. Like I think like what I'm saying is, I think that the best, if I was the powers that shouldn't be, what I would do is I would lead the opposition. I would swing the pendulum over far left, and then I bring it back to the right and have a couple heroes that appease all the people on the right. So the main threat of actual armed resistance is happy and content. And if you can trick them, you don't really have to worry about if they have guns or how many guns they have or what they'll do with them, because the guns just stay in the case because they're happy. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember as well, like, so there's a couple of things I want to mention. First of all, I remember when the alt-right was a thing. I don't know if you remember that, it was a few years ago. Like, people were talking about, the alt-right, they're going to be better, and they know about the Zionists and all this kind of stuff. And like the leaders of these movements were all degenerates, right? I'm not going to go into like exacts, but the leaders of these movements were all people who shouldn't be part of the movement, let alone leading it. The other thing that I find interesting is that when we talk about like guns and the ability to do violence, right? The easiest thing to level the difference in physical power between men and women is guns, right? So I don't know why we don't hear feminists being pro-gun. I don't understand that. Well, I do understand it, but from a logical perspective, if you are a feminist and you care about women, the easiest way to protect women, like from men, because we live in this horrible patriarchy, is to make sure they're all armed. And yet feminists are generally anti-gun.
I can answer that easy. Have you ever seen a logical feminist?
No. But anyway, whatever.
There you go.
I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, it's because like it's just whatever the leftist script is. It's all sold to the people in the form of virtue signaling, so they're going to always stick to the whole script.
Right.
Because it's just about convincing everyone, creating a show that they're better people than you, basically, right? So.
Yeah, of course.
I think if they're forcing everyone to Florida for the weather manipulation, that would be quite logical, because we watch those storms and the way, just even how they've all been hitting Texas these last couple of years, it's pretty weird. The way they form, the direction they go, the predictions they make beforehand, and then where they actually hit.
Didn't it like snow in somewhere really far south last year in America?
Well, it snowed in Southern California recently, yeah, which is like insane. So, yeah, I don't know. This is really weird though, because it's like, see, that's one of the reasons that I'm considering not going to Florida, is because I'm like, is this a trap? Like, are they gonna pull out? Are they gonna finally pull out the weather weapons? You know, like I don't want to be too paranoid in my decision making though, because a lot of me just likes the idea of going to Florida. So
It's like the second day you're in Florida, like every house around your house has been dewed, but yours is just there perfectly, like, and you walk out your house and you're like, hold on, I fell for the bait.
Yeah.
I got lucky like that. I moved here in 2004, and it ended up getting the 3 hurricanes to my area. The eye went over, and it was insane. We thought we were being told to get out. We were like, "Are we Jonah right now or something?" It was crazy. But yeah, Florida's a pretty big place. You know, if a storm hits, it's devastating to that area, but not the entire state of Florida. We all, jump in our trucks and stuff and go help that area.
Sweet.
Yeah, Florida's awesome for just like spring water alone. Like the amount of access to clean, like really the best water in the world, like fresh spring water. It's like insane how much fresh water's in Florida. It's like hard to even fathom.
I spent a month in Florida a few years ago. Loved every single second of it. Florida is like the bomb. So anybody wants to move to Florida, go yes. Don't go to Texas, but go to Florida. And because Florida is just so beautiful, all the beaches, and even Orlando area is very nice.
Is Florida like a low tax state or is it high tax state?
No income tax.
No income tax in Florida.
That's right. Yeah.
No state income tax. Yeah.
What about the state taxes and city taxes? What are they like?
Yeah, I've lived in a couple different states. It's more expensive in New York. It's less expensive in Arizona. Florida is in between the two. There's no vehicle. There's no vehicle inspections. You can drive whatever. The registration's not much, but the car insurance is a little more than other places. So it all evens out in the end.
Imagine if you had the choice between living in Florida and New York, and you go, "I want to pay more to live in New York."
Yeah, it's crazy.
My brother does that.
Who would make that decision? Like, seriously.
Yeah, like Florida's so cool because you see like a lot of Trump flags and stuff like that. But really all that means to me is like you see a lot of people that are like just want the government to leave them alone. And that's really just the vibe in Florida. It's like its own little world. People don't care really about the government. Like it's just there's so much going on. There's so much nature. There's so much water. There's so much life and so many trees. It's really hard to care about whatever the government's saying. Just like this kind of irrelevant thing. And then there's clean water everywhere. There's like water in the air, right? And it rains consistently, but it never rains like really hard all day, consecutive days. Usually, it's like it'll just rain some. And so, just for like, say, like sustainability purposes, it's like a very good place to consider, right? You grow fruit in gardens year round, and you have a full supply of clean water.
Extremely bountiful place when it comes to growing your own food. Everything like that is perfect for it. Really is.
You know what's great about Florida? When you leave it to go back to Georgia or wherever, they always offer all these stands with pineapples and oranges. It's the best thing in the world. The last thing you do when you leave Florida is get a bushel of oranges and pineapple. It's the best thing ever.
Yeah, imagine getting just go stick the top of a pineapple in the ground in your backyard and just wait a little bit.
Yeah, I planted one, and Napalm has a really cute one blooming. Florida is great. But we're kidding ourselves a little bit too. Like it's just going to be a worldwide situation.
Yeah, but they might as well be in paradise.
Right, exactly. Listen, that I thought I sold my house. I thought I was going to be moving to the Ozarks and everything. And like prayers kind of stopped it. And I was like, all right, this is there's worse places to be. There it is beautiful. And where I live, I mean, I guess I'm a little partial, but I think we have the best downtown because it's just the right size. You know, like the Three Bears and the Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It's just right. It's not too big. It's not too small. But it's nice to go to other areas. Did you guys hear that West Palm had a huge hurricane? I think Monday. I mean, hurricane, tornado. Monday, Sunday or Monday. I think it was Sunday.
Yeah, that storm was insane. I'm just north of West Palm Beach, and yeah, it was bad. It's been like the last couple of weeks. It's been crazy weather.
Yeah, and I'm like 4 hours away, and it's just barely rained here. We need it
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
It rained, I think once last week for like maybe an hour, light rain. We need it so badly.
I see the storms. They're all forming off Okeechobee and coming over a lot of times too. So
Yeah.
You always have your childhood memories that you like. And my mom and dad, I had two older sisters. We always vacation. My dad would get a mobile home, rent a mobile home, and we'd go down RV, and we'd go down to Florida every December. So as my wife and I, we had our two daughters. That's where we always went. We always went to Florida, and it was just like it's just like one family to another. And we were all in Illinois, Peoria, Illinois, Bloomington, Illinois, and we always ended up going to Florida in December. Greatest time. And my mom and dad actually ended up in Leesburg, Florida, for retirement. My dad could play golf. My mother could hang around the swimming pool. It's just, it's funny how families just kind of go from generation to generation doing the same thing.
Pretty soon they're gonna. Somebody commented about why is open carry gonna be a good thing. Pretty soon, the next generation's probably not gonna want guns. Sorry, I kind of derailed that there. Will you say that again, Jim? I'm sorry, totally just walked all over you.
No, I like diverting or going from Florida to guns because Florida the Floridians like guns. So hey, that was a good segue into guns.
No, but what did you say about the generations and
Oh, I was just saying, my parents took us to Florida and my wife and I took our kids to Florida. So it's interesting.
Yeah, it's fun. It's always a destination, It's a fairly inexpensive one. It's a reasonable drive if you're driving. Yeah, it's great. I love my state. And if anybody's gonna be in Florida around St. Pete this Saturday having a Flat Earth meetup, let me know. Oh, hey, could you mention that? Oh, he's gone. Dang.
Yeah, Geo and Jeremy and Crypto all have a very spirited group of low earthers in this server. Very spirited.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yep. Hey, where are you gonna be tonight, Jim?
I am working on some learning. I'm not doing learning against learning. What Cardinal Wolsey did with the Catholic Church, where the learning was going against biblical scriptures. I'm doing my own learning, so I'm working on some introduction to quantum mechanics. E equal HV or E equal HF. Energy equal Planck's constant. Vibration, frequency, and all that stuff. And there's some good videos out there that are obviously anti-quantum mechanics, and so we're looking into that. It's very boring, but it's the micro part. Einstein liked the macro, which was general relativity. He didn't like quantum mechanics, and he shied away from it. So, but the general relativity is the macro, and quantum mechanics is the micro. And I tell you what, it is the micro, very small. I think it's just made up myself, but that's just me.
That's interesting. Well, I'm gonna boogie because we're gonna have a little study on Book of Jubilees tonight down below at 7:30. So stop by, anybody.
Hey, I hope you have a wonderful stationary topographical plane Tuesday.
Hey, thanks. I hope your study goes well tonight. Come
And
back and teach us something.
thanks.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
So, Austin, are you there, Austin?
Yeah, I just got off the phone. So.
How far? We're not going to hold you to it, but how far away are you from Witsit Gets It in a World Productions?
Yeah. I don't know. I have so many things going on right now, but
Oh my goodness.
I'd say I want to do something. I want to put out something this year, but that's all I can say.
Yeah, we're not going to hold you to it. You got a lot of things in the. And what do you want to say? You got a lot of fires going right now.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, I do want to do like little documentaries because I think I could make really dope ones.
I don't know why I thought about that. I don't know if it's because the level came out and I thought about it. It's like I bet Austin could have a great production company. And you wouldn't need a whole lot. He could probably do it like Chris did it with Helo Sorcery. Not many people. And you could be the one in front of the camera. Maybe you and one other person could be in front of the camera, and it could be an hour, 15 hour, 30 minutes, and pick a subject like what we see as being stationary or what we see as being level, and places across the country. United States is a great place to look at things that show that we're a plane and not a ball. So you don't have to go overseas or anything. You could actually stay in the States and do it. So I think it's really cool. I think a lot of people would say that's really neat. I never thought that we weren't a ball. A lot of people I talk to always think we're a ball, and they never think that we're stationary, and that they never think we're a plane. We always think we're a ball and we're moving. And I think documentaries that kind of go, hey, we're not moving, we're stationary, and documentaries that say we're level, we're not curved. I think people might go, hey, I learned something from that.
So the first one I want to do is a geostationary documentary, like the principle updated with a whole bunch of interviews. Yeah, and stuff like that. Like that's the first one I want to do. And even like, so I think I want to break it up to where I talk to different like physicists and professors and stuff, and where I talk to different like prominent preachers that preach the Bible, and yeah, just have their conversations in the documentary, and I think it'll be cool. Yeah, and I really want to do a lot of this stuff in Florida. I'm not gonna lie, like I just think that content looks way better in Florida. I also want to start. I think I'm going to do a documentary, like an expose on NASA, like NASA exposed documentary, where we have like all kinds of different interviews with astronauts and all kinds of stuff, all put into like a 4K, like well produced documentary.
Now I just like show me 8-inch miles squared. Show me we're a ball. You can't. And then you even mentioned on a podcast one time. I think you asked. I don't know if it was you asked somebody who was on there. You said, "Show me 8-inch per mile squared." I mean, excuse me. Show me motion of the Earth around the sun. It may have been in a debate that you asked that, but it was somewhere that I was watching you on your YouTube channel. You said, "Show me motion of the Earth around the sun," and I'll always remember that. So that's always my second question. Show me 8-inch per mile squared is the first. Second is show me motion of the Earth around the sun.
Yeah, it is like a setup question because like the model says you can't. The model says it's impossible to show you that. So, but most people are so dishonest they won't say that, right? So it's like it's honestly a tactic, but I use the tactic to expose the dishonesty in the debate. Like, do you agree that according to relativity, you cannot prove the Earth orbits the sun? Like, they'll never say that. They won't agree. They'll fight it. But that is what it says. So, I think that's a good place to start, honestly. I think motion might be the best place to start because once people accept, like, oh, whoa, I thought we knew for sure we went around the sun. Well, if we're not going around the sun, then it means we can't be spinning. And if we're not spinning or going around the sun, are we just a ball that sits there in space? And if the mainstream model turns out the mainstream model could be wrong because it itself says, well, you can't prove it's right, then maybe the Earth is a stationary topographical plane.
Yeah, motion is such an awesome segue into Michelson-Morley and Dayton Miller and all these globe earther scientists who said you can't detect motion of the Earth on the ground, and all these physicists who say, I mean, you did the list of them on geocentrism, and it was just like, I mean, motion of the Earth is the killer because geocentrism is a big word, but stationary is a big word. And if you can get people to understand geocentrism and stationary, you're halfway there.
Well, what was Zanuck going on about earlier with it's not an actual physical thing, it's an optical thing with the contraction. If that were so, then why did Michelson-Morley not detect it? Hello?
Wait, what's your question?
Yeah, Zanuck said it wasn't physical earlier, the contraction, the length contraction. If it's not physical, then why didn't if it's only observer dependent, it wouldn't have affected the length of the tube in the Michelson-Morley thing, right?
No, well, they say that the apparatus contracted relative to the sun, but in the reference frame of the Earth, it quote unquote didn't contract because everything on the Earth is contracting. So since if everything contracts together relative to the sun, then on the Earth you're not going to tell. So it quote unquote didn't contract for you. But it's contracting relative to the sun, which is what they were trying to detect, the motion of the Earth around the sun. So They would say that. They would say, yeah, it doesn't contract for you. It contracts for the reference frame of the sun, which is what they were trying to
Yeah,
measure.
but who cares who? Yeah, but who cares who it's contracting for? If you send a light beam, if you send light down it, it doesn't matter if it looks like it's contracting to something else. It's not. The size of it is its size.
Yeah, but they're saying that the size doesn't change for you. It just changes for the reference frame of the sun. So when you try to detect the orbit, since that's speed relative to the sun, you're not going to be able to tell. You're not going to be able to tell because if you were on the sun and looked at the Earth, you would have saw that the apparatus contracted. But since you're on the Earth, it doesn't contract for you because even the space itself that you use to measure contracted the same amount. So it just looks like it's the same.
Yeah, so it's an actual physical contraction, but Zanuck was in here acting like it was just an optical thing.
Well, yeah, but Zanuck always does that. He's just wrong. Yeah, I mean, you know.
Dude, I told you, according to these guys, you can't know anything anymore because of these reference frames. They don't know if the Earth's rising up to hit the thing, or if there's no actual for them anymore because of these reference frames. It's all whatever. It's all just relative to whatever reference frame you're in, and they act like you can't know anything else about reality or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a crazy worldview, man.
They can't know anything. They have no idea if Earth is anything that's going on anywhere because you could just jump in another reference frame and be like, nope, not happening here, or it's different here, so you don't know. Could be my way, could be yours. Who knows? You'll never know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like they're so lost in the sauce that like they don't even hesitate to say stuff like the Earth orbits in an elliptical orbit around the sun. So it changes direction, but it doesn't change direction though. It's like what? I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah, and you're accelerating but not accelerating by being in free fall with a pseudo force, which you could treat as a force, which isn't a force, but it is a force.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know if shit's falling to Earth or not. They don't know if stuff actually falls at 9.8 meters per second squared. You can't actually know anything with these guys. That's how they got it all set up. So you can never know anything.
Which means you can't falsify it, which means they can never be really technically wrong. So
Yeah, must be a nice position.
Oh, their position sucks, dude. They can't know anything.
Yeah, but they all act like they do know it, right? That's what's so funny. So it's like whenever they brought up the wobble, and he's like, yeah, it wobbles. It's just so slight that you wouldn't be able to see the effect. I'm like, how do you know it wobbles? Because he said it's beyond being able to be measured. I'm like, well, how do you know it's there? I don't know, but he believes for sure the Earth wobbles every few years, right? It's like it's crazy, bro. Every bit of it, like length contraction, but you can never tell. Time dilation, but you can never tell. The Earth wobbles, but you can never tell. The Earth revolves, but you can never tell. The object doesn't accelerate down. Actually, the Earth accelerates up to it, but you can never tell. It's actually in a straight line. It looks like it's curved, but it's actually straight, but you can never tell. Like,
Yeah, you
what?
can't know anything. You can't know anything with this idea of with this worldview. You can never know anything.
No, they absorb that too, though, right? I mean, they'll tell you like they can never know anything for sure.
Yeah, but it's even worse than I thought with Zanuck's whole thing recently about the Earth going up and my thing with the Coriolis. Like it's made it more apparent on how little they can actually know.
Yeah, this also came up with angular size of the sun changing, right? And they're like, oh, it's 0.0825 degree change. I'm like, how do you know that it does that? Oh, well, we can't measure that. but we know it does it. Like, then how can I falsify it? Like, what the? It's so much stuff like that. Yeah, it's like you can't measure the angular size change of the sun. It's too small, but we know it does. And we can't measure the wobble of the Earth, but we know it does.
Yeah, I think when you break apart length contraction, length transform equation, Lorentz transform equation, you look at time dilation and all those things. Then it takes you back to mass increase. And I'm reading this now. When a moving object has its length contracted, Lorentz contraction, it has to have a larger mass per unit volume when it gets from point A to point B. It's just like, guys, you're just making crap up now. I mean, it's just like, okay, so the average normie's kind of going, when's the football game start? The average normie's going, what for dinner? We're going to let the scientists take care of it, just like they let the scientists take care of Planck's constant, which is 33 zeros before 6626, 0.33 zeros, 6626. And Planck even said it was an act of desperation or act of despair that he came up with it because, whatever reason, and he won a Nobel Prize for it in 1918. I mean, Planck's, that whole thing with E equal HV or E equal HF, vibration frequency, it's a bunch of crap, man. I'll give you wave superposition if you want to talk wave superposition, but the rest of the particle crap is just crap. It's just made up garbage.
Yeah. Yeah, they do this with pretty much everything. It's crazy how arrogant they are about it. Like electrons, you can never actually find it. You can never know where it actually is ever. But we know it's there. And we don't know its size or its shape, but we know it's matter. It's like, what stuff? Like, bro. And this is the trick, though. This is the trick. This stuff doesn't make sense. It's paradoxical.
But
Wave
then
particles are reality. You can't understand
like
these things because they're paradoxical. They don't make sense. So what happens is the average person, they project their own lack of understanding when they try to wrap their mind around what they believe onto you by saying, you're so stupid, you just don't understand it, you need to go back to school, blah, blah, blah. And then they say, I trust the scientists, because they can't understand it or make sense of it. So they just say, oh, I just trust the scientists that understand it better than I do. Right. And this is why I was saying in my stream last night, something to the effect of basically paradoxes are misinterpreted as profundity for the inept. Ineptitude misinterprets paradox as profundity or as profound, right? And that's what we're living in. We're living in a bunch of people that are seeing paradoxes, they don't understand it, so they think it must be profound as opposed to just being absurd and illogical.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty deep. That gets right to the heart of it.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's like that's like the main thing we're actually fighting at. Relativity is like a good example. Einstein is just so all over the place and contradicting himself the whole entire theory that when people can't understand it and it's like paradoxical, they're like, oh, well, it's just because it's so profound and ingenious. Or it's just stupid, right? Like, or it's just a paradox and it doesn't work.
Yeah, but that polarity there is a very important, a good one to point out, because it seems like the heliocentric model, a lot of it kind of banks on that. How it's like the stars being light years away. Like, is it just a complete absurd fantasy, or is it some profound, oh my gosh, it's incredible, scientists have found exoplanets 18 billion light years away, so like that polarity. And yeah, like if someone, maybe they don't quite know, and then they're going on the side of it being profound rather than it just being, because it's like the total opposite of that is that it's just completely absurd. It's like saying Santa Claus is delivering presents or whatever. Like, it's that level of just complete non-reality. So Yeah, that I could just think of so many, kind of like the illusion, thing, like all these things are illusions. I feel like there could be a whole thing done on that with paradox or profound. So yeah, that's a good point.
It's a very good trick too, because like the layman just assumes there must be smarter scientists that do understand it, and to avoid the possibility of them looking stupid, they just say it must be true, right? Instead of challenging it. That's what kind of distinguishes between the two groups of thinking, right? It's like one's like, I'll challenge it. I don't care if you try to like ridicule me or mock me or something. I know this doesn't make sense. I'll challenge it. How does this make sense? This doesn't make sense. The other side's kind of afraid to do that. And so they just eat it up. And the same thing with like, oh, the earth is spinning in a rotation, curving, right? Changing direction, but it's not changing direction at the same time. Like, it's like, that doesn't make sense, bro. Or like things that are going towards the speed of light contract more and more and more to where it'll contract to nothingness. And at the same time, if it reaches speed of light and contracts to nothingness, then actually the mass would simultaneously expand infinitely. That doesn't make sense. And then this is where you get into the frustration of what Jeremy was talking about. They just say reference frame over and over. So like when I pointed that out to Zanuck, he ended up admitting he just doesn't know. He is not sure, he doesn't know anything about this. But at first, his first instinct was to say reference frame. That doesn't even mean anything. In the same reference frame, in the same exact reference frame, it's supposed to contract to nothing and expand infinitely in the same reference frame. But it's just this cop out they use. Oh, it's just all relative, right? So it's just like it depends on the reference frame. That's just their go-to, because they know that even that idea is so convoluted that they can kind of like muddy the waters and pretend that they know what they're talking about. So it's like gravity, refraction, reference frame. Like these are like this is like their trinity.
Yeah, I think they sent out the memo.
I told you.
I think they sent out the memo in February or March about reference frame. I think that's when they started saying it.
Well, I started pushing relativity to the top of the pile. So now that they all just had to get together and get their story kind of in this little realm, like on YouTube specifically.
I told you I want you to come out with an argument where they have to use all three of those as the rebuttal. If you do that, you win.
Well, you could, right? You could talk about how there's an anomaly in gravitational lensing predictions, which is a thing. And they would have to claim like, oh, well, the light actually is where gravity predicts. So gravity causes the light to bend. Refraction causes it to look like it's not quite there where it's actually bending. And then you can only detect this from the proper reference frame. There you go. Gravitational lensing anomalies. That's how you could get them to say all three.
The pseudoscience trifecta.
Yeah, but depending on what reference frame you're in, I mean, you can never know anything for sure with this mindset. Like, what good is this mindset? You can never know anything. There's no actual. There's no reality.
Yeah, it splits and fractures it into different parts. It's like compartmentalization. And once it's compartmentalized, it's like compartmentalizing logic. Like there's no baseline anymore. It's just, well, it could be this from this frame and it could be that from that frame. And we can explain it in all these ways. You can't really be in both frames at once to ever know if it's happening. So it's like a compartmentalized form of logic.
Well, this is what it allows you to do. It allows you to make contradictory claims. You can literally claim things that are exactly the opposite at the same time by claiming reference frame difference. That's why the reference frame is so important to this position, like of heliocentrism specifically, because you're able to make contradictory claims. So when you're like, oh, yeah, well, the Earth's rotating around the sun, so it's changing direction. But in a different reference frame, it's just going straight. It's not changing direction. So it's actually going straight, but in the coordinate system of space-time that bends and warps, so it will look like it's curving. So it's curving from one reference frame, but it's actually going straight from another one. And that's why if you ever press them on it, you're like, wait, which reference frame? They won't even know what to say. Like if you're like, they're like, well, it depends on the reference frame, like what they were doing, Jeremy. I'm like, when with the merry-go-round thing, right? They were all just saying it depends on the reference frame. But I'm like, okay, name one reference frame where leading it wouldn't be the shortest path. And then they didn't have an answer. Like if you ever just say name one reference frame, then that would make it different. They don't know. Because the truth is, it's just like the Wizard of Oz curtain, right? It's just reference frame. Ooh, profound. That's it. So it's like a house of cards.
I mean, even with my thing, if Earth is, because I was using their whole model, so even in their model, if there's a bigger reference frame, a bigger inertial frame, it doesn't really matter for the merry-go-round scenario. That's not going to change anything. It's still the shorter path to lead the target. Yeah. I was on a phone call earlier. I had the earth science teacher here for a little bit after school. I was going to catch him, but I was on a phone call.
That's why I'm starting my show in the field, and I'm like really focusing on NASA Odyssey now, because I've discovered that honestly, if you're talking to someone that will just come up with anything on the spot that they need to, it doesn't really help us get to the truth, right? Like if you bring up something sketchy an astronaut did, and then these people just make up what they think the astronaut actually meant and actually did. And if I was an astronaut, that's not helping us. You're not an astronaut. You don't know what they thought. You're making stuff. They even do that about Einstein. What Einstein really meant was, so it's like kind of a waste of time in a way, depending on what you're talking about.
For me and you, yeah. Some of the new people might need to hear it though.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Like I'm
The
saying
nonsense that they got to come up with.
They're making up their own versions of the globe as they go. They're not actually defending the globe.
They're not sticking to the script, yeah.
They don't have to, man. As long as they say it confidently, then people are gonna fucking eat it up.
Well, they're running away from 8 inches per mile squared, and they're running away from the geometric and physical horizon, and they all go into the apparent horizon, which is our position. But they're all running toward the apparent horizon, and it just they're running faster away from 8 inches per mile squared than a pig runs away from a shower, and it's just unbelievable. And this apparent horizon thing that they're jumping on is just unbelievable.
Well, they have to. There's no set fixed position. Either model, there's no fixed position. Like, I don't know.
I mean, at least we're honest. I mean, the horizon is apparent, and we know we live on a stationary topographical plane, and we're not moving at these insane speeds throughout the ever-expanding universe. So at least we're intellectually honest. But these people, I tell you what, all you got to do is look back at Einstein, their boy Einstein. You can make the argument that Einstein stole the Mercury precession from Paul Gerber 17 years previously. He stole general relativity from Henry Poincaré. I probably don't pronounce that right. He stole E equal mc squared. He stole the photoelectric effect. He married his first cousin. He wanted to sleep with his first cousin's underage daughter. And then this Cynthia Phillips, who wrote a puff piece on Einstein, she even admits that Einstein cheated on his second wife, his first cousin, numerous times. So if she said it, then obviously Einstein, went from bed to bed, during his second marriage. So it's just all you got to do is look at their boy Einstein. I mean, their boy Einstein was a pervert, and he was a fraud, and he was a liar, and he was a thief, and that's basically what heliocentrism is.
I just don't know. It's not like, I don't know. That mind frame is not even worth interacting with it in my position. Like, if you can't ever know anything, I don't know. Then okay, have fun not knowing anything. Bye. You think because you get under a merry-go-round and start spinning that changes the path the object's doing above it? Good luck with that. You think the ground's raising up at 9.8 meters per second and your globe doesn't get bigger when it happens antipode. Like, I don't know.
Well,
There's
'cause
nothing
one-
you could do with that.
No, hold on. The Earth doesn't. Why you keep thinking the Earth needs to fucking expand, man? It doesn't.
That's what happens when something accelerates up and it's
If
antipodal on a globe.
if it was only the Earth that was doing it, once again, if it was only the Earth that was rising up to your feet, then it would have to do that. But it's not just the Earth. It's everything. Once again, it's everything in the universe is also moving in that direction as well.
Okay, you're right.
Arm is here
Everything
to
in the
teach us
universe.
reference frames, but
Because once again, I'll say this again. You could treat it as either you're moving or everything else around you is moving, right? So when you do that with the Earth's surface, right? Yeah, you could treat it as the Earth's surface that's moving up towards your feet, but it's also everything else in the universe that's moving in that same direction.
Armbar, if you drop something antipodal on a globe, and the ground raises up to meet that object, the globe has to get bigger. That's how that whole situation works.
Only if it was just the Earth. But once again, everything in the universe is also moving in that direction relative to you. It's not that hard.
So you are the center.
Yeah, I mean, you could treat it that way. I mean, relatively speaking, you are at the center.
No boy.
So all evidence shows us that we're at the center. We can never prove that we're not at the center. We can never prove that we're going around the sun. We can never prove that we're tilted wobbling.
I mean, you could prove it, but with other, I don't know the means at which you how you would do that, but there are ways you would be able to do it though. Like if I was to obviously make, like, just for the sake of this argument, if I made a 3D model like Blender or whatever, and I did like the planets orbiting around the sun, there are ways I could prove that it's orbiting around the sun, or at the very least, relatively speaking, I could, maybe if I'm far out enough.
No, in your model, you can just get into a different reference frame, see something different happening, and if it's motion, you can never know what the real motion is.
Well, yeah, but that's why I said relatively.
This dude just said, I don't know how you could do it, but I know you could.
No, I mean in terms of like on Earth, like in real life, I don't know how you would do it, but I'm saying there are technically ways you'd be able to, at least relatively speaking, find out if something is orbiting around, the sun or whatever. Like, for example, in the Blender model, if I'm far out enough and I see the Earth orbiting around the sun, sure, I could treat it as, like the Earth is stationary and everything else is sort of doing its shit around the Earth. But once again, I could also say, relatively speaking, the Earth is orbiting around the sun. Like visually, I'm seeing that. So
let's talk about non-relatively speaking. How would that work?
I don't know. I just wanted to bring up the relativity thing argument because Jeremy was saying like, oh, the Earth's not, moving up to your feet, whatever, or he was saying if it moves up to your feet, it has to expand, whatever. I wasn't like trying to get into this. I was just trying to tell Jeremy that's not true.
I was talking about reality. I was talking about reality, though. Yeah, you can say your bullshit relativity thing, but in reality, in your globe model, that can't be happening because the globe would have to get bigger in reality.
But it doesn't, because once again, I was saying that it's not just the Earth that's moving up; it's also everything else in the universe that would be relative moving.
Statement doesn't even make sense. Everything in the universe.
The universe. There you go. Whatever, man. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking
about. At a time right now. Hold on, left lane.
I agree. I agree with you, Jeremy. It doesn't make sense for him to say that. To me, it doesn't make sense to say that the Earth and the whole universe is moving. You're falling towards the surface, and from your reference frame, that's what it appears. But that's not what's happening. You're falling to the surface of the Earth.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that isn't the case. I'm just saying, relatively speaking, you could treat it as everything else, is moving in that one direction, like the Earth and the universe, and you're the one that's stationary.
But it's not. So what's the?
Well, that's not the argument, though.
Not.
I don't care whether it is or it is. I'm just saying, like, you're thinking that because the Earth, if it's moving, towards, the antipodal, two positions, whatever, right? The two people on the opposite sides, whatever. You're saying that has to expand. I'm saying it doesn't have to expand. That would only be the case if it was just the Earth doing that. If the universe wasn't doing that and it was just the Earth moving towards both people, then at that point it would have to expand, because there's no way,
Dude, I don't know what you're throwing this whole universe statement in for. If you're on antipodal sides of your globe and you drop something and the ground raises up to meet both of those things, it's not everything in the universe, because one of them's going in an opposing direction. So stop saying that everything in the universe thing, because that
It is though.
doesn't even make sense.
Yes, it does make sense. All
That's
right, I can say words too. All right.
Yeah, but
Incoherent.
something. Yeah, but something has to be real.
It's incoherent.
It is coherent. Once again, let's treat it as this. Okay, so if I'm moving right towards, I don't know, let's say I'm just moving in the universe, right? I could treat it as I'm the thing moving, right, and the universe is stationary, or I could treat it as I'm the thing that's stationary and the universe is moving towards me, right? What I'm saying with the Earth's surface thing is that it's not just the surface, it's not just the Earth, it's technically everything else that's also moving in that same direction. If it was just the Earth that was moving towards your feet and the universe was not moving, relative to all this, then yeah, the Earth would have to expand at that point. Like I'm agreeing with you only when it comes to the one scenario I just specified. It's if the universe wasn't moving with the Earth as well. All right.
Yeah, but how is that not just a mind experiment or like a mind trick or like a mind concept? Because like just to take it on a smaller scale, there's a sliding glass door going out to the deck. If I were to be standing in the middle of the room, we're both stationary. If I start walking towards that door, am I walking towards the door or is the door coming towards me?
Oh, well, I mean, yes.
The reality of it is that I am walking towards the door. I am the thing moving, walking towards the door. That's the reality. That's the word real. That's the real thing that's happening. Just because you can kind of mind trick and be like, oh, well, from the door's perspective, it's moving towards you. I just don't see that as logically valid at all.
I mean, because the whole argument.
The thing with the whole universe, hold on real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, the thing with the whole universe, it's not the whole universe that's coming up. Okay, because you have an opposite side of the globe. I know, because you have an opposite side of the globe it's not going with you, it's going away from you. Because if two opposite sides of the globe accelerate up, that means they're going away from each other in opposing directions.
That's why
not the whole universe.
But it is also the universe though as well, because when you fall down to the surface of the Earth, right? You're also, not only are you getting closer to the Earth, but you're also getting closer to the thing that's behind the Earth as well. All right, which is the rest of the universe, or at least that part of the universe. You could argue that behind you that would be getting away from you.
There's a part of the universe that's going away from you. It's the other side of the Earth that's accelerating up away from the other part, not the whole universe.
If it is okay, hold on. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
No. Okay, hold on. So let's say it's nighttime, right? The sun's on on the ball Earth, right? If you're standing on the Earth when it's nighttime, right? Below your feet would be where the sun is, technically speaking, right? So when you fall towards the Earth, you're not only getting closer to the Earth, but you're also technically getting closer to the sun as well. You would have to agree with that, right? Like if I'm falling in that direction, I am technically getting closer to the sun, right?
Dude, we got two people on opposite sides of the Earth. They drop something. The Earth accelerates up, which is in opposing directions, right? Opposite directions. So not the whole universe, because it's going. Okay, so we're clear. So
because I keep telling you,
I don't know what you're trying to make sense of.
Because it's not just, if it was just the Earth, right, and everything else, I said the universe wasn't doing that same thing as well, then yeah, it would have to expand. That's okay. So let me give you this hypothetical, right? Or this.
So we just went through this. It's not the whole. Hold on. So we just went through this. It's not the whole universe.
It is. I just went through it as well.
No, you don't even know your own belief system.
No, okay, hear me out.
What about the part?
It's just a compartmentalized. It's just a compartmentalized concept. It's not.
They
but I don't even think it's
all of it.
Well, okay. How about this? How about this? Right? Let's just use this for example. So we have the Earth, right? We have me, and let's say on one side of the Earth, a good distance away is, I don't know, Venus, right? And then on the other side, which is the side that I'm sort of face on or whatever, right? Let's say there's Mars, right? When I fall towards the Earth, right, where above my head is Mars, not only am I getting closer to the surface of the Earth, but I'm also getting closer to Venus, technically speaking. All right. With that being said, I'm also getting farther away from Mars. Okay. So you guys got that so far, right? You guys pictured that? You guys picture that?
Bruh, like I feel like you're trying to sell me something.
But does it make sense though? Does that make sense?
I legitimately just tuned out because like you're trying to sell me something. Like
okay,
I don't want it.
Well, Jeremy.
I'm going to expose the stupidity of what he's about to say.
Okay. Well, anyway, Jeremy, did you hear that? Though, Jeremy, did you hear that? There's Earth. All right. There's Mars on one side and there's Venus on the other side. All right. If my head, right, is pointing towards Mars, right? So, I'm on the one side where Mars is, right? And I'm falling towards Earth, all right? I'm not only getting closer to Earth, but I'm also getting closer to Venus, all right? But Mars is also moving farther away from me. Do you agree with that, Jeremy? The reason why this is important is because if I wasn't getting closer to Venus and Mars wasn't getting
bro, just stop fucking talking, dude. Jesus Christ. I'm not even talking with you, bro. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, like you are like taking this way out. This all started because I pointed out the absurdity of your position, which is that you admitted that for intents and purposes we're the center. So it's like we're the center. All the evidence shows us that we're at the center. You can never prove that we're not at the center. You can never prove that the Earth is revolving around the sun. So you think that the Earth is not the center, but it always looks like we are in the center, and you can never prove otherwise. That it's tilted, wobbling, but you could never measure and prove that it's wobbling, and that it's revolving around the sun, but you could never prove that it revolves around the sun. That's your belief.
Okay.
If you deny it, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't make the mainstream model become whatever ARMA decides to make it up as right now. That just is the mainstream model.
All right, but that wasn't even arguing about that. I was always arguing about Jeremy's whole claim about it having to expand.
Okay.
Like, it doesn't have to expand with what I just gave. That's all I was trying to argue.
Okay, no matter what you say, if you have a ball and they're expanding in opposite directions of each other, guess what happens to the ball? It expands. There's nothing.
Well, no
there's
shit.
No
You just said expands.
Word salad bullshit. Yeah, accelerates in opposite directions. That's called expanding. That's what happens when you have two things. That's what happens when you have a ball and all the sides of the ball are expanding or accelerating away from each other. The ball expands.
Yeah, that's if it was expanding.
There's no word salad bullshit.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Nonsense you could say.
No,
bro, what are you doing, bro? You went on for like 5 minutes.
Fair enough.
It could also, maybe the globe could split in half. That's another option. Instead of expanding, it splits in half, and then the two sides expand out towards the people, and then it binds back together.
Well, there's
you got me. You got me. Is your Earth splitting in half, Armor, or what's going on?
I gave you an alternative. I think what's happening here. No, I mean Jeremy's just linking it. Like the thing is, Arma, if you're going to say in any way that the Earth is moving towards the person when they're falling, then Jeremy's just linking that to what it would take in physical reality. But what you're doing is more of kind of like a semantical compartmentalization, relativity, kind of. I don't even know what it is. Like it's like illogical. It's a lot of things, but it's like a mind thought, or it's just like a conceptual. It's like a compartmentalized, conceptual, reified. Begging the question, I could probably add a whole bunch of strings onto what.
Yeah,
what this
probably
is.
could. But go on though. Wait, what's the point though? What is the point?
No, you go ahead.
I'm kind of and paradoxical.
All right. Okay. So here's the thing:
is the Earth accelerating up to the person falling?
You could treat it as that, I guess. Relatively speaking.
What's actually happening in reality?
I don't know. I'm just trying to argue the point that Jeremy was making that was wrong. That's all I was saying. Like, it doesn't have to expand.
Does your model claim that the Earth is accelerating up to the person falling?
I have no fucking idea, man.
So why do you believe it?
Because do I need to know everything about something to believe something?
Let me just say,
there's the disconnect, guys.
It does in Einsteinian.
Hold on, Wayne.
It does in the Einsteinian.
Hold on. The point I was making.
Go ahead. You're clear.
The point I was making that if this was to happen in reality, the point I was making was if that was to happen in reality for some reason. That was my whole point.
It kind of cut out, but it's right. I think I get the gist. I get. Hold on. So can I just so this is what I think you're getting wrong with it, right? You're assuming that from one person, right? The person that's where the Earth is accelerating towards their feet. You're assuming that they also, are thinking, oh hey, the person opposite to me, the Earth is also, accelerating towards them. No, to the one person, it only accelerates in one direction, all right? The paradox comes when you're trying to do both at the same time, whatever, right? To one person is accelerating towards them, right? And to the other person is accelerating towards them, all right? It's not both. It's not happening. It's not happening at the same time in one person's, frame, whatever, right? Like if the Earth is moving towards me, the person on the opposite side is also moving towards me as well, and the Earth isn't moving towards them.
About man.
I mean, it's.
Maybe I need to draw it out.
Wait,
Maybe I need to
And
draw
why
it
is
out.
that made
it?
sense.
No, here, just leave.
Listen,
just
let me respond. No, hold on, Left Lane. Hold on, man.
It does make sense. I didn't word it right, but go on.
Objectively
It doesn't make sense.
It
Let me
actually
explain
does. I
why.
could draw it out if you want, but
Yeah, please draw it out. Draw it out because.
all right. Okay, I'll draw it out right now. Give me a
See what
second.
Jeremy's saying because it seems like you're not listening to him for some reason. Okay, both people are in reality falling at the same time.
Okay.
Which means, according to your explanation, the Earth is accelerating up to both people at the same time.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Not in one person's reference frame, whatever you want to fucking call it, right? To them, that's not happening. To them, they're only experiencing the Earth moving towards their feet. All right, they're not seeing it. They're not like, oh, the Earth is moving towards that other guy's feet in their reference frame. All right, like look, I need to draw it out, right? Because I'm not really wording it well. But
how do you know they're not experiencing themselves falling towards the Earth?
Yeah, how do you know it's not just they're actually just falling to the Earth?
I'm not even arguing that. I'm literally just arguing this whole fucking this weird thing that Jeremy's saying that it has to expand. That's my whole argument. You guys keep trying to straw man me or some shit. I'm not even trying to argue any of that shit.
This isn't even a debate about it having to expand. If you drop two objects antipodal on a ball, and the surface of that ball accelerates to meet the object, the ball has to expand. That's not a debate.
No,
I'm not debating you on that. That's fucking stupid. You're trying to debate me on that, and I'm not doing it.
Hold on, Jeremy.
You also said reference frame. It's the same reference frame.
It depends on how you look at that.
No, it's just the same reference frame. What are the different reference frames?
Okay, all I'm saying is that to one person on one side, right, they're going to experience the Earth moving up towards their feet, all right? And the guy on the other side is going to be pretty much viewing the opposite motion, okay, in the opposite direction. It's not the same direction.
The same reference frame, Arma?
No, wouldn't it be different? It would be different reference frames. It would be two people.
What are the reference frames?
Well, like I said, I'm probably not using these words correctly, though. I'm just, from when I know about reference frames, I'm assuming, all right, that I'm using it correctly, though. But basically, they have their own motion going on. They're seeing a different motion, all right? They're seeing the Earth moving towards their feet, the one person, and then the other guy is viewing a different motion, technically speaking.
We're talking about, but what's actually happening, though? That's Jeremy's point.
No, okay, maybe if that is his point, then okay. But I was just trying to talk, argue about his one point about the Earth expanding. You guys keep on missing that.
You're not arguing his point, Arma, because you keep on saying it's not about what's actually happening. But his entire point is, if the claim is that the Earth's accelerating up to each person, then the effect of what would be actually happening, if that were true, is that the Earth would be accelerating simultaneously in opposite directions.
Okay, well, I don't think he's getting my point because I'm saying maybe a different thing, and he's not realizing that. I feel like
addressing the physical, result.
Well, I mean, you would think he'd be, I don't know. If
He's running from reality. He's running RFR, running from reality.
Okay, let me just screen share this or something.
These guys have no reality anymore.
It's not the whatever, man. Let me do a fast screen share this.
And you see what he did? He just said reference frame, and then when I called him out on it, he was like, "Maybe I'm using the word wrong." This is what they always do. Because
the
word, they don't even know anything about what they just say reference frame.
Well, yeah, no. For me personally, I don't really know too much about that. I might be using it incorrectly. That's why I'm saying that's why I kind of was avoiding using the word reference frame because I personally don't know if I'm using it correctly or not. I'm just from what I've seen in these debates, I think I have maybe an idea of what a reference frame is. All right, but point is, all right, here's my little visual. Right, I can show you the visual. Maybe that'll make more sense. What I'm trying to portray.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to expose you though.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll see about that. All right, so
I mean, it's just like real quick. If you're going to use the words "the Earth is coming up to meet you," that's the problem. If you're going to use those terms, then and you have two people doing it at the same time, then yeah, you would have to have either the Earth would be splitting or would have to be expanding in opposite direction. That's the problem with this. If you're going to make that claim.
Well, I agreed with the expanded thing, depending on how you situate. What the scenario is.
Stream. Please enlighten us, please.
Well, let me say something completely absurd. It's also kind of crude, so just forgive me. But I just had this idea. It's kind of crude, but let me just say it. Kind of what. Okay, I'm not going to say it's what you're saying, but I'll just say it. I think you'll get what I mean. If a man is raping a woman, it's like the man's raping the woman. You can't just, so it's like what you're almost trying to do with this is flip it and be like, well, from the woman's perspective, she's raping the man.
No, what?
I know, I told you, it was a totally crude, wild
analogy. It's really crude and also really
No, but that's the thing,
almost
though.
like-
It's like one thing is happening. A man is raping a woman. The woman is not raping the man. That's not happening. So you can't just reverse it in a reference frame and be like, oh, well, from a different reference frame, this other thing's happening that's not reality. You can't
it's
do
not
that.
even for reference frames, though. I've never been more excited to watch the Ballers cartoons. Please.
All right. Okay. So real fast, let me go back to this. Okay. So this is what I'm saying. All right. So yes, obviously we could treat it. Obviously the people are moving towards the surface. Right. So for example, let me just real fast grab this guy. Why won't it move him? So, hold on. There we go. So the guy's going to be falling down. Like, obviously, right. So this guy's falling. Right. I guess we'll name him Guy A. Right. So guy A is obviously falling towards the surface, and then guy B, which is at the bottom, obviously, he's also falling towards the surface, right?
You should use Alice and Bob.
Alice and Bob. There you go. Okay, so Alice and Bob. Alice is on top. Bob is on the bottom. All right, he's the bottom. All right. Anyway, so check this out. Right, we're gonna for Alice. All right, we could treat it like this: that not just let me put them in the same layer. That not just the Earth is moving towards Alice, but also Bob is as well. All right, so I can technically do this. All right.
Ooh.
So I can technically do this, right? So it's like, right? That's what Alice kind of sees. If she had like a vision that could maybe see through the earth and whatnot, she would see that Bob's also moving towards her as well. All right, and the same thing for Bob. He would see that Alice, all right, relative to him, Alice and the earth is moving towards him. All right. So what I'm saying here is that from Alice's point of view, all right, the earth is only moving towards her. It's not moving towards Bob. All right. From her view, she sees Bob moving towards the earth and also towards her as well. All right. So Bob and the earth moving towards her. And then from Bob's view, he sees Alice and the earth move towards him. All right. It's up now. Obviously they're, you both say they're correct. All right. And that's where, we're saying, okay, yeah, they're, the earth is moving, towards both, Alice and towards Bob basically. Right. Because I literally gave you two scenarios where it's doing that, right? So obviously, like maybe I lost you guys, but you kind of get what I'm getting at, though.
Nonsense.
No, I'm not talking nonsense. Though I literally showed you two examples where the Earth is moving towards Alice.
Can you figure out what's happening in reality? That armbar. Can you figure out what's happening in reality? What's actually happening?
Maybe
is there a reality?
Maybe, but that's irrelevant. Though. I was. Hold on.
Show us the reality.
I hope you don't have a drive. I hope you don't have a driver's license. I hope he doesn't have a driver's license because he doesn't know the difference.
I know, me either.
That's not the argument, though. Look, the whole argument was whether or not the Earth would have to expand. No, hold on. The whole argument was whether or not the Earth had to expand if it was accelerating towards both of the people. Right? I was literally showing you the scenarios where it would be accelerating towards both of them and not expanding. That was the whole point. I'm not trying to argue whether there's a reality reference frame. Yeah, I did.
You just showed that happening.
Yeah, I did.
Is that what he showed you guys?
Yeah, I'll do it again.
He picked the ball up and moved it back and forth.
Yeah, so I'll do it again. All right, because apparently your eyes are broken.
Yeah, he said
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Alice is on top. All right, Alice is on top. All right.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna move. All right, both Bob and both Bob and the Earth towards Alice. All right. All right. Now, obviously, I would also have to be moving Bob as well at the same time as that's also moving.
That's the problem. Yes, because they're happening at the same time, dude.
Yeah,
that's what we want to see.
That's not a problem though. Hold on, it's not
Arma. You can't take Bob and move him towards the Earth as the Earth goes away from Bob because you say the Earth's coming towards Bob.
Yeah, from his whole fucking, if you want to call it reference frame or whatever, right?
No, you don't go with reference frame.
You don't understand. This is a claim of physics. It's saying that the Earth is physically accelerating up to the person and that the Earth is not physically accelerating to the Earth. It's a claim of physics, Arma.
Okay, but I wasn't arguing that though. I was literally just arguing because Jeremy had a very, from what I've seen, he had a very broad claim that if the Earth was moving, accelerating towards someone, one person's feet and another person's feet, whatever, it would have to expand, whatever. I was literally just tackling that. I don't care about the
basic physics.
That's a fact. Geo actually saved you. Geo actually saved you miraculously with having the Earth split in half.
No, you don't have to. All I'm showing is that you can. Look,
that's the only way.
Well, here, how about this?
He keeps on running away from the fact that it's like we're talking about physical reality. He just can't seem to.
But that wasn't the argument I was trying to get into, though.
So you jumped into an argument that no one was having.
Well, maybe that is the case, though. Maybe that is the case. But
are there any other ballers that agree with you, Arma? Any?
Well, from what I've maybe okay. Here's the thing: they would agree to what I just showed, But in terms of applying that to like, actual physics, or whatever, I might be, getting like, I don't know, like how gravity works and whatnot.
You mean
might
like
be getting that wrong though.
Entire belief system.
You didn't show any of it though, Arma. You just moved the ball up and then moved the ball back down.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If you don't pay attention, if you don't pay attention, then yeah, it might seem that way. But if you actually pay attention, you would see what I was doing though.
All right. So keep both Bob and Alice in the picture as well as the Earth. Keep
Okay.
the Earth the same size. Now make the Earth accelerate towards both of those
I
individuals.
get that. Obviously, in that scenario, you would have to expand the Earth. I'm showing you though, you can still have.
That's the scenario.
I fucking get that. You guys are so like, you guys don't think I get that. I get that, but it depends on how you look at it. From what I was showing though, obviously, all right, I can have it where the Earth is accelerating towards Alice's feet. All right, but I can also show it where the Earth is accelerating towards Bob's feet. All right,
the only way that it can look like the Earth is accelerating towards both people falling, the only way is that the Earth is sitting still and the people are actually both falling towards it.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, once
Do you
again,
understand that?
I get that. It's like you guys aren't getting my argument though. I get that. I literally said, that's why I brought up the whole universe argument earlier. I was saying if it was just the Earth that was accelerating towards both their feet, or whatever, right? And the universe wasn't, moving along, or whatever.
Moving along what?
Okay, so
show that in the picture. Put other universe things in the picture and show us how that works.
Yeah, this is about to be awesome.
Okay, so that's why I brought up the whole, to make it simple, that's why I brought up the whole Venus and Mars thing, right? So if we have Mars here.
For us, Armor.
Yo, if this shit
I do
is
have to make it simple for you guys.
If this
all right?
shit is
Anyway,
dope, someone take a screenshot at the end.
So
or something.
real
It
fast,
looks
real
crazy,
fast.
like Rumpus's diagram.
Yeah, so real fast. Okay, so let's do Mars, all right, because this is what I was doing earlier, all right? And let's do Venus. Let's do Venus like that, I guess. I don't know. That's like Venus.
Arma is Rumpus minus the smug.
I miss Rumpus.
All right.
I'm actually confused why he's acting like he's so confident and sure about it.
Because I'm confident and sure about it because I literally have a point, but you guys are missing it.
You haven't even
though.
understood the point yet.
No,
For
I
these
understand.
conversations, we need somebody to make a meme from Pulp
Sure, go
Fiction
ahead, guys.
with Samuel L. Jackson with the gun that says
Okay.
"Stay reference frame again."
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. Let me grab all this. Oh, including the Earth. My bad. What am I doing?
I just dropped a couple IQ points with this drawing, bro. You have to.
Yeah, I do that all the time in these chats with you guys. Anyway, so check this out.
You can't get shot by a gun. It's just the you run into the bullet.
Yeah, Neo actually dodged the bullet because of
is
reference frames.
How do I?
From the reference frame of the bullet, the head actually slammed into the bullet. Right? Isn't that what happened?
Yeah, maybe next time someone's on trial for murder for shooting someone, maybe they could try this.
Yeah, this is just relative. Actually, they ran into my bullet.
2000.
Yeah. What was the name of the guy in the back of the car that he accidentally shoots in the movie? Oh man, I shot.
All
What's
right.
his name?
Anyway, you guys gonna be listening, or are you just gonna make fun?
Definitely, the latter is gonna happen regardless.
We'll listen, then we'll make fun. How does that
All right,
sound?
fair enough. Yep. All right. So this is
Show the Earth expanding. Just show the Earth accelerating in opposing
I
directions
get that.
without
It's
the ball getting bigger.
I get that, but that was only if the Earth was the only thing
Where's your
accelerating.
universe?
Right?
Explain the universe. Which way is the universe going?
Yeah. So yeah, that's why I'm using both Mars and Venus to simplify that, right? Because obviously I can't draw the whole universe out. So let's just use Mars for one direction and Venus, for the other direction, right? When Alice starts to fall towards the Earth, right? She's not just getting closer to Earth, but she's also getting closer to Bob and Venus. But at the same time, Mars is also moving away from her, right? You guys see that, right? When she's falling,
Wait,
all of this is shifting at the same time, right?
wait,
Bam.
who's moving? Mars or the person?
Okay, so once again, all right, when Alice is falling, all right, we could treat it as both. Or I could treat it as Mars, Earth, Bob, and Venus is all moving in this one direction, all right?
But
You guys see that?
Bob's not going towards the Earth. Why?
He would be too. I obviously I didn't program this out. If I'm going to do that as well, then I would have to towards the end of this step. I would have to move him as well.
It would immediately prove you wrong.
No, it wouldn't prove me. Do I need to program this out?
Yeah, apparently.
That's the part we need to see. You understand the argument, right?
You're
I
leaving
understand the
the
argument.
whole part of the argument out.
No, here. Listen. Okay, here's the thing. All right.
Just say you can't make them do it at the same time.
At the same time, okay, yeah, sure. At the same time, you can't have it, but that's why I'm saying from their respective
You can split
views.
the sphere in half. Other than splitting the sphere in half,
No,
you can't program this out.
From yes, I can.
Dude,
All
it
right,
can't happen.
It's very easy actually. If you gave me like,
Okay, program it out. Take your time. Take your time.
it wouldn't take too long. But it's not that
Take your
hard to
time.
like. Well, hold on. Before I do that, all right.
We'll wait.
The whole point is
Yeah,
that
just come. No. We want to see this thing, bro. We need to see this happening in your Blender model.
Well, I wouldn't be. Well, I'd probably do it in like I'd actually probably code it out instead of Blender because I mean Blender would work, I guess, but
Whatever. Do whatever you want. We want to see a visual. We want to see a visual where Bob and Alice are on opposite sides of the.
But
we want to see a visual of Bob and Alice on opposite sides.
There was a visual done already, though. I'm pretty sure it was done by like Kosho. In fact, he did a visual of this already. It's like you guys don't like. He did this a while back when this argument was.
This visual is impossible.
No,
this
he did it though.
Happen.
Hold on, let me pull up Kosho's visual. Hold on.
Yeah, please. Was he equally retarded? Let's have a look.
Whoa,
he did it because it can't happen.
He did. All right, he did a visual. Let me see if I can find it.
I step away for just a minute.
You can't do a visual of this. This is visually impossible.
Here is the visual. Here it is. Here's the visual.
Okay, watch this, guys. Tell me if he does it.
Oh, I don't know if did it send through. It seems to be blank right now, but here we go. So I guess you could treat maybe Alice is yellow, Bob is blue. Yeah, you could treat it like you could do that. I mean, obviously it doesn't have Mars and Venus in it though, but the point still gets it still has the point or whatever. The whole point is that when Alice is falling, it's not just the Earth that's moving towards her feet. It's also Bob as well, and Bob is also moving towards the Earth. And that let's call it reference frame, right? I could be using it wrong, but let's just use reference frame for now, right? Or her frame. Let's use frame.
Yeah, you're using it wrong. Yeah.
Okay, let's use frame then, right? Her view. All right, from her view, all right, it's the Earth, and that's moving towards her feet. And at that point, Bob would actually be accelerating towards the Earth, but also towards her too. I guess you could depending on how you want to look at it, though. But yeah, and from her view, it'd only be the one acceleration, all right. And then from Bob's view, it'd be the one acceleration, all
They're
right.
in the same reference frame, though.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay, well then that's why I'm using the word view. Then, all right, from their views, all right, because since I'm using it wrong, then from their views, it's only accelerating in the one direction, all right. For Bob, it's the Earth accelerating towards him, and also Alice accelerating towards him. And then from Alice, it's the Earth accelerating towards her, and also Bob accelerating towards her. All right. The thing is, all right, both are happening, right? So therefore, you could. That's why we're saying it doesn't have to expand. All right, you can have the Earth accelerating up towards both of them. All right,
No,
and
that's not why
expand.
we're saying it. You don't understand your own position.
No, Bob and
Yes,
Alice
I
are in
do.
two separate frames.
Do you
Bob
wanna-
and Alice are in two separate frames.
Oh, really? They're not both on in the Earth's atmosphere?
No, they have their own individual frame of reference
In
to
the
their
Earth's
motion.
atmosphere relative to the Earth.
Regardless if they're in the atmosphere or in the rings of Saturn or on the sun, each person has their. I mean, each one is in an independent frame of reference
See,
in this scenario.
This is why we shouldn't talk to these people, because they literally have a very, I'm not trying to be rude, you have a very remedial understanding of what you think the position is, and you're wrong. Like, so when Bacon came in here, he tried to say, well, yeah, but the Earth is basically vibrating and it's such a small amount, you wouldn't really be able to tell. It's accelerating in both ways, and just you won't be able to tell that it's moving. You guys aren't addressing the physical claim. You think it's just an optical claim. It's not, though. That's like a 5-year-old understanding of it. Like, if I stand on this side of the road, it looks like this. And this, to me, it looks like this, and to you, it looks like that. That's not what we're discussing, though. We're discussing physics. Okay, this is a theory of physics. It's called relativity. No,
But
it's a claim about what physically happens in the physical world. Okay, now he says that the person is not falling to the Earth. The Earth is accelerating up, and that there is no force involved in the person going down to the Earth. Thus, it can't be the one accelerating down. It's actually the Earth accelerating up.
That's not. That doesn't represent the way I understand it to be.
That's what I'm trying to tell. Yeah, I know. That's the whole problem. You guys don't actually understand the model.
Oh,
right?
maybe.
So, let's see if you can get the questions right then. So, do you need force for acceleration?
Yeah, that was beautiful earlier. I like this.
Yeah, this gets out of my I'll screw this up. I don't want to talk about
That's
the forces.
understandable.
Yeah, that was
Unless
fast.
you guys can't handle it.
Talk to you later, left lane.
That was quick. Arma, does
Like a cheap
acceleration
lawn chair.
Arma, does acceleration require force?
I believe so.
Okay, so what's the equation for force? Do you know?
I
What,
don't.
what's the what?
I don't know.
Force
F
equals
equals ma.
mass times acceleration.
Yeah, I don't really deal with that. So.
Okay, so you agree
That's
that
why.
acceleration needs a force?
Yeah, sure. I guess.
Okay.
Well, hold on. At least in terms of physics, I imagine it does. Yes. But in terms of like in just like maths, if you're just strictly just messing with maths, which is what I'm doing right now, just math, then acceleration is just literally you're increasing like a speed or whatever. Or so at that point you wouldn't need a force in math. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't really.
Dude, we're talking about
but it gets all
reality, not
screwed
your
up.
video game, bro.
Well,
Hey,
I was just really making an argument for like math and whatnot. Like you could treat it as both. Like you could treat it as the Earth accelerating towards the person's feet, and then for both people. That's all I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where it gets screwed up because the person is in free fall accelerating towards the surface. That individual is not experiencing any forces acting upon them. And
You
it
don't
gets all
understand.
screwed up and confusing. Yeah, dude, I do
Confusing
understand it.
because your
Yo, why
belief
are you guys
system is
jumping
dumb.
ahead? Why
It
are you
gets
guys
twisted,
jumping ahead? Wits, it's got a simple. Why are you guys jumping ahead? Wits, it's got a simple thing here. You can't just go with
Especially
him.
left
He had a
lane. He
simple
said he
question.
doesn't want to talk about it. Left lane exit out of the conversation. Now it's said more than Arma.
Why does it when I speak, Rakia comes in every time?
All right, listen. Force equals.
You said you didn't want to deal with this.
I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking to Witsy.
Now you had it going on you.
Guys, listen. Force equals mass times acceleration. Okay, so that means acceleration equals force divided by mass. Okay, so is the object that we drop falling? Is it accelerating down to the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so does that mean that it requires a force?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's a force acting on the object that makes it accelerate down to the Earth?
Yep.
Okay, that is specifically what Einstein says is not happening.
I know.
Yeah, Xanax all morning telling us that didn't happen.
I know.
So that's a globe problem because there's a reason that that's the new model. It's not because they just got bored and they were like, you know what? Let's create this paradoxical, confusing, hard to understand junk and pretend it's the new model. They had to do it.
Hold on. So you're saying, hold on. What's it? So you're saying Newtonian physics doesn't work on Earth, right here on Earth in the macro scale?
That's right. Yeah. Not
Is
for
that
their
what you're
model.
saying, left lane?
No, I would say the
Oh, so
opposite.
it does
I say we can use Newtonian, and we need to leave Einstein out of it.
But
hey, we can use Newtonian.
That is hilarious. Oh, we need to clip that one.
Dude, your model
that's
says it
true.
doesn't work. Your model says it doesn't work, though.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that. That's
just
where it gets
told
all
us it doesn't.
confused.
You just told us. You just told us it didn't work.
No, we can go into the relativity and Einstein if you want to, but it all breaks down to Newtonian physics.
No, dude,
No, it doesn't.
physics.
It just went through it. Oh my
They
god.
wish it
Go
did,
ahead with
left
it.
lane. Your globe proponents wish it all just broke down to Newtonian.
Did you forget about the force you agreed to? There, left
No,
lane?
that's what I'm talking about. If we're just talking about reference frames in motion, I don't see why we have to bring force into it.
Well, you brought force into it. You said, real
I
slight.
didn't. Yeah. That's this right here is why I didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, because
you should have.
your model sucks.
Yo, let me help you out here. Let's recap what Xanax said. Xanax said if you drop an object towards the Earth, it doesn't actually accelerate to the Earth. There's no downward acceleration of objects towards the Earth. That's an illusion. It's an apparent acceleration because there is no force acting on the objects. What actually happens is the Earth accelerates up to the objects. Okay. Now he's actually defending the modern model. You guys are like going back a few hundred years and just shit in the bed, kind of.
This is like Groundhog Day. We've had this combo before.
Yeah, but this is what's so funny because acceleration requires a force. So, even if you invoke relativity, you got a problem because you say that the Earth's accelerating up. Okay, well then that's acceleration. Oh, so it just looks like the object's falling down, but that's just apparent acceleration. But actually the Earth's accelerating up towards it. Okay, then what's the force causing the Earth to accelerate up?
Yo, that was literally
Aliens. I'd say aliens.
beautiful earlier with Xanax. Yeah, that was awesome, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because, I don't know where I'm waiting for a legitimate. He didn't have one. He said something about bumping into the Earth or something. I don't even know what he said. It's just goofy. So I just wanted the followers to understand. You need to update your rhetoric to at least follow Zanuck along because he's addressing the actual model. You can no longer say that objects actually accelerate down to the Earth at 9.8 meters per second square because that isn't your model.
Maybe call Blue
Yeah,
or
you
someone
guys are
smarter to give you an update.
You guys are about to have some crazy shit going on when we talk because you can't know anything anymore. Or I don't even know what you're gonna argue about.
Where's Bob the science guy when you need him?
You can't know anything with your relativity things.
Hey, Arma, you got two stick figures there. Who's the bottom stick figure? Is that Alice or Bob?
The bottom one was Bob.
Okay, so is Bob because of the gravity mass attracts mass actually standing upright, or is he upside down?
Well, there is no objective up or down though.
So, how big does your mass have to be to get that little fairy tale that somebody at the bottom of a ball is actually standing upright? We got a mass of 24,901 miles. Is it 20,000 miles? Is it 18,000 miles you need? So somebody at the bottom of a ball is standing upright. Can you help me out there?
Well, I know there's at
He
least.
has no idea.
Well, no, I kind of do. So.
No, you don't.
Well, yes, I do. All right. So in terms of, I know there's a sort of limit to how big an object can get, or how small it can get before it's not round anymore, or because basically I think once you hit around so I know vaguely what it is, but it's around 500 miles I think in diameter or something where things start to round out or whatever because it's just so heavy that it just starts to round itself out, whatever. So
what about an atom?
Well, hold on. I don't know about that. Anyway, point is, I mean, I imagine, maybe at that size, the fact that it's starting to shaping into a sphere or something, maybe you can have a person stand on that, Now, granted, the gravity would be so minute that, you would,
You had a great word there, Arma. You say imagine. You said I imagine. Your whole thing is pretend.
Yeah, that's
imagine,
pretty much everything. Yeah.
Oh, dude, we should remix
Finally, the
John Lennon.
truth came out.
We should remix the John Lennon song about the globe.
Imagine all the globers.
Yeah, I want to point this out, Arm. Okay, now you see the view we have in your really advanced drawing.
Okay.
You see how we're looking at it from the outside.
Okay.
So if I float out into your magic vacuum, and I looked at the Earth from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a person dropping towards the Earth on both sides, what would I see?
Yeah, you would see them accelerating towards the Earth. That's what I was saying. Depends on the scenario. Obviously, from Alice, she sees a different thing, though. She's going to see the Earth and Bob accelerate towards her. I'm not denying that if you have an outside person viewing the entire system, whatever, they're going to see, Bob and Alice, accelerate towards the Earth. I'm not denying that. I literally agree with that 1,000 times now.
So what's happening in physical reality is that people are falling to a stationary ball.
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay, so you've just disavowed the entire globe model as of 2023?
I don't know, maybe. I don't know enough of the argument to really,
And this is why I asked you, why do you believe in it then? And then Left jumped in and
said,
I
told you, no.
Problem. No, the problem is that you have a belief you don't know what is yet. So how can you can't have a justified belief if you don't know what the belief is?
No, I mean, I don't need to know everything about something to be like, oh, I believe in that or whatever, or or even more. I don't even like have to like if as long as I'm convinced enough, right? If I have enough evidence to be like, okay, sure, that seems to work, then I can believe in that. Like, I don't need to know like why gravity does what it does to know that
You don't
the Earth
even
is
know
still
what
round.
gravity is.
That's fine though. I mean, if I see a giant sphere, rock, Earth, whatever, right, then that's all I need to know that it's round. I don't need to know why it's round to know that it's round.
If you don't have gravity, then you don't have the heliocentric model.
Okay, that's besides the point. If I see
It's
the
not.
Earth is round,
No,
the Earth
that
is
is
round.
the point.
You were just arguing about how the Earth revolves around the sun. It's a sphere that's tilted, spinning, wobbling, revolving around the sun. Okay. You need gravity, and not only any gravity, you need a very specific type of gravity.
Okay.
It's called relativity.
All right, that's fine. All I'm arguing is that I don't need to know like how these things necessarily worked to know that they exist. All right. If I see the Earth is round, I don't need to be like, oh, how does gravity work for it to be a ball? Like, it's just a ball. I see that it's a ball, right? If I see, planets orbiting around an object, whatever, then I don't need to know how that works exactly. If I see it orbiting, it's orbiting. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, so if all we have to do is see it, and then that's what makes it true, then if I see that everything moves around the Earth,
okay, that's a decent argument, but that's not really what I'm arguing.
It's literally what you just argued.
Well, I'm arguing more so that I don't need to be. I don't need to know the inner workings of something to know that. So long as I have evidence for it, right? So yeah, seeing I guess could be one example of that, and that's a good point. Obviously, I could be. It could be something else where it's the sky.
You don't believe that. I'm making a point. Your belief is that the Earth is a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and revolving around the sun. Right?
Okay.
You believe that?
Something like that.
Why?
Well, I don't know all. Once again, I just understand or I believe the basic the Earth is round and there is a solar system and all that. I don't know the details though. I don't know the details. I don't really know.
So it's a blind belief,
So why
Arma.
would you claim that if you don't know the details? Why would you even go along with the
But
claim?
first, Army, can you acknowledge it's a blind belief you have?
Sure, I guess.
Okay, and that it certainly
There
isn't a
you go.
justified belief because you don't even know what the belief is yet.
Well, I think it's pretty justified in the sense that there's a lot of evidence for it, and I would have to think there's a whole giant lie, that's hiding the truth of the Earth. So for me, it's justified enough. All right.
What's the evidence for it?
I don't know. For one, you got the ISS. You got
ISS proves the Earth goes around the sun.
Well, no, in terms of taking the pictures up there, whatever, you can see that the Earth is round, whatever.
What proves the Earth goes around the sun?
I'll be honest, yeah, maybe not. There's not a whole lot for that per se. At least
you
what
have
I've
no
seen.
evidence, and it's just a blind belief you have.
Well, I could still say for me that I think the Earth being round is pretty convincing.
Why do you keep reverting back? We're talking about the Earth going around the sun right now.
Because so what? I mean, it works well enough. I've seen stuff. I know there's the moons of Jupiter. They orbit around, Jupiter and whatnot. And, the moon, from the looks of it goes around the Earth, right? Maybe there's a bit of a jump there, but there's something for me to be
like, around the Earth. Why are you saying that we're going around something now?
Okay, because there's a lot more complicated motions when you're dealing with the other stuff. Like with the moon, it's pretty straightforward. It's just around us, right? But with the other stuff, you have Venus. What is it called? Is it retrograde motion? I don't know what it's called exactly, but it's not a clear all the way around, whatever. Or I mean, it is in the in one day, obviously. But in terms of relative to other things in the sky, it has a weird path that it takes. It kind of just moves, and then it just kind of does a weird. It's not 1-to-1. It's not like it's going around us.
It's a blind belief you have that we go around the sun.
Maybe half and half. It's half blind, half I'm at least convinced that there's evidence to show that orbits can happen. Well, the fact that I think orbits can happen, right? With the moon, the moon's around Jupiter, or whatever, right? Those seem to be going around Jupiter.
Can happen. That doesn't mean something can happen. Santa Claus can fly in a sled. It could have propulsion.
No, we haven't really seen anything we don't have sleds that can fucking fly like that. We have we have airplanes, but we don't have
half blind.
No, we don't have sleds that fly.
Did you say half blind?
Yeah, half blind. Yeah, like you.
So you think
you don't have stuff orbiting other stuff either?
Pop out here, bro. That doesn't even make sense.
This is so funny because, like, the truth is, you just have a blind belief. You don't have any evidence. You can't articulate any of the evidence. You just believe it. This is the reality. You believe it because it's what the consensus is. It's what the majority of people believe.
For the most part, sure. Some of the stuff I do believe just because, like, okay, a lot of people believe it, but there's also stuff that I've also looked into myself. Whatever, like, okay, that seems to check out. Whatever, so fair enough. Like,
No, you haven't even named one thing regarding the Earth going around the sun.
Well, once again, as I was saying, in orbits, in general, like I'm saying, the fact that things can orbit,
So why couldn't it just orbit the Earth, though?
Well, once I've seen usually the small stuff orbit the big stuff. All right, and you could argue I don't really know the size of the sun. All right, fair enough. All right, now there are people who claim to know the size of the sun. All right, and I don't have a real reason to believe they don't
There are
have.
people that claim to go to Narnia.
Okay, but they're not scientists, though.
Okay, dude. Here's another one, right? So the truth is, it's just a blind belief you have because majority of people think it. How do you know that how do you know the Earth is tilted wobbling?
Tilted wobbling. What the tilt one is more of, for me personally, it's more of just like there's evidence, not proof, but there's evidence of it. Like, you have like the seasons and whatnot. Like, that's at least.
I feel like you're practicing right now. What's it? Are you practicing?
The seasons.
Yeah, evidence, not proof. Yeah, not proof.
Really?
Yeah, not proof. Evidence, though. There's a difference between, for me anyway. I mean, I'm pretty sure that is the case. Though evidence and proof aren't the same.
Right.
Okay, that's how they came up with the tilt in the first place.
Well, fair enough. That is a decent argument. You could say, yeah, they're kind of forcing that at that point.
So your evidence for the fact the Earth is tilted is that the seasons didn't work on the model, so they had to tilt it.
Well, I guess you could also make the argument. Well, hold on. I guess you could also make the argument, though. Like, the other objects in the sky, whatever, right?
Just like to argue.
No, hold on. Okay. In terms of the tilt, okay. So what is it? It's tilted on its orbit, right? I mean, it's tilted relative to its orbit, right? So I'm sure there's some sort of way you can sort of get like why they came up with that. Besides seasons, like I'm sure
you're sure there's some type of way, but you don't know what it is. That's my point.
He doesn't know anything about his own model. Why he believes it?
Well, hold on.
Arma, science says, you can Google this. Science says that something hit the Earth a long time ago that caused it to go 23.4 degrees. Thank God something hit the Earth so we can have seasons, right?
Yeah, just the right amount. You believe that too, huh?
It's not the right amount. I mean, I'm pretty sure you could still have seasons even if it wasn't tilted as much. I mean, it would be different types of seasons, I guess.
Really? How does that work on your
what
model?
happened to the distribution of the ice caps in the water?
I mean, it might be greater, or less depending on how tilted it is. I guess.
Just stop it.
All right, wait, okay. So anyway, so you don't know about the orbit around the sun. You just blind believe it. You don't know about the tilt. You just blind believe it. Okay, now what about the wobbling?
I don't even know about the wobbling, to be honest with you.
You didn't know that you believe the Earth was wobbling?
Well, how can I not know I believe in something? I either know about it and then believe it, or I don't know about it and don't believe it.
Watch this.
Right, there you go.
The Earth is tilted, wobbling. So do you believe that?
I guess maybe.
There you go. Now you believe
maybe.
it.
Well, I said maybe. I said maybe. I haven't actually looked into it, so I don't. You could be making up shit right now, but you're probably right. But
he'll never say yes definitively on anything.
Now,
it's always maybe, or well, if and maybe. Well, I don't.
Whatever, or whatever.
Hey, Arma.
Okay, settle down.
Hey, Arma.
Everyone settle down.
Arma, it's 2023.
Okay.
And I hear that Alice and Bob are very progressive. And so
is this related to anything at all?
They bought into this heliosexual thing, and they're big into threesomes. So where's Henry?
Bro, what are you talking about?
Hey, they're
you guys are just taking the piss now. It's not even Henry? It's not even a discussion now.
Hey,
Armbar.
I'm wondering if you want to talk to a dude that's probably 8 or 9 months total since letting go of the ball. Like I'm probably the baby in the room as far as going from heliocentric model to realizing that our Earth is stationary and flat. I'm a true earther. And I was just going to bring kind of perspective, or if you had any questions. I'm not the best at answering it because I too was programmed with the entire heliocentric model from birth, and that's just programmed into us and forced into us. And it really kind of tripped me out when I realized that in the early 1900s, Paramount was showing a spinning Earth orbiting and it's long before the moon missions. And it's like they were pre-programming everybody to believe in space and the space stories. And do you have any questions for like a new convert?
A new what?
Convert. Like I left the globe. Yeah, like it's ridiculous. And now I know it's stable and still and stationary and not moving anywhere. Because one of the things is I go out on the back porch and have coffee.
Okay.
The narrative says that if I have coffee out there tomorrow morning, and then the next morning I go out and have coffee on my back porch, that I've moved 1.2 million miles through space.
Okay.
And that's weird because it seems like
more than that, bro.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it's the same spot it's always been. Or like when I go back to my hometown, nothing's changed. I haven't moved anywhere. That was one thing that was like brought me peace, was knowing that up is up and down is down. There's not this random people like sticking off of a ball at all angles. And then it got me questioning, with all the satellite technology, why hasn't this thing been put to bed? Like, why haven't they just zoomed in on the northern hemisphere and showed me mountains or huge buildings or cities or something with the buildings popping up, and then just pan out a little bit, pan down, show me those same buildings popping off the side or the bottom. It should be a very easy feat to do. I mean, they should have 24-hour streams from the moon showing us Earth revolving, uncut, unedited, constantly, because it's where we live and we've been to the moon, right? These are things that kind of like shook me up inside and helped me to begin to question the narrative, because it is scary, it's freaky. It took me 4 months to let go. Like I would wake up, I would do research, 2-3 hours a day, and then I'd say, "Oh man, I think I got it. Wow, this is crazy." I'd sleep. I would wake up and have a knee-jerk reaction that I was still on a beautiful spinning ball Earth. I just could not kick like the habit or the programming. So that's where I'm at.
It was hard to let go.
Yeah, I did though, and I want to help this guy. I know Austin like knows his stuff left and right. He's true and right and good in what he's doing, but a lot of people are like, "He's so arrogant." He's not. He's confident.
Wait,
and so I'm new
I
to
just
it.
say something here. Wait, hold on. Yeah, you're new to it, but wait, Armbar, before we lose this thing that you have on the screen, I want you to just enlighten our friend here that's new to the whole thing. This is the perspective that he's looking for, and explain it one more time about Bob and Alice and how the ball can be accelerating towards both people at the same time in literal reality for our friend here, to make sure that he doesn't have to like completely leave the heliocentric model, because you have to be able to explain that the ball goes in both directions at the same time, regardless of any kind of reference frame.
Well,
Explain that for us.
I think you're missing my point. So, I mean, but also
maybe not. But go ahead.
Well, okay. Well, real fast. I mean, why am I doing this again for? Just because?
Well, I'm just listening to what you know. And
he needs to understand. Look at just Armbar sharing.
No, this isn't going to prove anything. This isn't.
This is
there
the
you go.
explanation
It's
for
not
the
gonna
model.
prove shit.
This is
It
the
wasn't
model.
supposed to prove shit. You guys keep missing my argument.
I'm not trying to make. No. I'm not asking for proof. I'm just make it make sense for us. Please, just one more time on that.
Why? I showed it. I already showed it like 5 times now.
I'm not saying it has to be proof. I'm just saying make sense.
Hold on. No, hold on. Maybe I'd be inclined to share it. Hold on. Maybe I'd be inclined to share it if you guys weren't like, I don't know, like making fun of it and whatnot. But I don't really have an incentive to do this now. I mean,
let him know how the Earth can be accelerating towards both people at the same time, regardless of their reference frame. Go ahead.
Once again, why should I do this for again? Like, you guys were literally
just because we have somebody here that just got off the ball, and to save him from getting off the ball, you have a chance here to show him how it makes sense.
It's
that
not
the ball could be accelerating towards both people at the same time. Otherwise, the ball doesn't make sense, and you should be just listening to him instead of anybody else.
Hold on. It's not. First off, it's not going to save him because this doesn't prove anything. Once again, I was literally just arguing.
I'm not asking for proof. I'm just saying make sense of it, because this is very basic. This has to make sense for any of it to work.
Okay, but you keep making the argument. You keep making the argument. Oh, he just left Globe Earth, whatever.
So what your model
try to save him, whatever. This isn't going to save him, though. It's not meant to do that. It's not meant to be a proof for anything.
The line of what your model, your model is dependent on this making sense. Otherwise, your model is broken.
Not exactly. I'm only trying to like show that.
Not exactly.
You can have something accelerate.
This is what your model says. Your model says the ball goes towards both people at the same time.
Okay, I don't know about the actual the physics claim of that. I'm literally just talking in terms of math. All right, you can treat it as
You're showing it right
accelerating
here.
things and
This is
whatnot.
how it works. Go ahead, show it. Go ahead, run through it.
Once again, why though?
Well, if you don't want to,
Just
I'll
because
kind
it
of
has to
keep
make sense.
going with a little bit of
Before
my
you lose
like.
your diagram, this
Yeah,
is going to go away. Just you see in his diagram before he shuts this down. I just want him to go through it one more time for the.
Well, if he doesn't want
for
to,
me, I didn't.
yeah,
I came in
I'll
late.
watch.
I don't
Okay,
really see a
so pi.
real reason though.
Do it, please do it because like I kind of want to go hang
Oh,
out.
he's going Pac-Man model now. He going Pac-Man model? Is that why? Does
Yeah,
he just
that,
like give up
that
all
ridiculous
hope and go to
Pac-Man model.
Look, we'll completely clear the floor, no one interrupt, and Arm is going to explain how it works.
I already
One more
did
time.
already though. Why am I doing it
Hey,
again for?
Well, I wasn't
No,
here.
I
I was taking care of my kids, and like I'll watch
Yeah.
it like with
Yeah,
my
dude.
whole heart and eyes, and I'll be quiet and everything because I
No,
haven't seen it
that's
once.
it's
Cool,
pointless.
explain that
It's,
stuff to us.
it's
Thanks.
not. I've explained it
Let's
5
hear
times.
one
I
more.
don't think a 6th time. Okay, 5 time might be
No.
exaggeration, but
You have to
I don't
go.
think
I
another
didn't
time
see
is
it.
going
You didn't
to.
see it.
But
Nobody
I
else
haven't
saw
seen
it.
it.
Just for the people that are new to the room, they want to see before you lose your diagram. We
Mhm.
want to see you make sense.
Okay, I'm going on mute, but I haven't seen it, so go for it.
Oh my goodness. All right, whatever. You know, actually, hold on. Let me think about this carefully. Actually, because
Now you know how we feel.
about what?
Hold on. You got to show the
Everybody be quiet. He's
visual.
gonna.
No, don't get sidetracked, Armbar. Show us the visual of how it happens, of how this would happen all at the same time.
All right. Well, okay, I'm gonna be the bigger man and just okay. Here we go. So,
Just tell us how this all happened.
in terms of this whole, argument on, okay, if the Earth is accelerating towards Bob and towards Alice, right? Would it have to expand, right? Depending on the scenario, yes, it would have to. In my scenario, though, it doesn't have to, though, right? So, in terms of real fast, move Alice out of the way. Let's get away from this.
Show us the visual of this
I
all
am.
happening at the same
I
time.
literally
in your
am, Jeremy.
scenario.
All right.
All
I
right.
literally am. All right.
All right, awesome.
So,
I can't wait. I'm waiting.
okay. So for Alice, all right, when she's falling down, right? Obviously, if I'm let's say for example, I'm really far away from the Earth and I'm looking at this, then yes, I'm going to see both Alice fall, all right, to the Earth, all right. It'll be her accelerating, and I'll also see Bob, all right, accelerating to the Earth, right. But to them, though, all right, to them, what Alice is going to see, all right, is she's going to see. Oh, hold on. She's going to see this. She's pretty much going to see everything, all right, around her move in this one direction, all right? That includes, Mars behind her, right? Or not behind her, but above her. Venus that is below her, the Earth that's below her, and Bob that's below her, right? Now, don't get me wrong. Yes, Bob will also be moving towards the Earth, all right? But that's the thing, though. To her, in her view, the only thing that's accelerating towards her feet, is the Earth and everything else in that same direction, all right? And she's not going to see
but in the
Earth,
same moment, this.
Oh yeah. Hold on. So she's not going to see the Earth accelerate towards Bob's feet. No, she's going to see Bob accelerate towards the Earth. All right, that's what she's going to see. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now for Bob, he's going to see obviously, the opposite. When he's falling.
Hold on. Why did she see that? Why is that what she sees? Why? Why would she see that?
Why would she see this? Hold on.
If the Earth is accelerating towards Bob's feet, why would she see Bob accelerating towards the Earth?
Because I just told you she's not. That's why I'm saying yes. The person that's far away from Earth, they'll see both of them accelerate towards the Earth. But for Alice though, she's not going to see the Earth accelerate towards his feet. She's only going to see the Earth accelerate towards her feet, Bob accelerate towards her, and Venus accelerate.
You need to show the distance. Hold on. You need to show the distance, the gap closing between Bob and Alice.
Okay. I'll animate it.
Bob in the Earth and Alice in the Earth all at the same time.
All right. So it's going to go like this.
You need to close the gap to where.
Remember, I said that you have to explain this to the new person that just got off the ball, how this can happen in reality. Don't worry about reference frames. Don't worry about how one person sees it, another person sees it. Has to be show how it physical one reference frame, how it works. Not depending on how one looks at it.
I told you
Get
in
that
one
out of your
reference frame it doesn't
vocabulary.
work.
Explain in physical
You can't
reality.
even
If it doesn't work in physical reality, your model's broken. But go ahead. Explain how in physical reality it works.
You can't even make.
I was
Oh,
never
your model
arguing
broken.
that. You guys are silly. I was never arguing
Well, hey,
that.
just a
Are
second.
you going to break the model or save the model? You have a chance right now.
I literally told you I was
Break it
never
or save
arguing. I was never arguing that though. That's why I literally keep telling you guys. I'm saying in terms of.
Yeah, right. You
What
were
do you mean,
never
yeah, right.
arguing.
No,
I was
we're
never
not
arguing
arguing.
this.
Wait, hold on, wait. Arma, we don't need you explain to you. We don't need to be explained how it could be one person sees it this way and another person sees it this way. We're talking about in reality, how could this work?
But that was my whole
In
argument,
reality,
though.
not
That
about
was my.
how they see it.
That
Not
was
about
my-
how they see it. It's about how
Can
the
you guys hear
physical reality of the
New
ball could be
perspective.
meeting
Can you
them
hear me?
both at the same time. Do you get it?
That was never my
Hey,
argument. Though. I was
Armbar,
never.
show us
reality.
the visual. Armbar, just show us the visual. However you want to do it, it just needs to be happening at the same time. You need to show Alice and Bob both getting closer to the Earth somehow. Don't have them moving to where the one's not happening.
It's not about how they see it. Just get that out of your vocabulary. And
Okay,
explain
real
it.
fast, Jeremy.
Get that out of your vocabulary about
You're this person and you're this
person. No,
Okay.
how does it work in an objective God view reality? Say you're God looking down on it, and it only happens one way.
I was never arguing that though. Yes, what Jeremy is saying that is literally impossible. All right, I'm not. I was never arguing that.
Trying to either make sense of it or break it. Right here, you're either breaking it or you're making sense of it. You have a point.
You can't
I'm
even visualize
still
it
listening.
magically. Yep, just show us that scenario happening. Don't worry about whatever anyone else is saying. Just show us everything happening at the same time without the Earth getting bigger.
God. Yeah, from the view that
Because
we're
all
at
this
right
is
now,
happening. All this is happening at the same time. Hold on, new perspective. Hold on a second, man. Hold on, man. Your mic sounds like shit, bro. Just show us it all happening at the same time. That's all.
Okay, but you understand if I'm going to do that, then they're just going to fall towards the Earth. That's it, right?
Well, it's all happening at the same time. You said you could show this not happening at the same time.
No, okay. In terms of if I'm literally far out enough, right? What I'm going to see, right, is them falling towards the Earth. That would be, I guess, happening at the same time. Whatever. All I was saying is that from each of their views, they're seeing a different thing. All right. That was all I was saying. I feel like you guys keep missing my point.
But we
No, I mean,
that.
That makes sense to me.
Maybe you're not familiar with the scenario. The scenario is you drop something, antipode. Is my mic fucked up, guys?
No, you're good, dude. You're good.
Yeah, it is.
Keep on
It's
tripping.
cutting in and out a little bit.
Oh fuck. I mean, it did cut out a little bit, but
But the whole point is for our newcomer here that the model says that the reason that it seems like you're falling towards the ground is the ground is actually coming up towards you in their official model. Otherwise, their model is broken. So
Okay, well, I've got a question. I've got a
has
pretty
to be
direct-
going towards both Bob and Alice at the same time.
Exactly.
Which
It
means it would
has
have
to
to
go towards
expand.
both.
And we know that the Earth's not expanding in every direction all the time.
Well,
otherwise the model's broken. It's kind of like the Flat Earth Society that says that the Earth is accelerating upwards, 9.8 meters per second squared, right? And we think about that as being silly, but in a way that's not silly because it meets the requirements that the ball has for the Earth to be moving up towards a person instead of the opposite way, right? So Flat Earth Society kind of like tries to appease that idea that there could be this acceleration, but it's the Earth moving instead of you moving. But the ball really has a problem because it can't do it with the flat surface moving towards everybody that's jumping in the air. They have to say the ball's going to two opposite directions at the same time.
I'm going next. Relax.
Well, let me ask the question. I've been listening the whole time.
Jeremy's going to go now. Now it's Jeremy's
Well,
time to talk.
Is it? Because I had a quick question.
It is.
All right, I'll let Jeremy go.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
So my question is this. I know we're talking about two people that are falling towards the Earth, but what kind of confuses my mind is if two people are standing on the Earth and they drop a cue ball, how does the cue ball go to the ground if their feet and legs and bone structures are grounded to the ground? The Earth can't accelerate up to the ball or it would shatter their femurs, right?
Good question. Arma.
If you had a camera on the ball, the camera would see the ground coming at it. But that's
Yeah, but
not
their
what's
legs
happening.
are on the ground. They're standing on the ground.
That's why I was never
I'm just
arguing.
talking about the ball. I'm just talking
Well, no,
about the ball. The view from the ball, if you had a camera on the ball, it would
Right.
look like the ground is coming at you.
But what I'm
please,
saying,
can I
left
please
lane,
get in?
is that
Please.
the camera may
Ugh.
see that, but the person that dropped the ball, their physically structured body is standing on the ground, so the earth could not raise to the
That's
ball.
right. That's right. It's not the ground is not moving. It just looks like it from the ball's point of view. That's all that a
Okay.
reference frame is.
But that's why I also brought up the Mars and Venus thing, because it's not just the Earth's surface. I was saying if it was just the Earth's surface or whatever, then yeah, at that point it would have to expand or whatever. But that's why I was saying everything else is also moving in that direction as well. So when the Earth supposedly comes up to the ball, not only is the Earth moving in that direction, but you as well are moving in that direction. Everything is moving in that direction, but the ball.
You're throwing all that in there. The Earth is moving in that direction.
Are you guys
The
just
Earth
going
is
to
not
talk
moving
over
in that
Jeremy
direction.
every time Jeremy
It's not-
starts to talk? You guys are talking over him.
But I'm trying to make a point that is drawing confusion.
You're making a
this whole
point
thing.
over top of him talking though.
Yeah.
You can't hear him.
Left lane, you're saying the Earth is not moving. He's saying the
He
Earth
don't
is
give a
moving.
fuck
He's right.
either.
Hold on. When I say, I'm just saying, relatively speaking, like you could treat it as that. I mean, whatever, man. I'm like, that's why I was showing the
then
visual.
your model doesn't work. We have to have a reality. We can't have just like, oh, if you look at it this way. We're talking about reality, Arma.
But I was never arguing that though. But I was never arguing that.
Okay, so in reality, the ball model doesn't work. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know that.
No, you have a chance to make it make sense, make it work. Otherwise, it doesn't. Right here, right now. One chance.
That was never.
You got one shot.
I was never trying to. I was literally just trying to argue this whole expanding thing. That's it. I was just showing my visual. Right, as you can see here. All right, my little cool little visual that I kind of animated, as you can see here. That's all I was showing was this. All right. To Alice, everything else is moving. In that same, in that one direction. All right. And I know I apologize, left lane, if I'm butchering this.
Can I get in real quick? I don't have much longer. Please.
Go ahead.
Thanks. The thing was, show this happening at the same time. You said, yeah, I can make it happen at the same time. Now you're not showing that though.
At the
not
same
what you're showing, dude.
Okay. At the same time, in terms of each of their view, like Alice at the same time as Bob, they're both going to experience what they're experiencing, right? So at the same time, yeah, I technically I have satisfied that. Like, it's just in terms of at the same time.
No, because when you showed Bob and Alice's point of view, I'm coming. When you showed Bob and Alice's point of view, he wasn't getting closer to the Earth. He was just moving along with it.
Here, look, I'm doing it. Look, I have it animated right now. All right, I have it animated right now. Are you looking? Can you even look? I don't know. You might be on phone. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Let's go. Show me Bob getting closer.
See, Bob's
and Alice
getting
closer at the same time.
See? Look at that. See, he gets closer and then he touches. See that? Look at that. It's animated. See?
Yeah, but that's Bob falling. Bob's falling though. Bob's just falling.
Yeah,
Earth's not expanding out to meet him.
I told you that from with my argument. The whole argument is that it doesn't need to expand because the whole thing about it.
You didn't show. You showed Bob falling. Bob's not supposed to be falling. The Earth's supposed to be accelerating up to meet him.
That's what I was saying to Alice. She sees Bob falling. All right, Alice is going to see Bob falling.
Why would she see that?
Because that was my argument. That was my whole argument from the start. Bob will see the same thing. He'll see Alice falling. All right.
Why? Why do you think that's what they would see? That's not what they would see.
Well, because I just animated it. That's what would happen if we're going to look at.
No, not. Bob would see Alice would see the Earth expanding to meet Bob.
Oh my goodness!
Because that's what's happening in this scenario at the same time.
Well, look. How about this? How about we wrap this up? Right. Whatever you see here in my picture is what I was arguing from the start. All right. So if that's separate from what you were arguing, then so be it. All right. We'll have to agree to disagree because this is what I was arguing. All right. This fucking visual
that's
right
not
here.
Some shit that would happen though in your scenario. That's not what Alice sees.
What you're arguing is that it's impossible. What your argument here is showing that it's impossible for the ball to go both directions at the same time. That's what your argument is. You're arguing against the ball right now. You realize that?
I mean, if you say so, I don't really know or care.
It's not about what you're showing us. You have a visual. You have a visual showing us it doesn't work to go both ways at the same time without it expanding. That's your argument. You're
My
showing
whole-
us how it doesn't work, not how it does work.
All right, whatever. If you think so, that's not
Whatever.
what I. Because I mean, that was
Just your belief.
because I don't
You
even
think it works, but you're showing us how it doesn't work.
because you guys
Just
keep
wrap it
doing
up,
this weird
dude.
thing where
Wrap it up, man.
you're trying to take me to another argument that I was never even arguing. I was simply
I don't know.
arguing.
You said you're going to wrap it up, so wrap it up. Come on.
All right,
But
I
do
will
you think
wrap it
you
up.
can-
All
How
right.
it works in reality, God view, or your your model's broken. Go back to the drawing board and start figuring out why you're not on the spinning ball instead of why you are. Unless you can show us how it works right now without it expanding.
Well, I don't even. Okay, first off, all right, you're trying to put me in this one. I'm not. I don't care about whatever you're saying right now. I'm literally just arguing this. I'm literally arguing that you could have the Earth accelerate up towards your feet for both people. All right, that's it. That's all I'm
At
trying
the
to
same
argue.
time.
Yeah, at the same time, they would, for both people, they
How?
would be seeing. Alice will see the Earth accelerate towards her feet, but she'll also see Bob accelerate towards her as well. All right.
Well, no,
Bob
it's
will.
not about what they see. It's about what happens in reality. Show
Well,
us
I'm not
what
arguing about
happens
I'm
in
not
reality.
arguing about that. I was never arguing about that. I was never
That's
arguing
the
about that.
argument. That's what we're arguing about. That's
Okay,
why we
well,
have this discussion. Because
okay, well, then I
reality
guess-
has to be reality. We can't just say, "Oh, it's about how you see it," because that's not reality.
Okay, then I'm jumping out then because apparently we had a misunderstanding then.
Okay, your model's broken. You proved it to us. Thank you so much. We didn't need any more proof, but maybe you proved it to yourself. If you think back and look back on this whole conversation, it doesn't work, bro.
I mean, if you say so, I don't know. I have to look into it.
If I say so, what is it just about how I look at it now? All of a sudden, it's just because I said so? No, it's about it either works objectively or it doesn't.
All right, I'll have to look into it.
You just showed us.
Can
No, I
somebody
didn't.
help?
No.
Can somebody help the new guy with an easy math problem? It's going to be a group effort though. It won't take long. So we are told that the boats like disappear over the horizon, right? The physical horizon, and that happens like 3 to 4 miles away, right? If you're standing at the ocean. And let's just make it 10 miles. I know that the Concorde can go 350 miles an hour. Imagine the Concorde flying 10 feet off the water. How much drop is in 10 miles around a ball Earth? And how long will it take a Concorde at 1,350 miles an hour to cover 10 miles? Because I'm kind of trying to get an experiential experience for the pilot. Like, how hard will he have to push the stick down? How many G's would that be? Because they tell us a passenger plane doesn't even know that it's a ball because gravity holds them level, and they just kind of skirt their way around the ball. Nobody even knows it. But just do that 10 miles at 1,350 miles an hour first. How long would that take in seconds or minutes? Anybody good with math? Know how to whip that out?
I mean, you could do 8 inches per mile square for how much drop there'd be.
Yeah. Figure out the drop first too, because I'm not being weird. This is just like I think about this stuff all the time. And if someone's standing at the beach and that boat is over the horizon, you cannot see it anymore. 10 miles for sure. It's going to be a bit around the curve. I think 66 feet. Already,
Yeah, 66. Yeah.
Okay, so 66 feet. And if you're going 1,350 miles an hour, how long does it take to go 10 miles?
What was that again? I kind of blanked out. What was
Okay,
this?
1,350 miles per hour, and you're only trying to go 10 miles.
That only takes like 90 seconds.
Is it 90 for sure? It's easy to figure out.
Yeah, well, I'm not typing it in. I'm just guesstimating, but it's.
Because I know a mile is 1,320, isn't it? 1,380 feet. So 1,580 times 10.
0.04 of an.
How many feet is it a mile?
It's
that number might be way off.
28.
I think it's
28.
It's like 5250.
5,280.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry, I got that wrong. Okay, I got that wrong. Thanks for the group help. And thanks for imagining this with me playing it out.
It's like around 2 to 3 seconds.
Okay, so check this out.
Wow.
3 seconds. 3 seconds, 10 feet off the ground. Homeboy is going to drop 66 feet, and he's not going to feel that.
Every 3 seconds.
And so there's articles that are saying that they have technology. There's articles that says they have technology with
That's probably why
certain,
they got rid of the Concorde.
Well,
right?
part of it,
It's
but
like
there's
the same reason we got rid of the merry-go-round. It's too easy to figure out their math is total BS.
Well, I'm just trying to talk about reality and speeds and curvature because we know how big the ball is and stuff like that. But there's also planes that are said to be able to make it anywhere on Earth in 15 minutes. I don't know what that speed would be, but the article was claiming, and I can try to find it, they were like saying the Concorde, was nothing compared to what we actually can do. And when you put that on a ball, it will kill you. The G's would. So it's just something to think about. Play around with the curvature that we know, not hypothetical space-time bending, warping to make the ball seem to expand, but it's not really like the physical curve that we're told, and fast planes flying 10 feet off the ground, and you start to realize we've been lied to.
No.
Exactly.
What you said, anywhere in the world in 15 minutes?
Yes, that's what they're saying. They're claiming that they have a plane. So basically, Left Lane, it's flying super fast over a flat extended plane. It's the only way it can happen.
That's 12,000 miles. No, wait. That's 12,000 miles would be the furthest from one side to the other. All right. So
times by 4.
So that'd be 6. That would be. Wait. What am I thinking?
I'll try to find the article.
Or maybe
that would be like 40,000 miles an hour, man.
Yeah, it would be more than orbital speed.
48,000 miles an hour. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It's no way, man.
I'll try to find that for you. But if you just stick to my little thought experiment, that's pretty crazy.
But yeah, I don't think if a plane like this exists, it would literally burn up in the atmosphere.
I thought it was a missile thing. I thought missiles they can shoot because those can go
not that
maybe
fast.
Hypersonic missiles, but they can.
Okay, y'all carry on. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it and cite it. Not that it's scientific proof, but at least where I saw it because I know I saw it recently. So yeah, I'll be right back.
Let me see. Fastest missile speed.
Well, I think it's interesting because when
15,000 miles an hour.
When people talk about the fastest plane ever built, which was the SR-71, the heat and everything and all of the shit has to go through and the mechanics and yada yada, I think it's interesting because the most durable material they have, they made it out of titanium, yada yada yada. I think it's interesting because they're like, oh wait, but if it's a missile, somehow, and they don't make missiles out of titanium, but somehow because it's like this different shape, somebody's come up with some kind of composite material that doesn't fly apart at the same speeds the SR-71 did.
Have you seen how hypersonic missiles?
Don't you think that's kind of weird, guys? Where, missiles and rockets can, like the space shuttle can go 25 times faster than the SR-71.
It is moving in a vacuum, which doesn't really make it fall apart.
Oh, sure, because it's moving in a vacuum, but you have to break 26,000 miles an hour to get to the vacuum.
Do you understand that majority of this?
It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It's just dumb. And then you got people that are like, "Oh, missiles, supersonic missile. Oh, yeah." But nobody actually, they can never produce the science and the materials that somehow can stay together and they don't have the same friction issues of breaking apart and shit once you break about Mach 3 or 4. It doesn't matter the size or whatever it is, they still have the same issues, but yet everybody's willing to go along with these missiles and rockets that somehow with heavier tiles like the space shuttle tiles, it was ridiculous the kind of shit they came up with to explain the nonsense. I just think it's amazing. People are, oh well, it's a missile, so now it can go 20,000 miles an hour through the atmosphere and not break apart. It's weird.
Which rocket does this? Which rocket or missile?
Yeah, there's no rocket does it. None of them.
No, there's no rocket
break apart.
do that.
They never go to space. They all dump into the Bermuda Triangle or any other space junk area.
Here's one, guys, that says
something that is wrong, but okay, yeah.
It would be possible to fly anywhere on Earth in under 3 hours. It goes 3,800 miles per hour. So there's 3 hours.
Well, yeah, 3 hours and 50 minutes is a difference.
But if you go higher up, into the, away from the Earth, you have to go even faster because you're going around a pretty big ball. And to get there in 3 hours, I just wonder what kind of G's that would be at 3,800 miles an hour, getting all the way to the other side of the world, or it says anywhere in the world in 3 hours.
I don't think it would be that much bigger of a circle or ball you'd be traveling around. Because I mean, like, because the atmosphere isn't like that thick, so you know you can go up a few, you know, I don't know, maybe like 50, 70. I don't know, but
after 10 kilometers, atmosphere is unbreathable, and it's way less dense than it is on the ground. So
yeah. And at that point, you know, the size of sphere you'd be traveling around, it wouldn't be that much bigger, honestly.
Here we go. Hypersonic plane can fly over 14,000 kilometers per hour, reaching anywhere on Earth in 1 hour. So if you imagine the radius of the Earth and you fly, you take off, you get to cruising altitude, and you hit your stopwatch, and you go anywhere you want in 1 hour, I'm saying the human body can't take those forces.
No, there's no plane that flies that fast. How fast did you say?
It says 14,000 kilometers
Yeah, that's just
per
absolutely
hour.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
And they never can show you it. You can't buy a ticket to verify it. You can't. Nobody's ever witnessed it, but yet we're supposed to be. Oh yeah.
No, I mean,
that's alien technology.
No, that's not a. Yeah, that's not a thing. It's just not real.
Get the ticket to it because it most likely is a military technology. But yeah, this is just most likely referring to hypothetical plane that could fly at like hypersonic speeds, which currently doesn't exist.
9,000 miles per hour. I don't know. It looks like they're saying they're trying to make it.
Yeah, we need like model or at least a name of the plane that is able to do this, not just a hypothetical plane that is able to.
9,000 miles an hour wouldn't even get you anywhere on the Earth in 1 hour.
It says Venus Aerospace Corp has touted that its hypersonic space plane would be capable of carrying passengers from Los Angeles to Tokyo in about an hour, a flight that otherwise takes 11 to 13 hours. So if you take 11 to 13 hours down to 1 hour,
this plane?
I mean, I'm just reading an article.
It's just some bullshit. They're just like, hey,
I
and
think
then
I
the
see the
tickets will be like $10,000 a
exact
seat.
article that you're reading right now.
Oh, wait a minute.
This
Only
plane,
Elon Musk will be able to.
This plane is just on the writing board.
The Virgin
it doesn't
Records
exist
guy.
just yet.
Right. Well, no, don't worry. If you pay enough taxes, they'll have it in 40 years, and then the only people that can ride on it are people like.
I don't think if it's
Richard
even
and Elon
government
Musk,
paid.
you know, but it's real. It's real. Only Bill Gates gets to ride it, but it's real.
I'm really not trying to bust balls. It's just I've been asking questions, honest questions, and seeking the truth.
No, I like it, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just when people bring this kind of stuff up, I'm like, come on, man. We're just going around in circles with cartoons.
I mean,
Let's focus on what we
that
can actually
this will
witness
ever fly.
ourselves.
Even from
this
the graphic,
article.
I can see that this plane literally has heat shields on its wings. Like if something like this even ever flies, it will be very expensive to fly.
There's actually a lot of articles that say multiple people are trying to get that 4 hour or less limit to go anywhere on Earth. And that's real interesting. Like, cool story, bro. Because once you do the actual physical math of the speed and distance and curvature, and then you say, well, how much drop is that per minute? How much drop is that per second? And then when you hear that it's a lot, like more than you can imagine a lot, you're like, the body can't do that. The plane can't do that. The tensile stress on the wings.
Yeah,
It's
I like the point you're making because the G-forces, there's no way. Like it's all a cartoon.
It's only 8
Once
inches.
you do the math, there's no way in the world.
I mean,
Right,
it's
left
a
lane,
plane
but-
that has
8 inches per mile.
Hybrid
Right, I
engine,
know that,
which
but
means-
whenever you hear like 400 feet drop per second, I don't know that that's the actual math. Then you're like, ooh, that'd be somebody throwing up, or that'd be some pain.
24 hours.
I mean, we could technically make semi-SSTO, which means that plane would go into a semi-orbit. Then it would literally re-enter like a shuttle and land, but the maintenance cost would be huge.
Well,
You'd
But
still
my
have
whole
that
thing is
displacement.
still the curve.
SSTO is technically
Still have
possible.
that
It would be
displacement.
similar to like a
massive
shuttle,
weight.
but it would start without the rocket. It would go into like semi-orbit, then it would land thanks to re-entry, etc. But the maintenance cost and like the cost of this itself and functionality would not be worth it. This is mostly why we abandon projects like
Well, I guess do some more research at what altitude they're going to be doing this at, because then you can
280.
actually map out, these flights, because they're like
This
really
shit is going
coding.
speed.
Wait, hold on. Can I just? I want to
Yeah.
just jump in real fast because you're making this huge point about the 10 miles in like 3 seconds. Like, oh, that's 66 feet in in 3 seconds. But like, you're also traveling like 52,000 miles in 10 seconds because that's what was it 1,300 miles an hour is, right? So I guess the thing that would be the thing that we would have to worry about isn't like that drop. It would be like what was it, like centrifugal or centripetal, one of those. We would have to worry about how much force that would be,
Right.
traveling that fast. So
Well, that's my whole point is ships disappear over the physical horizon that's just like 3 miles out. And if you came zipping over, even in an F-16 at 10 feet off the water, to stay 10 feet off the water, he's going to push the stick down super hard. I feel like because the 3 seconds, and he's got to be 66 feet down around that curve, because 10 miles in 3 seconds is bonkers. And I don't even know that a plane can drop 66 feet in 3 seconds.
Well, I mean, I personally, I don't know.
Well, like, just say you're flying at 10,000 feet, and I want you down 66 feet in 3 seconds. I mean, just find out if that's possible first before you do a 10 foot over the water thing.
That's like 2 meters. It's not much.
Well, I mean, is it easy or does it put stress on the pilot?
It doesn't. Planes are made to put up with stress like this.
That's actually pretty easy. Like 2 meters and 3 seconds is nothing.
Well, it's 22 feet per second.
Yeah,
how many miles per hour is 22 feet per second? Because if you have 66 feet to drop divided by 3 seconds, that's 22 feet. The second he pushes down on the stick, I mean, you say it's not a lot, but how many miles per hour down is that if you have to cover that distance?
15 miles an hour, I think.
Okay.
If I did the math right, I did it kind of quick, but I think it's 15 miles an hour. Because it's what 22. You said 22 feet, right? 22 feet times 60. That would give you the minute, and then times 60 again. That gives you the hour. Divide that by 5280, and that gives you 15 miles an hour.
Okay, so what if he flew 100 miles at that pace above the water? Can the human body sustain that many G's? Like, how many G's are
I know we have to
there?
calculate, but I know that human.
Sorry, I know I'm getting into the weeds, but it's a cool thought experiment.
You don't need a whole G unit for that.
Anyway, I appreciate it. It's super fun to even postulate these things.
It is. I do wonder though. Yeah, how much force that would be though. I'm not like good at that because I haven't actually learned any of that. So I personally couldn't give you the number, but yeah.
If we want to calculate something like this, we will need resistance of air, stress on the wings, stress on the plane, etc. It would be really fucking complicated.
Actually, the standard descent speed is 50 feet per second.
We're talking about calculating G's out of this.
15 feet per second.
Well, I don't know. How do you feel now, Armor? If you don't have your blunder muscles,
it's 3,000 feet per minute.
Well, hold on. Someone said my name. What's up?
I'm just saying, if you can't use your blender muscles for all this stuff, like how does your model feel now? If you actually just objectively can't, show, what Jeremy was trying to tell you before, all that stuff, like, does it mean that, like, is Blender a crutch for all these other things? Like,
well, Blender is usually just for like geometric like claims, like whether we should see this or not, or like that's usually whenever I use Blender. Obviously Blender's not going to be good for like actual physics or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Although there is like a physics engine in there, but that's not relevant though. That's not. Yeah. The point is, I think it's a weird question that you're asking because I mean, I don't ever really get into the physics of things, but I don't know about that. But
I mean, it all works within. Doesn't that work within Blender? You can do all kinds of modeling for physical stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you could. Once again, it's good for like geometric, like math claims, like in terms of like what you should see, what you shouldn't see.
It's good for simulation of materials. liquids and.
I guess, yeah.
Do you know about what it can do?
I mean, I know. There's like a bunch of like you could you have like cloth simulations, you have like liquid simulation, like like you just said. I know there's a few like simulations you can run in that, but like it's not gonna be like simulating any like like gravity.
Well, how about liquid simulation would be interesting to look at.
Yeah.
Somehow you have to have a. Do you know how you would program that in to have a Blender liquid on a ball? Like
in Blender, I imagine.
physics.
Well, in Blender, you just kind of imagine you just set like a vector or something, or maybe I'm using that word wrong, but you set a direction basically, right? You set a direction, and then the water or the liquid falls in that direction, right? So if you wanted it to like stick to a ball, I don't know if Blender has that option because it only does like one direction that it falls in. So I don't know. You could
You'd
program
need like
that,
a center-based coordinate system, and then you would just tell it to try to move to that center.
Yeah.
But it's really difficult for you to program that and have it with other bodies rotating in a model, like in your just whatever gyro dot.
Maybe it probably is expensive in terms of trying to calculate all those things and the computer running all that shit. Yeah, that would be quite hard.
Okay.
But anyway, back to the other topic because I know everyone was getting
Why
excited.
isn't there somebody else that's done like a masterful globe simulation model out there?
Like
you guys have to refer to Stellarium for all this stuff, but like.
Well, how detailed are we talking about? Because I mean, I've done like
as detailed as it could be, right? I mean, if it's all provable science, then it shouldn't be difficult to program it in. I mean, people have done in the entire universe in Minecraft.
Well, I mean,
right?
If you want, because in terms of getting it to like the proper scale and whatnot, that's like nearly impossible. That's just too much information. But like, I guess you can make the argument.
I'm not saying this to be 1-to-1, but just like, why are you building that? You know what I mean? I know you're doing it for yourself for fun or just for the challenge or whatever, or maybe because Bacon's pushing you. I'm not sure. No, okay, I'm just joking. But then, like, why? Shouldn't there be like another one somebody else has already made, like a way better one, and you're like, oh wow, that's how all this shit works, right? But was that available? Like, did you look for that?
Probably not.
We've been waiting for this for years and years, and they still don't have a working model like that you can look at and see how orbital mechanics work and the relationship between the stars and the heavenly bodies and the Earth. There's nothing. There's not a single model. It's just in their mind.
I mean, to build something that intricate, it'd be a lot of work, and even then, I don't even know if because I guess you could program water stick into a ball and then have that ball orbiting around stuff and whatnot. I guess that you could do that. It'd be very simple though. Like you couldn't add too much stuff to it.
It's called the game. There's Game Universe Sandbox, I think, and you can predict orbits, etc. of it. You just throw some random objects, and it will show you what will potentially happen with them.
Oh,
but yeah.
How come someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't just pull out his model from his
I
pocket
do
and
not
show
care
us?
what Neil deGrasse Tyson thinks. I am not
Yo,
him,
how
and I
come
don't
all
really-
the physicists? How come all the physicists in the world, all the heliocentric physicists, don't have a model that they can just pull out and show all the measurements and the orbital mechanics and how it all works? There's nothing.
Because I don't think it's practical though.
Model for orbital mechanics. There's a
Yeah, to show the
very
relationship,
much.
how gravity
There's very
works,
lot.
the gravity relationship between each body in the solar system, at least just on the solar system only.
Like I would mess around with Blender if we were using like a photogrammetry model or a NERF model or something like that, like something that's fairly accurate, based on photography,
Okay.
To do kinds of things. But like, I don't know how you think. Like I realize programming it in there and naming it and labeling it and whatever, trying to make your distances and stuff like that. So it's fun. It's like building a clock, though. I mean, it's no more real than building a cuckoo clock.
But I mean, you understand why I make them like. I mean, like a lot of it is just to like show like, oh no, this works. So because like the one of my models that I made was like the Earth, the Moon, the Sun, whatever, and I was trying to show that the eclipse, right, like the shadow of the moon, whatever, right, should be small because I actually modeled it in Blender. I got a tiny little shadow, whatever. It's fucking crazy how accurate it is. And I just, I started adding to that and whatnot. And my model actually, for the most part, predicts like moon phases, because it was me and I forget who it was. Was it? I don't think it was Vaxi. I think it was someone else. It was like Vaxi Waxy or some other guy. But no, I think it was good something. I forgot his name. What it was exactly. But basically, he was like, "Oh, how do I have this moon phase if it's this time?" And this, this day of the year, whatever, right? And then I actually like punched it into my little model, whatever, and I actually got practically the exact same moon phase, whatever. So, and I showed him how it worked. So, I usually use Blender for shit like that. Yeah. But
cool.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it comes down to
But so that's an aspect that you can glean some kind of information out of it sometimes. But I'm just saying it's not an equivalent way to. I mean, I guess you can believe it yourself. I think what you wanted to say earlier was that like come on, it's good enough. Like you guys, you can believe this bullshit, right? The globe, come on, this is just simple. It's fine, right? Like you're trying to sell me on fast food. Like maybe we're like on a road trip, like, oh, what's the last place we're gonna go? Come on, Wendy's is fine, right? Like you want McDonald's so bad? Like
I'm not sure if we really want to like get you to our side. We just are here discussing that anyways. Armando, have you tried to do this Blender model with, for example, Jupiter? That will be interesting.
Oh yeah. I actually did in terms of I did Jupiter's distance, whatever, right? And I actually did the moon, like the moon's distance from Jupiter as well, and then Jupiter's distance from the Earth and the sun, and whatnot, right? And I actually got the shadow of Jupiter's moon, on it, or whatever. And then I actually took I did it a while back though. But let me see if I can pull it up real fast. But I actually took a picture of it, whatever, and compared it to like a picture online of actual like Jupiter and its moon or whatever.
I've seen it live. I've seen live one of Jupiter's moons passing around it and like transiting in, so shadow was visible. Like 2 times, I think. It was pretty.
Yeah, but like I think
So if I make a Blender model and I get a couple things right, does that make what I make
No, but it's pretty good.
No, but it's just cool though, because it's like I got it. It means like I at least got it like accurate to what the model says, the globe model says, whatever. So I'm like, wow, look at that.
I'm not trying to rain on your video game project here. It's just like we're talking about philosophy and creation and all kinds of crazy shit. You know what I mean? So congratulations, but also, is it falling short of really like being good proof?
No, I don't think it's proof or anything. I'm just, it's more so like defending the globe, because if anyone says, hey, this doesn't work, then I can show that at the very least it works. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't prove the globe. It doesn't prove the globe, but it defends the globe though, for any arguments made against it, like this doesn't work, and that's like that's what I've mainly been here
so you
for.
Think that okay.
Yeah, I've never actually tried to prove the globe. Like, oh, this proves the globe. Like, I don't do that. That's not what I do. I'm simply defending it.
If you're wrong and deceived, and you're just like using it to describe it to other people, then I don't know. I'm not sure what to think.
But at least I'm being fair, though. Even if I am deceived, at least I'm properly portraying the model.
Trying to explain it if you were trying to, somebody's like, I don't know where I live. I just woke up yesterday, or anything. Like you would try to. What would you try to give him a fair shot at this, or what? You're gonna talk him into a globe from the jump?
No.
What would you be doing?
I don't really care if they want to believe the globe or not. I'll be like,
like
okay,
a friend of yours, like let's say a friend of yours actually asked you, like, what do you think about this?
Wait, what?
I'm just curious, man. I don't know why. Somebody else can talk about something more interesting with you, I guess. Probably.
Well, let me just real fast jump into this because I just realized what I was doing. So basically, I'm sort of like a lawyer, right? Like it doesn't matter per se if like my client is like innocent or guilty, or whatever. I'm just trying to. Well, okay. I mean, that's kind of weird though, right? Because lawyers are kind of weird.
You're not literally though, right? You're not literally a lawyer.
No, I'm not literally a lawyer. No, but the point I'm trying to get at is though, at the very least, I'm trying to defend the globe honestly. Like this is what it says, whatever. So anyone who gets the argument wrong, at least know the argument properly before you actually attack it. Because
Do you mean you're trying to be more honest about your global defenses?
Global defense. I don't know.
Your global defensiveness has sometimes, man. I don't know. I'm not sure what people talk about sometimes with it, but it's like there's been a couple times like, but it seems like when you were talking to Witsit, you really didn't have a lot to answer with. So
yeah,
that's at least more That's like I should like give you like a head nod to that. I guess that's good, right? Like just
the reason-
admitting you don't know those things. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, and I don't know why. I don't know why a lot of people, like including Wissit, like ask me so many questions because like I don't argue those those things usually. Like I'm literally just trying to argue the one thing or whatever, and they're like trying to get me with all these other things that I just don't know about. I'm like, I don't know that. Like, why are you bringing that up? So yeah, it's fucking weird.
Yeah.
But yep.
Cool. Thanks.
But anyway, just go back to the other topic though. Does anyone know what the math would be in terms of like I know like the one guy was saying like, oh, we would have to calculate like the air or whatever, like the drag or whatever for the plane. But like, what about like centrifugal or centripetal? I don't know which one it is for this, but like, does anyone know what the math would be for that? Because I imagine if
You'd have to do some figuring. I asked Chat GPT, Apocryphon also did, and it wouldn't give an answer to that. But this one plane that he's posted is supposed to fly at an altitude of like 170,000 feet, which you'd have to add that mileage to the radius of the Earth.
Right.
And I don't know what that parabola would calculate. It would be way less than 8 inches per mile drop. So you have to figure all that in. But you could. It's right at 4,000 mile radius at 170,000 feet. I guess you could figure the velocity and get the centrifugal force at that radius. There's some math involved in it.
Left Lane, I was just looking at that. It's funny. I drew like an arc to simulate the Kármán line. And if this thing is flying at 170,000 feet along the Kármán line, then I wrote down, I think it says 6,905 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And so what my question is, how many miles is that thing covering in a minute? So you just take, let me get my calculator, 6905 divided by 60. So it's going 115 miles a minute divided by 60 again, 1.9 miles a second. And I want to know what is that arc that it's going to be traveling on? And I got to figure out like what would the experience be for the passengers? Because is it going to be, is it going to be terrible? Is it even humanly possible, or is it no big deal?
That is a good question.
Yeah,
It's a lot of math.
it is a good question. And I don't know.
And I understand that this is like a hope of a company and like this is like a web post basically. It's not in reality yet. It's a hopeful dream. $22 million earned for it. Like until they do it, we can't hold their feet to the fire, saying like that's too many G's for a human. Like because it is hypothetical currently. So I'll give them that. But they're trying for it and they're putting numbers up there like it's a possibility in the near future. I guess I'm doing the math on it beforehand.
What was your answer per second?
1.91 miles a second.
Yeah, it says 6,690 feet per second. That's what it calculates to.
So here's the thing: in calculating what the downward acceleration we call gravity, we did a calculation to figure out how much faster would the Earth have to spin for the centrifugal force to counteract gravity, and we came up with like 17 times faster it would than it is. So one day would be 17 days, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
And then coincidentally, they say the ISS is going at 17,500, which that kind of agrees with that. So if it's going 7,000 miles an hour, it's not going fast enough to negate to leave the Earth. It wouldn't be. It's not orbital speed for sure. So there still would be a downward force. They may be lighter in their seat, but it wouldn't be enough to throw them out of their seat. You know what I mean?
That makes sense. Well, I'm about to make the kids dinner. Y'all carry on, and I'll be back. This is like addictive. You just hear people talking about all kinds of stuff. Most of the time, it's chill. And my wife's out of town, so I've really been eating it up. You won't see me near as much next week. Have a good one. Thanks.
You can
Peace.
do whatever you want. It's easy. Nobody's addicted. It's not addicted. It's not addicted. Oh, is it everybody's din time, I guess?
Something like that.
It's 2 a.m. here, so
Yeah, that was a great point earlier though about you need a force for acceleration, but there isn't one in your paradigm. So your paradigm doesn't agree with Newtonian mechanics on the earthly scale.
Hey, hold on,
You have
Jeremy. Can I ask you a question?
issue going on right there.
Jeremy, can I ask you a question? Jeremy, hello? What's happening, man? All right, you disfriended freaking Kosher. Now you're like disfriending me now, man. He's like, "What's up your butt?" You've been attacking us viciously. You know.
Do you think that was a vicious attack because your own paradigm doesn't agree with Newtonian mechanics on the earthly scale?
No, it's just I don't know the way you were just like I don't know, man. You seem a little on edge or something like this. I don't know. It's just you're not your usual self. You're usually a lot more funnier, you know.
Have a Snickers, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Not you when you're hungry.
I mean, I don't know. I'm having fun. We're
All right.
chiseling away. We're chiseling
As long as you're
away at
having
the globe
fun,
every
that's
day.
fine. Fair enough. If
We're
you're having fun,
every day we chisel a little piece off of the globe until it turns into dust.
we'll see, man.
We've been doing it day by day. Have you been not watching?
I don't know about that. I mean, you guys are a little weird.
There has been a lot more crickets lately when questions are asked. You guys haven't had too many answers lately. Kind of getting stumped. It's pretty cool.
I'm only into astronomy, unfortunately. So
Yeah, but yeah, Jeremy's always ripping off these mental band-aids from the Globers from yesterday, and they cry about it, and he's pats him on the head and says, "It's all right, it's all right. Come on."
You need a force. If you need a force when an object's accelerating, your model has no force being on the object that's accelerating. Your model does not agree with Newtonian mechanics on the scale of Earth for stuff right here on Earth. Anything you drop something. Because Newton says you need a force there. So physics says that's physics. You need the force. Just because the math works, that doesn't mean anything. This is about physics. It's not only about math.
Is that to me or
to anyone listening? Physics isn't just about math. It's about how the physical reality works.
That's true. That is a good point. What the heck? What the heck?
Arma, were you planning on going to Mars? Is this fucking your shit up right now?
No, I wasn't planning on going to Mars.
No. More of a home earther?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, just think about that. Okay, let's say, for example, all right, let's just work with me here for a second, all right? Just for you, pretend the globe model does exist, all right? Why would someone want to go to Mars and like you'd be leaving like literally a lot of things? Like, sure, if you're going with family, that's a little bit better, but like you're splitting off from like humanity. It's almost like what I'm saying. It's just weird. I wouldn't even want to do that. That's kind of scary.
You'd be a famous astronaut.
I mean, if that's all that matters.
I
mean, but you'd be famous for who? You're leaving all the people that would consider you.
I know, but But life's temporary. Go out with a bang.
But here's another thing, though. Like, sure, obviously, I might not be the only one going. Like, obviously, like in the future, right? A ton of people will be going, obviously, and it'll get to the point where you have Martians.
The book tour, you come back, you're a fucking hero. Book tour, maybe you make an album, you play with Kevin Bacon in a band. Fucking sick, right?
No, but okay, that's okay, funny and all, but like, I mean, like, even if we assume, like,
how was that funny? That's logical. That's exactly what the fuck happened.
Okay, maybe, but anyway, hear me out though, right? So the thing is, even if like a lot of humanity was to go to Mars, right? You're still like splitting, like it's still like two, like I don't know. That's just really weird. And even then, I don't even know if I would. It would also suck too, because I mean, think about it. Like you would have to start off fresh, whatever, obviously. But and even then, you also have to get used to like Mars because there's less gravity there, and that could be fun for a little bit. But there's just a lot of things that just kind of come with it. Like, you don't have the beautiful blue sky anymore,
dude. So what? Your science boner would be enormous. Think about it. You'd be like, no fucking humans have done this shit that I'm doing right the fuck now. I know these are the people I'm with, right? I'd be like, yeah, we're all special. Like, yeah, we're fucking amazing, right? Yeah. And then you'd like have bang out or whatever. You know what I mean? On Mars, bro.
Yeah.
This is like, it's.
I don't want to be cynical, but I just want to see the proof that Mars exists. There's no evidence yet.
Nobody's telling stories.
I photographed it a lot of times. But
all I know is that I don't want to. That's like, just think about that. Like the blue sky, like it's just like it's a very beautiful thing. You wake up to it, and it's just you don't realize just like how like nice and just like beautiful that is. Like imagine like I don't know. You don't really get that on Mars. It's just I mean, I'm from the pictures that I've seen, it's not that bad, but it's still not the same. Like it's just I don't know.
It's more orange than blue, and yeah, blue just looks way better.
And then
when the astronauts,
we could send like our.
When the astronauts toss off on the ISS, what do they come into?
Pokerphone, I never said anyone was going to Mars.
Yeah, the zero-G money shot would have long ago quenched the lust for flat Earth. I think zero-G porn would have taken it out in 2014 if the Terminators go back in time, produce zero-G porn. Fuck, flat Earth never happened.
I mean, then you're literally fucking 2 times at once.
Yeah, like Pamela Anderson goes to the ISS and like Tommy Lee, in the ISS. We're not even having this discussion right now. I'm telling you, they missed the opportunity. The cat's out of the fucking bag now. We don't have that, and it's not being made, and nobody's even trying to do it. Let you know, if there's not some kind of weird subgenre of zero-G porn happening, that it's not fucking real. You know that much, Armor, right? Don't you?
Come
on.
That's not necessarily true. I mean,
I'll
like,
be real. Come on,
they would have to. Well, hold on. It can't be happening on the ISS because just think about that. They would like lose like so much respect if there was like fucking. You know what I'm saying? Like if there was just fucking up there. You know what I'm saying? Like and recorded and shit. Like,
man.
What would happen? Hold on. This is what would happen. All right. Like whatever
the
it is.
appetite for science is dying. They need sex to sell it. Come on.
Well, hold on. This is what they would do, right? Whatever porn, whatever it is, right? What they would do is they would actually launch their own like space station up there. Then they would launch the fucking, yeah.
Okay, so you think that a better plausible situation for this? Fine. Okay, you're steel manning my argument. I don't mind, but you know what I mean. Like there's appetite for these kinds of things to happen, and they don't. And but guys in gorilla suits and weird Capri Sun things with fucking clear Jello in it, like we're all about that shit.
They would brand it too. They would put like a fucking like I don't know Pornhub whatever it is on the fucking like ship as well. You would see the fucking like the little title,
right.
The fucking the what is it called? The fucking the logo.
Get
whatever.
the fuck out of here! I don't know. It would be like a crazy thing. I don't know. Whatever. My thing is if space was accessible and real, then this would be the. Like we would be crushing that market and exploiting it and doing all kinds of questionable things, but we don't really do any of that. We just have like top secret weather satellites and fucking nameless organizations that fucking work on shit.
You kind of bring up a good point because there would be new sex positions in space. Like you could literally do it all.
The zero-G Kama Sutra like DVD like set, you'd have it. I'd have it. We wouldn't talk about it, but like whatever, man. Like if this stuff was there, it would be there, and it isn't. And I'm just saying, like there should also be moon bases, bro. And I would be like, yo, I'd go to the moon, fucking to work. You know what I mean? I'd probably go to like special college just to go to work in a moon company, some fucking where, and you probably would too, and other people would too. But it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but
It's
what
not
would
like there's
you?
not cool things to
We are
fucking do on the moon.
currently, we are currently trying to set up a outpost on the moon. I think it was the plan for Artemis Freemason.
You could
There was supposed
GTFO on this one. We should already be there. We should
Not
already
really.
be well entrenched in this bitch.
GT
for F's sake.
GTFO. It's a game, by the way.
I'm not playing Disbelief.
Look, all I know is that I don't know. There's still a lot of money to go into. Like they would have to. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I get it. There's money in that, but like, is there enough to really make it? Make it back. Like they would have to, invest in like they would have to make a whole space station, whatever. Then get a rocket to go up there. That's a lot of money.
The moon, for crying out loud.
and-
Whoever
okay,
owns the moon owns the
I mean the
world.
sex part. No, the sex thingy. All right. Think about that.
There's also that on the moon too. We could be having beach ball, large bosom women, volleyball. It could be a great time. Who loses a 0G volleyball? It's up in the air for so long. Come
yeah, but they would have to be wearing like suits though. Like you're not gonna be seeing any
No,
of that.
you have a gymnasium and a moon crater.
Oh, right, okay.
You're not even thinking ahead here.
Yeah, but how? Yeah, but that's gonna lose its like whatever. Like after like maybe like a year. That's being generous. After a while, it's gonna be like okay, we get it. We saw them fucking.
We send the criminals to Mars. They fucking set that shit up, right? Like we did Australia. They'll be like, "Yep, this makes total sense." But
I'm
then
just
they
saying.
get control of Mars, and then they threaten us, and they hold us hostage. Now we're the slaves. Oh god, this is a bad sci-fi movie. But I'm so loaded up with sci-fi movies. My whole life, they've been programming these fucking narratives in my head. So why is it so shit? Why is this whole thing about we're like this is so basic?
I don't know.
We're just at very basic levels, and the rest of it seems hulkier than a moth.
I just don't think there's money in it like that. Like I just don't. I don't see it.
Right.
If it was cheaper,
be.
If it was cheaper, it'd be money in it. But it's just so expensive. It's just not gonna. In the end, it's not gonna matter. Just think about it.
We just don't have an economy that's built on something that we would use from there. But we're using all kinds of like silicon and all kinds of crazy shit. Who's to say you couldn't produce better synthetic materials in a 0G environment where there was like equilibrium?
We can. It was actually planned because it is possible to make better composites of
Oh,
materials.
so you're gonna agree with me? Then you're not disagreeing with me. I
No,
know
I'm not
this. That's why I'm
disagreeing.
making the case.
It is true that in 0G we could make way better composite materials, and it was a plan because on ISS they already tried it. But the problem with doing this is that setting up a space station which would be able to produce lots of material would be really hard.
Right, because you got to bring material up to do something like that. But what about extracting out of?
You gotta bring material up, and then you gotta bring it down. And
So there's like material in space floating around. Like you could harvest that shit.
Oh
easily.
god, it's called space mining, and it would basically be catching
No,
asteroids.
no, there's free floating particles. There's free floating particles.
Do you know how inefficient that would be, or
You just have like a static collector, whatever.
it would still be very inefficient for like bigger use?
What are we even talking about producing?
I'm still stuck.
For
on
one,
the
it would
fucking-
be like, well, you'd want to like produce if you could have spaceships, right? You'd be like, oh shit, let's set up like some fucking launcher, areas. Hey, let's go build some shipyards to like make the spaceships. You know what I mean? You do all those things,
Then you're
and you'd be like,
still
oh,
gonna- you're still
let's
gonna
get some
get
raw
fuel
materials.
from some. Fuel is kind of expensive.
Is there any energy in sun? Any of that?
It's not only about the energy. You can
Any way
just
to use that?
trust with just energy. Even the ion thrusters, which are efficient, but
You're trying to
very-
tell me that it's too hard to space. Okay, so I should have more realistic expectations because it's way harder to space than I think, and you know it is.
Yeah, I
because you know
think
more than
you
me
have
about it.
You have a
Maybe.
wrong idea of how to get.
I
to
have a
space.
wrong idea about it. Is that what you think?
It looks like.
Why would you presume that though?
If you think that
Just because
it
we're on a
was-
Discord, is that why you're making that
No.
presumption?
No, just because of what you're saying.
Oh,
The
that's
platform
unfortunate.
doesn't really affect anything.
Well, I don't know. Not gonna drop resumes here, pal. That's not what this is about. But if you can't buy what I'm saying based on the strength of what it sounds like, either you're just being too disagreeable, or Does anybody else want to weigh in? Am I making a crazy statement here?
Well, if for the back to the once again, I don't know why I'm fixated on this, but the sex
and
thing,
I'm
right?
just talking, just so I can clarify, and I'll let you go. Right? I'm just trying to say, like, we should have more development and all these different things. There you go.
Well, I'm still stuck on the porn thing, right? So like what they could do is the 0G planes, right? They could do that, like they could probably make like, put the people in spacesuits, whatever, and then do a 0G plane thing, whatever, and then just kind of, but of course you would have to make sure, every 20 seconds you stop and then wait, because otherwise, but that's how they would probably do it. They would probably use a 0G plane, because it's too much money to go into space, man. Just to fuck, it's too much.
I mean, if Starship actually succeeds, then it will be about $1,000 for a kilogram to Leo. But still, that's a lot of money if you want to get a habitable space there.
Like, I'm so stuck on that.
I'm not actually trying to suggest that. I'm just suggesting that it would have been attempted if it was accessible in any other way, right?
I mean, yeah, but the cheapest we can send a kilogram to orbit is for like $30,000, $20,000, something like that.
Wait, so what's the conversation now? Because I was kind of just moving
no
a bit.
I was trying to make the proposition that we should have had development from the moon landings through, right? Hard structure development and strategic military objectivity, because that's what the moon is if it were a geographical location, right? It's the ultimate. It's the death. It's like you could be Darth Vader on the Death fucking Star. That's kind of like how good the moon position is. I mean, from a warfare
The moon
perspective,
position is absolutely horrible to send any kind of attack from the moon.
If you
to get a, or at least what
Yeah.
are you
Do you
trying
think so?
to say?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Why?
I don't know.
Based on
let's
fucking
say,
what?
Let's say launch a missile. Is missile from the moon to Earth good enough
Some
as weapon?
You're gonna launch. Would it be easier to launch a missile from the moon to the Earth,
It
or
would be, but it
launch
would
a
take
missile
way
from the
longer
Earth
to
to
do.
the moon?
It would be
You
way
tell me.
cheaper and maybe more efficient, but it would take longer for it to even arrive.
But I could also use like a maglev weapons. Would be much easier. I could loft them from the moon, and
No,
you'd
it's
be
not like you can just shoot it straight towards the Earth.
oh yeah, you'd be fucked up trying to hit me though. If I were on the moon, I could send my clone armies down in their own squadrons,
then
to
it's
fucking
the
take your
both
capital
sides.
cities. Like what? I'm just saying, bro. Game over. If I just get a powerful enough laser, I'm Death Starring your ass. Get the fuck out. You're
I
vaporized.
mean, if you have you're a important person and you're on the moon, then yeah, no one can do anything to you, but you can't also do anything to any
airplanes and be like, hey, dude, let's go fly.
Listen, if you can't understand, if I have the high ground in a military campaign where my fucking moon base moves around your shit and you can't even fucking hit me, and I
Then
can hit you.
you
And if you don't think I'm
anyone-
gonna win, you can't hit me, but I can hit you. You think I'm gonna win? Why don't you think that?
He's got the high ground.
If both people can't hit each other, they won't even fight in the first.
I'd be like, send up all your hot women and we'll talk. So if that's possible, right? If it is possible that, like, let's say if Russia was on the moon and they're like, we have this idea, we're going to get a giant laser and we're going to target all capital cities and we'll take them over. Like, wouldn't you think we would want to do that shit before said other people would do it? That's what we do.
I highly doubt.
That's what Americans do. Not because it's easy, because it's impossible.
Oh god, dude, the amount of power that you would need to shoot any target and actually destroy it, and that is, oh god, yeah. If you had like few nuclear power plants to your disposition on the moon, then
That's pretty
maybe
good.
laser would be feasible.
That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
maybe laser will be
Look,
feasible.
laser.
We saying Russians have shit technology. All right, whatever, fine. Hey, I'm just saying.
I mean, from my knowledge, Russia hasn't developed fusion reactor just yet.
It's the only wonder weapon that we never hear about talked about. You know, in Total War, they talk about all different types of warfare, but not moon warfare. No, that'd be crazy thinking. Anyway, I just wish it was somewhere that we do develop, because wow, all the fun real dynamics that would occur if it were a real place. But I don't know. It's about as real as the Land of Oz to me for some reason. And doesn't that suck? Oh, I don't know. I wish I believed like you. I wish I was a believer in all this stuff, like these space guys. Be like you. I used to be.
By the way, that was a good
Does
Russian. Oh, okay.
does anybody have a Twitter?
Yeah.
Can you look up a page for me?
Sure.
The Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve.
Did they post something on April 9th at 2:07 a.m.?
Oh, it's shown dates. How many days ago would that?
Like 27 days ago. Or no, sorry, no, wait.
At 9,
That'd
no,
have
there
been
was no
last
tweets
month.
at 9 April. There was one at 7 April, and then it jumped to the 10.
You said there's nothing that was posted at April
No,
9th,
there was a
2:07 a.m.
break from the 7th April to the 10th April. There was no tweets from the 7th to 10th.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for looking.
What are you looking for?
This guy's channel I follow, he's always like showing tweets from like people, and like one of them was the Federal Reserve at that particular date, saying XRP price to $589. So I was just wondering like if that was accurate, or if this guy's just like putting up fucking, shit to get clickbait or whatever.
Okay. Does the Federal Reserve determine the value of it?
No.
They just report on things? Okay.
No, I mean,
Tesla, how's the case going?
it's still ongoing. I mean, every day's, something
Right.
else, but
But remember, I said I thought it would clear right about when the coronation is going to be, but that hasn't happened yet either.
yeah, I mean, they're saying this is probably going to go into summer.
Oh shit.
So yeah, but it looks like basically what's happening is it's forcing Congress to like get involved essentially, and Congress is going to have to like basically provide some sort of clarity, formal clarity for things to continue. That's just kind of like what everything's leading up to right now. Like, it's not even about the SEC anymore. Like, they're out of jurisdiction. So this is like kind of pointing back to the Commodities Exchange and Commission and the Congress. Yeah, it's like
So the
I know, it's
SEC,
kinda crazy.
who's the boss of the SEC?
Gary Gensler is the chair of the SEC.
Okay, and is there another organization that's like your bitch? Or is it just like is it a solitary? Like doesn't have anything controls it.
Well, I mean, that's the thing is like you got different agencies that oversee certain things within these particular situations. So like you got the Security Exchange Commission, you got the Commodities Exchange Commission, you've got just all these different agencies that like depending on how things are perceived would have jurisdiction to make ruling on how it should be perceived. And it's just okay. I don't know. It's kind of crazy, bro. Yo, real quick on that last thing, are we sure Zanuck is right on this, and there is no force on an object that's accelerating down? Is that really what they say? Not to make a drastic topic change or anything, but
No, I don't
Who
know.
says that? Nobody says that.
Zanuck was telling us that. Spent all morning telling us that.
Well, that's Zanuck.
That's what I mean. I just want to make sure we're like. I don't want to just go off what Zanuck says. Like, is that what relativity space time says?
Well, one says one thing, and the other one says another thing. Newtonian says it's a force, and the other one says is the bending and falling through the fabric of space-time. So two different things there. Depending on which fantasy you want to go with.
Yes. So they both can't work simultaneously because it's two totally different physics, right?
Absolutely different. Yep.
They've been telling us this whole time that Newtonian works fine. It doesn't work fine though here on Earth. It's
Well,
totally
locally
different than the
they
way
tell
you
us.
say it works. Was that too hostile? Was that vicious?
That was pretty. That was pretty bad. That one. I would call that abusive.
Armor. So, I mean, I said some calm, coherent shit earlier. Armbar's like, why are you so being so vicious or some shit?
Yeah, I caught a bit of that. I couldn't talk, but I was cracking up in the background. Yeah.
Yeah, your arguments are too strong.
Yeah, that was good earlier. If anyone missed that shit, I don't know what time
you
it
gotta
happened.
calm down for these kids. They can't handle it. It's
No.
overdosing.
It was just earlier he was clearly like frustrated and like more frustrated than usual. I'm just like, it's me, Jeremy. What are you doing? You know?
Amada, from listening for you for a while now, it becomes very unclear the lines between you actually playing a character that really, doesn't take his own statements seriously, or actually being seriously, but just obviously stupid.
It depends on what
Playing
I'm
a part.
talking about.
Armbar, you're about to get Pete Shade up in here.
Well, no. It depends on what I'm talking about. Sometimes because it's obvious when
Of
I'm.
course, he's an actor. As an actor, he's always been an actor, Jeremy.
Okay.
Of course, but you know this as well as I do. But Lewis Carroll also knows this too, and he was writing
Okay. Anyway, yeah. I mean, it depends. Like, you know, when I'm memeing, you can tell I'm memeing, right? Like, I'm just trolling, whatever. But I wasn't trolling then. I was being serious.
Even right now, I can't really tell anymore, man. The lines are so blurred
whatever,
regarding your
man.
character. Yeah, maybe it's what you want. You know, at the end of the day,
Okay, man.
who knows?
Let me see, shading.
So how about that accelerating particle? We get anywhere, guys? Did you team up? Did you huddle? Did you did you figure out the accelerating particle mystery, paradox? Call it what you wish.
What's the thing? What do we got going on here?
Well, we got their gravity, right? Holding the Atmos down.
Okay.
And then we got some
Then what?
particles escaping into space.
Okay.
Now,
Yep. They
something
say
has
we
to
lose like
happen
100
there.
metric tons a day or something.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
up?
Yeah. We're losing all kinds, right, in space.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, how do them particles that are being pulled back, not flying out into outer space as we're hurling through the universe at 1.5 million miles an hour, how do those particles, which are kept in by gravity, how do they reach escape velocity, which is 25,000 miles an hour?
Yeah, probably if I don't.
Well,
Me
don't they
personally, I don't
blame it
know.
on solar winds or the molecule that gets heated up by the sun or something?
Yeah, they say all kinds. Yeah, but I mean, nothing that makes sense or anything.
I mean, if the atmosphere is so that the atmosphere is getting super excited on the daylight side.
Okay, go on.
I mean, well, that would have to translate, right? You got one molecule bumping into another molecule, and there's friction or whatever, drag, whatever you call it, the thing that makes the atmosphere spin with the Earth in the first place. You got that going on. So if you got one molecule going 25K, or a whole bunch of molecules up there getting heated up, wouldn't that increase the pressure?
Maybe. Yeah, I guess I would. I don't know though.
Well, we don't observe pressure. Do we observe a pressure increase when daylight happens, or?
Or how about at night on the other side of the mythical sphere? What happens then? Less pressure?
This must decrease as it cools down. No.
A lot of
Yeah. Did you
problems
guys?
there.
I don't know if you guys thought this through. There's a lot of issues with the globe thing going on here.
Seems like a
Not
lot
you
of
guys.
hasty thought, not a lot of logical thought put into it.
Well, they pieced it together throughout the year, so I mean.
Wait, so
It's
what
all
is the
glued
argument?
together in
Hold on. Wait, what is the argument you're making, Jeremy? That's not so logical. Whatever. I'm confused. What did you just say?
Just now with the atmosphere?
Yeah. What's so logical or not logical? I'm confused.
I don't know if I said anything about logic.
Maybe it was SE. But someone was like, "Oh, it's not logical or whatever." You guys literally just said this.
All right,
Does
I'll
anyone-
tell you. You want some logic? Okay. You have, like I said, you have your sphere, right? Surrounded by gas, hurling through space, next to a vacuum. Now, the excuse why this is not hurling off and killing us all is because gravity pulls the atmos to the Earth, right? You're familiar with that,
Uh-huh.
Arma?
Yep.
Okay. Now, at the same time that this is happening, we have some of the atmos escaping into the atmosphere, right?
Wait, Wait, the what?
Sorry, did I say? Sorry. You have some of the atmos escaping into space.
Yes.
into your model, correct?
Something like that. Yep.
Not something like that exactly.
Okay. and when I say-
Exactly like that.
When I say something like that, I'm essentially agreeing. It's just that I don't know for sure, though, because there's just yeah.
So something means okay for sure, but you don't know. Okay.
Okay, well, the
So
globe
now,
claims that you lose 100 metric tons a day or something. So
yeah. So how does that
you're
now?
just believing
In
all
order,
kinds of new stuff today, aren't you, Armbar?
Who said I believed that? I literally that's why I literally said something like that. I don't know. Who said I was believing what he said? I'm not that I don't believe it. I'm just saying, like, how did you even come to
Yeah,
that
but you didn't
conclusion?
know. If you go, yeah, but if you go look it up and they say that happens, then what? Now you believe it, right?
Depends. I mean, how legit it sounds or whatever, I guess, or how convinced I am.
All science is saying this.
All right. Well, there you go.
Me and
Then.
Nancy didn't make that up.
Okay. So if that is correct, then okay. Moving on.
okay. So now you found out all these things. Okay, great. I mean, I wish we didn't have to teach you your model every time we have a discussion, but okay, it happens.
I mean, okay. I mean, I know that obviously, air particles, whatever the fuck, the atmosphere is escaping. I mean, I get that because there was a whole argument like a while back, like years ago, about like, oh, is Earth an open system or closed system? It's just I haven't personally studied this, so when I say, so I'm not confident in like saying like that's why I said something like that, sure, or whatever. Like don't like try to read between my the lines, whatever. I'm just unsure because I haven't studied it. That's it. You guys are like
fair enough.
over, yeah.
Do you know? Fair enough, Arma. You can't know everything, right? Now, do
Yes.
you know what escape velocity is in your model?
Pretty much it's like the speed that you have to like hit in order to literally escape like the pull of like the body or whatever it is. Like you just have to
Okay,
hit
do you
that.
know the number of that speed?
For Earth, it's like, isn't it like 20? It's like it's in the 20,000. I think maybe 25,000 or something like that.
That's right, correct. So now, now we know now when a rocket reaches that speed, right? We know how the rocket does it, right? It has
Well, it's a fuel.
thrusters, it uses gas, right? That's how
Yeah.
they tell us, right?
Mhm.
That's the mechanism by which the rocket escapes the Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, how does a gas particle do that? What mechanism does a gas particle reach escape velocity?
I could not tell you personally, but I mean, I've heard some arguments where it's like, oh, like the heat or whatever can, get it to, move around faster because that's how gases work, whatever. Like they're just bouncing around really fucking fast. So it's not far fetched to assume that if you get it hot enough, yeah, it could just go, escape velocity. So I don't know personally how it gets to that, but that's
Okay, so at noon, if that's what's going on, at about noon, we should have the highest pressure underneath. If you're at right underneath the sun, you should have the highest pressure at that point, right?
I guess. I mean, where exactly are we talking about though? Like just like the edge of the atmosphere or something, or like? Because like I'm
I
pretty
don't know.
sure.
Does it not translate all the way down? How long does it take for this translation to happen of heating up and then the pressure heating up, the pressure raising the whole way below?
Well, I don't know if it's like good enough at like ground level, whatever. Because like at ground level, I don't think it's moving fast enough. But I know higher up, not only are you because you're higher up, you have to do a lot less work to escape Earth's pull, whatever. But I know like in term with the model, it's like the temperature kind of goes up. I mean, it goes up and down, whatever. But like
it's noon. Okay.
Okay. But where exactly in the atmosphere?
It's noon.
Where in the atmosphere?
The
are we
sun's
talking
been
about?
heating up the atmosphere. I don't know. You won't let me. You're not gonna let me, bro. You need to relax.
No, you're lagging, dude. You're
It's
kinda...
noon. The atmosphere has been heating up above you all day.
Okay. Hello. I mean, he's lagging, right? I'm not the only one. Like he's not like.
He's not even there.
But yeah. I mean, I don't know too much on this, so I mean, I'm probably gonna fuck up on this, but like, I don't know. I just know that it's on at like ground level. I'm pretty sure there's no particle that's gonna be escaping. The Earth. What's
All right, cool.
Xanac might know though.
Cool, Xanax there. Xanax. Who told Zanuck? Who told you that when an object drops, there's no force on it?
Einstein
Zanuck, you
said that.
there?
Einstein said that.
Einstein said.
What?
Okay, so Einstein said there's no force.
It's
Okay,
completely
and that is the
inertial.
way
There's no
physical
gravity.
reality
Well,
works, right?
pardon me?
And that is the way physical reality works, right? The way Einstein said it.
Yes, that explains the paradox very accurately.
How about Newton?
Okay, that is the way Einstein. Hold on, man. I know we're gonna get there, bro. We're gonna get there. So that's the way Einstein works. When an object is in free fall, there's no force on it. Okay, got it. Einstein said that. That's your paradigm, right?
Correct.
Okay, so in Newtonian mechanics, you definitely need a force to have something accelerate, right?
Correct.
A real force.
Yes.
And there is no force. And there's no force there.
There's no force acting on
When
objects that are inertial.
things are free falling on Earth. When things are
Free-falling.
falling on Earth, there's no force, right? When things are free falling on Earth, there's no force there.
Because Newton said specifically that he thought it'd be absurd to think there'd be some type of magical interaction between two bodies with nothing in between them.
Okay, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about Newton's laws of motion.
Right.
Newton said that for something to accelerate, you need a force. And when something's free falling, there's no force, right?
Correct.
And that's going 9.8 meters per second squared.
It appears to be accelerating with respect to the ground, yes.
So something's dropping at 9.8 meters per second squared. It's accelerating, and there's no force.
Correct.
And so Newtonian mechanics. So Newtonian mechanics does not work on Earth because there's no force there. And Newtonian mechanics, it says you definitely need a force.
They can be used and be very productive with their usage on Earth. Because just because we don't know or can accept there's no forces acting on these objects, if they are accelerating and we say that there is a force behind them, something magical with respect to the ground, then we will have action and reaction based on this acceleration.
Dude, I don't know what you just said. Newton said we needed a force to accelerate something. Einstein saying we don't need a force to accelerate something. You said Einstein is the way how physical reality works. That means Newtonian's second law does not work on Earth. Newton's second law of motion does not work on Earth. That's what you're telling me.
Of course it works.
No, it doesn't, because there's a scenario where we have no force and something's accelerating. That's not what the second law says.
We have something accelerating with respect to the ground, but the reason that we see the acceleration is not because the object has forces acting on it. It's because the ground is accelerating up to it. And that acceleration of the ground isn't accelerating with respect to a distance over time. It's a respectful change of direction with respect to the change of direction.
So in reality, in physical reality, the ground is raising up to meet the person.
The ground is accelerating upward, yes. Not raising
That's
up.
Physical reality. That's what happens in physical reality. The ground raises up to meet the person.
You keep on conflating raising up with a change of direction. They're both accelerations, are they not?
You said it accelerates up.
If I don't change
to meet the object, the object isn't fall, the ground accelerates up, right?
Correct. But acceleration doesn't have to be a change of position with respect to a distance. It could be a change of direction.
Yeah, but it is a change in position. It is a change in position, though, because we have the position, and then you said it goes up from there. So we know the position change.
Right. The position change is caused by the actual direction an object is traveling through a geodesic. That geodesic is a straight line path. But with respect to the ground and you watching it from the ground, it looks like it's going straight. But actuality, it's actually has a curved path based on the warping of space-time. This changes the path direction of the geodesic. It can be circular, like an orbit is circular, and is actually a straight line path.
All right, cool. So here on Earth, There's no force when things fall, when things accelerate down. Newton said you need a force. Which one's right? They can't both be right.
They both can be right. Newtonian mechanics works on Earth. You can push with 1 Newton of force on a 1 kilogram mass and see it accelerate 1 meter per second squared. We know this to be true. It always is true. It never is seen.
You just said there's no force. Sonic.
No, I said
Hold on. These concepts are antithetical to each other. In one case, there is no force. In another case, there is a force. They can't both be true.
They can be
at the same time.
That's
a law of non-contradiction. There's got to be some logical fallacy happening
well,
here.
You're completely tossing out the fact that the geodesic path can be a curved path. If it's a curved path, it looks like it's going straight, and it's running into something. There's nothing happens to that object. Like I said, it's accelerating, but it has no forces acting on it. Nothing. It is completely inertial. There's nothing acting on it. There are no forces, any size, mass, any density, no matter what you have, water, liquids, gases, they all are doing the exact same thing. They are not having any forces acting on them. However, with respect to the ground, it will impact those objects. It will, and the only thing that will stop them will be the ground. But how could the ground be stopping them if there's no force acting on something that is accelerating?
What
because
the
they're
hell are
not
you talking
because they're
about,
not
man?
because they're not
Jesus
accelerating.
God
The
Almighty,
ground
Lord.
accelerating upward. Who was that?
This
making
is
that
freaking beyond belief, man.
Xanax, just
Essie,
stop, bro.
Did you ever take a physics class?
I know.
Essie, you're being
Just stop,
completely
bro.
obnoxious.
Xanax, just stop, dude.
Xanax,
Stop.
my
Don't
brain is
respond to
hurting
that.
me.
Hold on.
It should hurt.
Hold on.
You're
Listen.
You're cooking at the cobwebs.
In one case, Xanax, relax, focus, bro, focus. In one case, there's a force. In another case, there's not a force. One of these is how physical reality works. There can't both be a force and not be a force at the same time. Those are opposing positions.
You ever hear of dialetheism, Xanax?
That's what it is. Tell them, Etsy.
This is the classical case of dialetheism,
No, it's
believing in two truths at the same time. Man.
denialism. It's called denialism. We've witnessed no force.
You got some opposing.
Denialism. You're denying the fact that we see objects, Essie. Wait, let me finish the sentence,
denying reality, bro.
Ever since Essie started blabbing away like he was out of control, Tourette's syndrome, and then you jumped in, I can't even get a word out. Come on. So we have an object, we see it to accelerate, yet we can also observe while we're watching it and analyze it that it has no forces acting on it. We know this because we can see objects in motion that have forces on them, like a rocket or a car, or you bench pressing, or you're doing some squats. We know these things can move with forces. These things are accelerating with no forces, none. Yet when they impact, there's a crash, there's distortion, there's energy release in the form of heat and noise. So how did that happen? It happened because the object is being stopped by the Earth, which is getting in its way on its geodesic path.
Okay, dude. If you have something hold on, Xanax. If you have something accelerating without a force, that throws Newton's second law of motion out the door. It's out the window. Newton's second law clearly states you need a force, and you guys don't have one.
Okay, so have you heard of centrifugal force before? Is centrifugal force a force?
Yeah, I heard of centrifugal force.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard of it. What about it?
Well, if you have something that's traveling in your car and you slam on the brakes, the object will continue in motion, following Newtonian's ideas. Continue in motion until acted upon by another force or action. So what happens is it's totally happy until the windshield comes into view, and suddenly there's an impact. Now that object had no forces acted. What happened was the object was in motion, freely floating and inertial, and then the car stopped, and now the object ran into the windshield. There's no forces on that object that ran into the windshield. Now, hold on. Let me finish.
This is a huge red herring, bro. No, we're not holding on. We're not
It's
talking
not a
about
red herring. We're
centrifugal
talking about
force.
pseudo.
Stop.
We're
talking about gravity.
We're talking about pseudo forces. Talking
No,
about
we're
pseudo
talking
forces,
about
fictitious forces.
we're talking about gravity. You want to talk about let's go to some other room.
Dialetheism is not a system of formal logic. Instead, it is a thesis about a truth that influences the contradiction of formal logic, often based on pre-existing systems. Introducing dialetheism has various consequences depending on the theory into which it is introduced. A common mistake resulting from it is that every statement becomes a theorem if a contradiction is true. So, like, everything that you're saying is its own theorem. If you're being dialetheism, trivializing such systems with dialetheism is an is an axiom. Other logical systems, however, do not explode in this manner when contradictions are introduced. Such contradiction-tolerant systems are known as paraconsistent logics. Dialetheists who do not want to allow that every statement is true are free to favor these over traditional explosive logics.
Well done. Exactly that. In other words, when you explode your logic, when your logic explodes, poof, anything is possible. Yes, you can believe in two truths at the same time. Yep.
Well, it's only relatively speaking, though.
Yeah.
Depends on the reference frame.
Yeah, it's reference frame dependent, correct.
Which is the definition of a pseudo force. Fictitious force, Lambert force. Yes, that's the definition. A force without a source.
Have you heard of pseudo logic, Zanuck?
No, this is not pseudologic. Not pseudoscience or pseudologic. This is a pseudo force. Fictitious force, which means all it means is the force is real, but it is without a source and it is reference frame dependent.
What is a force?
He said a force without a source. Please
What is
elaborate.
a force? Yeah, what's a force? Is a force a thing in itself, or is it just an action done, Zanuck? Everything's a force, huh? Force here, force there, everywhere, force.
Supposed force, making a non-force produce a effect that's like a force when you think of it like a force, but it's not a real force that we can measure like a force.
But like a Newtonian force is just
a force.
a Newtonian force is just like push or pull force.
The force without a force, Zanuck. The happy force, Zanuck 2023.
I mean, he's got a contradictory statement going here. I don't know if anyone else caught it. You can't have a force. It's one or the other. These are contradictory statements.
Yeah, they like to. The only thing they do is contradictory statements when they get to a cornered point, so that we like system malfunction. You know what I mean? Like we glitch out because they're really trying to get away with two contradictory statements at the same time.
Well, they just told us for 5 years that Newtonian mechanics was fine on the local scale here.
And I've been telling them for years that these are two contradictory things. One is mass attracting mass. The other one is the fabric of the bending of space-time. Like, ridiculous. They don't coexist. We've been telling them this for years. One is instantaneous. The other one is relative. The other one says that when the sun breaks away from the earth, we feel it right away. The other one says it takes 8 minutes. I've been telling them that for I don't know how long. It finally dawned on them, it seems. Wow.
All right, so you're not grasping the whole idea of the pseudo force. You're not grasping the idea of reference frame. I mean, I don't know what to do when you can't use the basic fundamental building blocks of knowledge for in physics. We're kind of at a standstill or a standoff. Think again about watching The Coriolis, for example, a ball on the merry-go-round, you see it curve. Now, it can't curve due to Newtonian laws. You can't have something with no forces acting on it make a curved path. But we see it make a curved path because it's being viewed out from the non-inertial reference frame, the spinning reference frame. So that's
we're not doing Coriolis. No, we're on force.
I'm not trying to do.
No.
Hey, I'm not trying to do.
But Essie,
Coriolis.
hold on, Essie. He's just giving an example, Essie. All right, like let him. Come on.
So in
Okay,
that
but
situation,
trying
we
to
have
redirect.
It's not breaking the laws of non-contradiction. We're saying that from a reference frame, it's breaking these laws of Newton. These Newton's laws are fixed, and even on that merry-go-round, you can extrapolate and do transforms and have Newton's laws work perfectly well. But we see something that shouldn't happen strictly based on Newtonian mechanics. Curved path is something you throw because it's reference frame dependent. No different than centrifugal force, no different than something falling off of a building, looking like it's accelerating, but the ground accelerating actually up to it. Thank you for
So
giving me that
tell us
assignment.
again how different these two things are, Newtonian and Einsteinian. Can you give us a brief explanation of how they are different than it?
Einstein says strictly that when you apply force to something, it will have an acceleration. And it requires acceleration to accelerate.
And what does Newton say?
Requires a force to accelerate. That's what
Does
Newton says.
say?
That's what Newton says.
So
And
what's the
and
initial
Einstein says the opposite, no? No force, right?
No, Einstein still says that forces will cause an acceleration. There's no question there. There can be proper forces. All of Einsteinian real general relativity and special relativity do not address Newtonian laws specifically. They bridge the gap because of reference frame, because of general relativity and special relativity, talking about the bending warping of space-time and time dilation, etc. So what we see happening in the bending warping of space-time is these geodesic paths are curved, and it'll get in the way of things that are following straight line geodesic paths, which are actually curved with respect to that object.
So not a force. It's like a trampoline bend and you fall into it, right? So not a force.
Like a Coriolis force. Like something that looks like a force, but it's not a force.
Exactly, not a force.
So like I'm going to take a bite of this apple, but it's going to taste like a carrot, but I'll still just call it an apple. Is that what we're doing?
No, I had a good analogy. That's a bad analogy, but go ahead. At least you're trying. The analogy is it looks like it's a force because it's a free-falling object, and when it impacts the Earth for no reason other than it getting in its way, that's called a pseudo-force. And that
so not a force.
Not pseudo-force does not mean not a force. It means it's a reference frame dependent force. Like a centrifugal force is a reference frame dependent force. Coriolis is a reference frame dependent force.
So is it like
why
like
you can't
force,
get any of these simple these now are becoming very simple. I was still talking.
You know what I mean?
These are very simple concepts, and there's numerous concepts I'm bringing up, and you can't grasp a single one without joking and mocking and just just belling all the information that is being provided to you.
Dude, you're asking us to say that an apple that tastes like a carrot is still an apple.
I'm still looking up centrifugal or centrifugal. That's what you like to say.
Either way.
What is centrifugal? Is that what is
centrifugal or centrifugal or centrifugal? Either way, you're correct. That is a pseudo force.
Centrifugal is not an accepted.
Of course it is. Centrifugal force is a. Of course it is.
No, you guys say it, but it's not really in any definitions of anything. Is it something you guys just only talk about in engineering departments?
It's the same spelling. It's just the way you're pronouncing it. It's very it's applicable.
You're centrifugal.
Centrifugal force or centripetal force.
Whoa, that's a different word.
It's centrifugal.
For the love of God, can we just fucking move on?
Centrifugal or centrifugal. Either way works. Same spelling, same word.
Wait, you even confused the two up just there. But
no, centripetal is a different force.
Yeah, here's the problem: is it's actually centrifugal, and Sanik's getting confused with auto mechanics and saying centrifugal because centrifugal is actually what one of the components does in an automobile. It's a centrifugal clutch. But you're getting confused, and it's actually centrifugal and centripetal. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you for
Centripetal is not central. It's not centrifugal. or centrifugal. They're both the same word, centrifugal and they get me saying it. Centrifugal and centrifugal are the same word. Same
What does this
spelling,
have
they
to
the
do
same
with
meaning.
flat Earth?
Well, these are pseudo forces that we all know about. That is no different than what you see in form of Coriolis force, which is a pseudo force, or an object dropping, falling. Gravity. It's also a force like centrifugal force. So whoever that was Dicel, that's he's
Nothing
wrong.
to do with
In
flat Earth.
auto mechanics, we have a centrifugal clutch.
It has
based
nothing
on
to do with
forces.
flat Earth, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
It's fun though.
It just has to do with his terminologies, and I like to just stay on board with that. Sorry
Okay, so
about if I was
centrifugal force would be the
detracting
force
into some.
outward. So centrifugal force, either way, is the force outward of a spinning, like a ball on a string. The object wants to go straight. Why? Because it's being forced to change directions. It wasn't being forced to change direction. There wouldn't be a centrifugal force. And the centripetal force is what's keeping it along that radius, it's keeping it turning. So that the tightness of that string is, you could say that could be the centripetal force.
I think they're trying to
And
do
how is
Gravity is
gravity.
gravity is like the
Right?
centripetal force.
Oh, okay. That's okay. I thought
Okay,
you.
so centrifugal force is the outside, is the force acting on the outside of a rotating object, right?
Going
While
outward.
I said that, right?
Yeah. Right.
Okay, and then centripetal is axis of rotation around a center.
Right, the force keeping it going inward, the force inward. The direction, the arrow would be going toward the radius, toward the axis of rotation, and the centrifugal would be
If you say
the
like
outward.
there's a
Hear what I said?
reference position, we're talking about the same spinning disk. We're talking about the inside of the outside of it.
Vectors. Forces are vectors, so the force of this vector would be going inward to the axis of rotation. That'd be a centripetal. The outward is centrifugal or
Centrifugal, as you like to say. Okay, thank you very much.
Centrifugal or centrifugal,
Okay.
yes.
I just wanted clarity on that. Thank you.
You want to know an easy way to remember which one is which?
No, I don't, and I didn't need it. I just wanted to call him on that. He's using a fictitious word. That's all.
So real fast, let me just not to whatever, but like, okay, I'm starting to see why like earlier Jeremy and whatever were like kind of like upset about me, upset with me with what I was doing, whatever. Obviously, I was talking about a different thing. I'm seeing now what this is sort of turned into, like, or what you know what they were actually talking about. It's okay. So I guess gravity or whatever. The claim is that like I guess the Earth is accelerating towards the things on it or whatever, which is interesting. But yeah, okay, I see now why. Yeah, that was very like
You remember the
frustrating earlier.
accelerating particle?
Yeah. What are you talking about? What are you saying right now?
Because earlier I had a whole thing where I was like trying to just explain how the Earth doesn't need to expand or whatever to accelerate towards Bob and Alice whatever, right? But
wow.
I was talking about like a totally different thing than this whatever. Like I realized they were talking about this now, so now I understand why they were so frustrated.
So can we come to the conclusion that gravity is not a force? Can we agree?
Who are you talking to?
No, fucking anybody. But you're a Glober, so it'd be nice if you
It's a
answered.
pseudo force.
So it's not a force.
No, it is a force with reference frame
No,
dependent
it's either a
and
pseudo
without
force
origin.
or a force or
It's
nothing.
Listen.
It's
Pseudo
a
force does
pretend
not mean.
force.
It's a pretend
Pseudo
force.
force-
Yeah, that's what that is.
Can I finish?
Just wanna make sure.
You could call it whatever you want. We'll let you call it whatever you want.
I think
It is a
pretend force works.
force.
Yeah.
It is a type of force that is called a
Really
pseudo
wants to-
force. Still a type of
wants to
force.
call it
Pseudo means
something.
not.
And this force is reference frame dependent and without origin. Those are the
Pseudo
two
means not.
constituents of
Okay,
that particular
hold
type
on.
of force.
Hold on. Okay, semantics or whatever, right? Whether we're going to argue that or not, right? It doesn't matter if it's like even if it's not like a force, whatever. It's
or not. Yes.
Well, because we're talking about semantics and the dialetheism put together. When you take them both together, then you've got this wonderful concoction where, like, we can have trade-offs of words, we can have fake words that don't exist, we can have words that we both didn't understand because and then we can believe in two different parallel logics, and then we can explain the complexity of both and how that they don't fit, and that there's all these contradictions, and then we can argue about that, or
okay.
less complexity.
So
Right.
so then
It'd be better.
so then are you guys arguing then that like what centrifugal forces isn't really a force either? Because we still get something. We still get like an effect, like things still move, in this when you have centrifugal forces and whatnot.
I'm just
So
trying to get you to answer honestly. Is it a force or not?
so is centrifugal a force
No,
or
no,
not?
gravity. Come on, you can do this. Please be honest.
Dude, in gravity, you have an
I'm gonna say
acceleration with no force. Hold on, armbar. In gravity, your model, the way you think the world of physical reality works, there is an object accelerating with no force on it. No force. Newton said you need a force to accelerate an object. They don't mesh.
hold on.
More semantical arguments. Now, you say that gravity is not a force. It's not even a pseudo force. It causes a pseudo force. That might be even the more accurate way, but that's still a semantic argument. If you talk to physicists about it, whether it is a force or causes a force, it's irrelevant to the discussion.
So not a yes or no question answer. Gosh, they are really bad at these.
The way physical reality works is irrelevant to physics, you're saying?
No, the definition of gravity is an effect. This law of gravity,
Of what?
the cause of gravity, the fact that gravity is not a force because you can't attach a value to it. It's dependent upon the mass. So it's not a force in itself. It causes a force. This gravity, whether it be Newtonian or Einsteinian, causes a force. It causes in Einsteinian by the bending warping of space-time. In Newtonian, it's caused by an attraction of masses proportional to the distance to and the size of the masses.
All right. So in what country or culture is that a yes or a no?
There's no yes or no. I've just got to explain to you why it's not a yes or no question. Is gravity a force? If you want to go strictly in definitions, no. It causes a force.
Thank you.
Not a force in itself, because it's dependent upon the mass and the distance to them. Is the distance to an object a force? No. Is mass a force? No. Is gravity
Explosive
a force?
logic?
No. No, I'm just telling
Is
you
explosive
how it
logic?
works.
It's good. I finally got
have you ever
Is
taken
Dancing Queen a song by ABBA?
Have you ever taken physics? I don't think you have. Yeah, I know you haven't actually, but so it's not a
You're
slight
going
to you.
off
It's
all the
saying,
information that you've given so far, partner. We're arguing information you've brought to the table. That's all
right.
we're
And I'm
doing.
giving you all accurate information that no one in the field would disagree with.
So, but you can't
you
do
talk
yes or
to-
no to it's a force. That's so weird. So you
I've
said,
asked-
hold on,
you know
hold on,
what?
hold on. You
I
did,
asked-
you did. Yeah, you said no, it's not a force, and then you said but a bunch of other nonsense. But you did say it's not a force, given the base definition of force. Correct.
It's not a force. Yeah, by the base definition of force, it's not a force. If you talk to physicists about that, and I've done this because I got pushed like we did here
There he
about
goes
5
on that
years
note.
ago. Can I finish a sentence? Yeah,
Oh,
I'll let you.
can finish all
Let
night.
me
Goodbye.
finish. Let me finish. Can you try to bite your tongue for a second? So I did this about 5 years ago because of QE, and I went to the physics forum, and this when he saw my interactions with them, and I said, hey. Could I'm having this discussion. Is it a force? Can I say it causes a force? What would be the best way to describe gravity? Just what do you guys, you freaking brainiacs are thinking? And then I got this huge response, 5 paragraphs of how it's, how it doesn't matter. Does it cause a force? It is a force. It's semantics. Here's why. And he gave me a big story about it. So I didn't really get the answer I wanted to, but it kind of figured I might get an answer like that. And that's what I came back with. That's from physicists. So it's not a straightforward question.
I got it. It's a not force.
It's a pseudo force.
No, a not force.
Or causes a pseudo force. It's a not force. Not even a force. It's not a force. It's an effect.
Yeah, it's a not force.
It's an effect. Yeah. It's an attraction in Newtonian.
It's like an unforced.
And it's a bending, and it's an apparent attraction or an apparent force caused by the bending warping of space-time.
I like pretend force. It's
like think of a force, right? Not that. That's what it is.
What do you think?
If you identify it as a force, you can be a force.
SC, since you're thinking this thing through, and you're actually, thanks. SC, since you're thinking this through and you're engaged at a pretty vested level here, tell me why some object can fall and you can measurably accelerate. See it.
All I
See
know
this
is,
path.
Zanuck,
Hold on. Can you listen to my question
You
first
get a
before you try to answer?
force.
I don't want to
You
hear
get a
all you know.
force.
I don't want to know all you know. I want to know the answer to this question. And anybody in the field can answer this for me. If I see something falling and I'm measuring it to accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared, when I drop it, measure it, but there's nothing acting on it. It's in free fall, and other objects near it are doing the exact same thing. What do you think could cause that?
I'll tell you. First of all, I'm sure all the boys listening right now, all the ballers are cringing because for years you've been telling us you need a force, a force, a force, a force. Now all of a sudden Zanuck woke up one day and decided there's no force all of a sudden. So good on you, bro. That's the boys are gonna be talking about this for days, I'm sure.
I'm glad. And this came because of Witsit. We started talking about Einsteinian mechanics, and that became, oh boy, here we go. We can't even get through Newtonian, and here we go, and the major leap into Einsteinian mechanics and equations.
Look, I already have a disciple. Zanuck,
So
I have a disciple. Extremis is agreeing with a not force. So we have one already.
it's a force. It's a not force. Okay.
It's not force. Yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, you guys are forcing us to ridicule this.
Sensei says
it's gone
is
beyond
gravity
logic.
a pseudo force, not a force, or a force, actual force. Well, there's something in physics we call that proper force for actual forces, proper forces. Now, is pseudo force an actual force? It is an actual force, but it is reference frame dependent, and it has no origin. So it still is a force, but it has those requirements.
Imagine saying that
Force without origin.
to a
force
female
without
who
origin.
identifies as a female, but is not really a female. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I mean,
She's an orphan. We have no idea where she's from.
right?
no
Like, you've
origin.
got no origin. You just, you know, you're fake.
Dropped off on the firehouse doorstep.
I mean, that's what you're talking. You're talking, you know, feelings here. Nothing of factual actuality. Just how
It's a
you
narrative.
feel is how it goes.
It's a narrative thesis. And explosive logics to follow. Yes.
What's a force, Anik? Is it an actual thing, or is it just what something does?
It's something that imparts an acceleration on mass or matter.
Oh, perfect. What is that something?
Force.
Right. Can you describe that?
Something that imparts an acceleration in mass.
You keep invoking something like as if it's like mysteriously there but not there.
It is all mysterious.
Okay. All right. As long as we're on the same page.
It shouldn't be, right, Zanuck?
Well, I can push my fan on your face and push on it, and it will accelerate. So
Well,
that
it's
something
like-
is my hand pushing on your face.
It's like saying we have a car that with the engine that puts a force, but I never show you the engine, right? Or what is causing the force.
Whatever's exactly. That's a good analogy, actually. I don't know if you knew this, but that's a great analogy. It could be a
Is it?
motor. It could be little mice inside of there. It could be a electric motor. Doesn't really matter as long as we get a force that's being generated.
It doesn't matter.
That force requires energy. That energy is be this power per unit time. A watt second. How many watt seconds?
It sounds like energy and force are the same thing to me.
They're not. God, energy is the rate of change of kinetic energy. I mean,
This is a new force. This is the Zakinian not force.
The rate of change of kinetic energy, the rate of change, how much power it have.
It'd be Zanickian, right? The Zanickian
The
pseudo-force.
Zanickian, yeah, that's better. Yeah, I like that. The Zanickian not force.
Dude, that's got a beautiful ring to it. Zanuck, get to it. You can copyright sayings and slogans and shit, right? Oh, all of a sudden that's not worth responding to. Okay, well, when you guys can demonstrate that gravity is a force, you can then justify all the years of us being raised hearing in science and physics classes the force of gravity, right? How many times have we heard the force of gravity or the law of gravity growing up
The
in
law of
school?
gravity. What causes attraction in objects, and the size of the mass and the The distance between the masses will determine that force.
So outside of very specific lab conditions that we have to take your word for the results
No,
of, and I know that was a
just
bad.
drop something. Just drop something. Put something on a scale. There you
No,
go.
no, 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 that's not it. That's not
That
a
is it.
demonstration.
Because
No, that's not a demonstration of the why. We need cause and effect.
If I put
Cause
a
and
1
effect.
kilogram, if I put a 1 kilogram mass on your scale, it's going to read 2.2 pounds.
We need cause
I
and
have
effect.
mass.
If we do that
and I
in
have a
water,
force.
Sanic.
If I put a larger weight on there, I will a larger mass on it. Like if I put 10 kilograms on there, I'll have 20 point whatever 22
We need the cause of the effect.
pounds. I'm telling you the cause and the effect.
Oh, what's the cause?
You're putting it on the scale.
Yeah, me putting it on there, right? So what's the cause of your
You like that? You guys always say
imaginary
that.
downward acceleration?
It's simple.
The cause is going to be the cause is bending. The cause is the bending and warping of
It has
space
a
time.
mechanism which it's when you put something on top of it, it pushes the sprints down and give you a reading.
Yeah, the bending and warping of space time is giving that mass. It's following a
That's where
geodesic.
you
It's
go
being
to
stopped
magic
by the
land.
scale or the Earth, and it's being stopped from
No.
moving, and that will cause a force in it, and that force will
Don't go
be
to magic land, Sanic.
it'll be
All is happening
10.8.
is that
It'll
object is
be
pressing on the
okay.
sprint.
So silent. You're proving to be unable to be having a normal conversation as an adult.
Well, when you go to Magic Town, it's hard to have a conversation,
Well, when
No,
you
it's
go
only hard 'cause
to
you're-
when you go to Incredulity Town, it's hard to have a conversation.
Sure. I'm the one talking about magic,
when
and
you
I'm
go to
the incredible one.
when you go to Nuh-uh Land and ignore the fact that you step on a bathroom scale.
Of course, if you go to Magic Town, I'm just gonna say nuh-uh.
Yeah, you say
I don't need
nuh-uh
to.
because you
I
don't
don't need to
understand that
listen
this
to
is
you,
basic
right?
science. Of course not, because you have your head fully inserted.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I'm not saying he's got anything inserted necessarily, but it seems like perhaps his microphone is inserted too far into his throat. I'm not sure exactly who was talking. Is that Silent Zero?
Nah, I think we can move on though.
Okay. That's just too much. That's just too much.
No, I mean from gravity too. Because like the bottom line is you don't have Earth's curvature. You don't even need to get to gravity. You can't.
Explain to me why objects in a box. Explain to me why objects in a box.
Gravity is easily measured too. Step on a scale.
That's a demonstration of things happening. I want to know the cause and effect of why those things are happening.
To observe the effect. You observe the effect.
Let me finish. I want to understand the cause of all of the effects happening, not just go step on a scale. Oh, look, shit happens.
Yeah.
You need to explain why.
That's all you need. No, you don't. You can explain
Wow.
explain that the phenomena happens. We can observe the phenomena.
Take a look at a scale and shut your mouth, kid. That's what you said. Thanks. Appreciate that.
We can measure the force. We can measure the 9.81 meters per second per second. We can send, we can calculate the trajectories of rockets. We can calculate the trajectories of baseballs. All this stuff we can do using our understanding of gravity.
You said per second twice.
9.1 meters per second per second.
Like it's fun to say. I wish I had reasons to say that.
I'm sorry, I had a very anal physics professor. You can measure 9.1 meters per second with your cell phone.
Is no one talking? Check.
No,
That-
Jeremy.
You're all being quiet now. It's having nap time, Jeremy.
Yo, physics is about how physical reality works. All right. If one guy says you need a force to accelerate an object, and another guy says you don't need a force to accelerate an object, those are two very different things that are opposite of each other, and they both can't happen at the same time. One of them definitely is not a thing. So Newtonian either real quick, either Newtonian mechanics works on here on Earth, and Einstein's bullshit, or Einstein's the real thing. Wait, did I get that backwards?
You got the well. You're incorrect because Newton tells us what, and Einstein tells us why. You don't need to use Einsteinian gravity and Einsteinian physics unless you're going really fast, you're really small, you're in a really big gravity well. Other than that, Newtonian physics works quite well. Thank you very much.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work well. It doesn't work at all because in one of them,
Thank you very much.
it doesn't work at all because in one of them you need a force to accelerate an object. In the other one you don't need a force to accelerate an object. So those are two.
They work quite well.
Two
They explain
totally
the same
different
thing
things.
differently. The tensor equations of Einstein break down or collapse, if you will, to Newtonian when you use.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though because in one of them
Actually, it does. They're both the same.
there's
They're two
force.
descriptions of the same thing happening.
And the other one, I'm not even talking about. Yo, am I breaking up or you just talking all over me?
Breaking up.
And what we're not even talking about Newton's gravity. Okay, I'm not even talking about Newton's gravity. I'm talking about Einsteinian gravity working in conjunction with Newton's second law. It doesn't work.
Actually, it works quite well, but that's okay.
It doesn't work because what's Newton's second law of motion?
F equals ma.
F equals ma. So you need a force for an acceleration, right?
Correct.
Okay, and in Einsteinian gravity, there's no force and we have an acceleration, right?
Yeah, because space-time bends, which guess what, shows up as a force in our three-dimensional world. It's an emergent force.
No, save it with your emergent forces. There's
No,
no force.
it's emergent force.
There's no force there.
The bending of space-time gives us.
No, there is no force.
The bending of space-time imparts the force that we perceive as gravity.
Yeah, but there's no actual physical force there. Newton says you need a physical force to accelerate an object.
We perceive it as a physical force because we're locked in three dimensions.
Yeah, but there's no force there.
We perceive it as a force because we're
You can't have Einstein and Newtonian mechanics both working simultaneously at the same time because one distinctly says, maybe I'm roboting. I might be roboting, so I'm going to try to not get mad, but I feel like that's not the problem.
Well, again, you're incorrect because Newtonian physics breaks down or collapses to Einsteinian, or the other way around. Einsteinian will collapse to Newtonian physics in non-accelerating, non-relativistic environments. All the tensor equations break down right into the same equations.
Okay, now let Jeremy respond.
Yeah, the math is irrelevant. We're talking about the way physical reality behaves. And in one of them, you have physical reality. And in one of them, you have physical reality behaving like you need a force to accelerate things. In another one, you don't need a force to accelerate things. They can't be both simultaneously happening at the same time.
Actually, it can because, once again, in three dimensions, the bending of space-time is perceived as the acceleration of gravity.
Okay, if you think you can have two opposing things happen at the same time, that's neat, but...
No, you can. They're not opposing. One explains how, one explains why.
They are opposing.
No, not at all.
One has a force, one doesn't. It's two totally different things.
Again, if you'd listen to me one last time, I'll try to say the bending of space-time is perceived as the acceleration of gravity in 3 dimensions. Einstein's equations will collapse into Newton's equations in non-relativistic, non-accelerating fields.
It's not about the math. It's about what's happening in physical reality. And one of them says in physical reality there's a force to cause an acceleration. Another one in physical reality says there is no force. They can't both happen at the same time. We can keep doing this, going around in circles all night if you want.
But it is about the math, though. It's all about the math, and because math is the
No, it's
language of
not.
physics. Math is the language of physics. Math is
No, English.
no.
Language is the language of
Math
physics.
is the language of physics, and Newton invented calculus to explain his observations. If you can't do math,
His
you shouldn't
observation
be
of
talking
objects
about
moving in
physics.
straight lines.
If you
mean his observations of objects moving in straight lines through free space?
if you don't understand,
Bro, you took a pause. I thought you were done.
If you don't understand math, you probably shouldn't be talking about physics.
This isn't about the math of the physics. This is about the physical reality of the physics and what's actually happening in reality. And one of them, oh my God, bro, I'm not. I
You're
can't.
breaking on me. You're breaking on me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Math is the language of physics. Newton invented calculus to explain his observations.
So you know he's breaking up a bit. Give him 2 seconds before you start talking. Be
try.
courteous.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, it's absolutely not always about the math. Okay, there's descriptions on how things happening and what's going on in physical reality that's actually taking place. And in one of them they say there's a force there. Okay, and another one they say there is no force there. They can't. Despite what you think.
You're pretty bad there, Jeremy. You're breaking up, bro.
Both things both can't. There can't be a force and not be a force at the same time. That's literally impossible.
You broke up, but we got the gist of it. I think you got the gist of it there, Chill.
Yeah, I got the gist of it. In the meantime, though, one explains what we would call normal space. The other one explains a warping and bending of space-time. These are two different explanations for the same phenomena. The fact that you don't understand or can't think in 4 dimensions, let alone 3 dimensions, is beyond that. I'm sorry.
All right, he's playing a cue to Captain Picard.
Too bad Jeremy's breaking up, man.
Yeah.
What he's trying to tell you there is you can't have 2 things happening at the same time. Basically.
Actually, you can, once again, because you're explaining from 2 different reference frames.
It doesn't matter how many reference frames. Reference frames won't save you here because you have a fabric in one bending, and then on the other one, you have 2 things attracting each other. Those are 2 different things.
Yes, they are. However, they explain the same phenomena. And in 3 dimensions, we've experienced the phenomena as Newton.
No, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it be both a
yes, I
force
can.
and not a force. You can't
Yes, I
have
can.
it. Sorry.
Yes, actually, yes, I can, because these are two different things. One explains how, and the other explains why.
So you have a not force in one of them. Gotcha.
No, you have if you want to think of it as not force, that's fine. Think of it as, we'll call it what? The SE. What do you want to call it? Yogi force or what?
No, it's the Zanikian not force. We already named it. Sorry.
Oh, I don't know why you named after Zanuck, but okay, I prefer to call it a. But I mean, we perceive it as a force.
But it's not a force.
It is force. We perceive it as one in our environment. It's holding your
You can
fastest
perceive it all you want.
We measure it as a force all day long, 9.81 meters per second per second.
That's the Newtonian one you measure here,
It's also
right? The one with the force.
No, you don't measure it as a force.
Yes, we do.
You don't measure it as a force. Xanax spent all morning telling us how. Am I breaking up still?
No, he's just interrupting.
We do measure it as a force.
Yeah, Xanax spent all morning.
Man, why can't you just shut the fuck up sometimes, though, guy?
Keep it up,
Go
you're
ahead.
gonna get muted. That's as simple as that. You don't let him talk, you're gonna get muted. We're not gonna get mad or waste our time with you. You've been warned, bro.
He's already muted. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Jeremy, maybe he reset his phone or
Well,
something like that.
why'd you mute him? He wasn't really interrupting anybody. You guys were back and forth.
No, he absolutely was interrupting Jeremy multiple times.
It's like, why can't you have a normal freaking conversation, man? Why?
Oh, well, in order to have a normal conversation, I need like normal people to come back. And all Jeremy is saying and all you're saying is the same old thing. It's basically that's all you're saying.
So let us say it and then rebut. You think you can
Why
do
don't
that?
why don't you ask NASA what he would or would not disagree with me on? Was the forces?
You just asked him.
He said, "Are the forces real? Are they actual?" Without you ask him.
Oh yeah, he was talking about a force, just like you. That's not a force. And then he's bringing it on Earth and saying that he measured it. But you're saying, but you yourself, Zanuck, said there's no force there.
You can measure inertial forces.
Which is it?
An inertial force is reference frame dependent. It's still measurable. Just means it doesn't have a source. It means it's reference frame dependent.
So you're measuring a force without a source on Earth, which needs a force. Do I get that? Am I getting this correct?
Now you're kind of double. You're talking in circles there. We can measure centrifugal force. If you want to put a scale on a centrifuge, like one of those rides, and the actual wall itself is a scale also, they both will give readings, and lo and behold, they'll have an equal value. One's measuring the pseudo force, one's inertial force, and one's measuring a proper force, or real force, as Gleam is all on a mission to prove me wrong about. My God, it's so funny.
Don't say pseudo force to flatties. Say emergent force.
The pretendo force.
I know.
No, we have a new term now, the not force.
I know.
I call it. I'll just call it inertial. Can I call it inertial force? How about inertial force?
But don't say pseudo force, because these guys here.
Xanax. Yeah, real quick. Okay, real quick, Xanax. You told us this morning things were falling 9.8 meters a second squared, accelerating, and you can't measure a force on that.
Correct. They're in free fall.
So you can't measure the force, but you're saying there's a force there. But you're saying there's no force there. You can't measure a force. Newton said you need a force.
Now, when they're free falling, there's no force acting on them.
Okay, where they're accelerating, the thing we're arguing about, this acceleration. You guys are saying, in one instance, there's no force.
Well, the Coriolis deviation shows a curved path. There's a Coriolis force because that's what would be
We're not
required to
talking
make
about
it.
Coriolis, dude.
Hold on.
We're not talking about
It makes
Coriolis.
it's what takes it. What acts on it in terms of forces to make it take the curved path with respect to the non-inertial reference frame. But in actuality, there's no forces acting on it. Same thing. They're both analogous.
I know what he was saying, and you guys misquoted him, of course, SE. What he's saying is that if you drop something and try to weigh it as it's falling, it has no force. That's totally true. It has no weight as it falls.
Yeah, there's no force there. Newton said you need a force there.
Well, it's still
when something's accelerating. F equals ma. Remember?
And you can measure that from the outside reference frame.
We say that object that is free falling from the non-inertial frame would require force to accelerate it, and it would give newtons force in terms of newtons to that object, regardless with respect to its mass. But it's not a real force; it's a Lambert force, is inertial force. I've been instructed by my NASA shill team to not mention pseudo force.
Just don't say. I know pseudo force is scientifically correct, but these guys hear pseudo and think fake.
I know. Just trying to make it as easy to understand as possible.
Professor Parks
Either a
likes
force or it's not a
emergent.
force. Hold on, SC. It's either a force or it's not a force, guys. It's either apple or it's non-apple. Can't be pseudo pregnant. Okay.
Well, that's not entirely correct.
Oh, so you can be kind of pregnant?
Oh, there are pseudo pregnancies though. There
No.
are false pregnancies.
Yeah, there's false pregnancy.
And so my wife is pseudo pregnant right now.
Men can get pregnant too.
I don't know. Oh no, we won't go into that.
You guys listen to this. Okay, so
think of the object in
people
the car.
defending the globe think that men can naturally get pregnant.
I won't talk to you about your wife because I'm being nice.
How does the car stop?
You better be nice about that, because then I'd have to physically find you. Ooh, and that wouldn't be good for you.
How does the
You'll keep your mouth shut. What are you saying, Zanuck?
How does the object in the car, the balloon, for example,
what are you talking
how
about?
does that balloon end up hitting the windshield when the car stops without a
I
real force?
don't want you to take me off in a hypothetical land because I don't get lost there with you. Others do. I don't.
What do you mean?
You seem to be getting
in
lost.
hypothetical land. 3/4 of the shit you post is hypothetical.
So then it's not a force, right? It's a pseudo force.
Emergent force.
Okay, it's not a force. It's an emergent force.
Well, it is a force. It's an emergent force.
Oh, so gravity is a force?
Yeah, emergent force. Yes.
Oh, so it's not a force.
It's emergent force.
So it's not a force. It's in something called an emergent force.
It's a real force in a reference frame. No, don't think that emergent force.
So is my urination later going to be real urination, or right now is it emergent urination?
Let's go to potty land now.
Well, dude, you take it there. We're not taking this seriously. We know you're not being honest because you defend the globe.
I got you. Let's go right
We
to
know
potty
you're
land.
not being honest because you defend the globe.
2-year-old. Let's go to potty land and talk about potty.
I'm saying you want me to treat you like an adult. Stop lying to us.
We're not. These are totally.
That's all. That's all you got to do.
True. If you had a background in physics, which.
So gravity is a force or not? No force? Yes, force. Oh, weird, because earlier your cohort said gravity is not a force, and we have the recording.
Well, you see, it depends.
I'm done. You guys you're great. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, what are you talking? You're talking Einsteinian? Well, gravity isn't a force in Einsteinian. It's felt as a force, but it's not a proper force. It's an emergent force.
So the Zanikian not force, that's the one I like. The new force that we came up with today.
I think I like Yogi force better.
The Zanikian not force, that's beautiful.
Yogi Bear not force.
No, I like what SC's got. That's good.
So once again, you have nothing, Shill. You just came in here to waste our time as usual.
No, I've got everything, and but you haven't. Once again, you just show that you can say no a lot.
You said nothing so far. Nothing.
Yeah, I said nothing. I thought gravity is an emergent force.
Which is nothing. What is it emerging from?
from the reference frame, the same way that centripetal force is an emergent force.
So the force that you're claiming, it's coming from a reference frame.
In the same way that a centripetal force is from a rotating reference frame.
Centrifugal force. Centrifugal.
So now it's a spinning force.
Well,
This not force.
That's
It's not a force.
that was
Now
called
it's a spinning force.
That was called an analogy. Something trying to get to something that you might have a little bit more knowledge about, but obviously not. You missed the analogy, but okay.
No, the analogy and the spinning, we understand. Something is spinning, creating something. We get that. But where is this emergent not force coming from?
From the bending and warping of space-time due to mass.
From the bending and so not from matter attracting matter. Not that force. Not an actual force.
Matter attracting matter works in non-inertial systems.
Bending is
non-relativistic forces.
So in the bending of the fabric of wartime, you're talking about falling now. Is that what you're talking about?
What's that?
In the fabric of space-time, which you say is not a force, what are you describing there exactly? What's happening there?
Mass bend space-time. So
you're falling into like a sorry?
You're falling into like a space-time well, if you will.
Like a trampoline.
That's sort of that's used in 2 dimensions, extending to 3. And you have a hard enough time thinking in 2 dimensions or 3. We won't go to 4.
So now we're up to 4 dimensions because we have a hard time understanding 3. But let's go to 4.
You have a hard time understanding 2, but
so we'll go to 4 then. That'll make it more easier to understand. You think your games are gonna work here, bro? They're not gonna work here. Your
for
games.
No, for you they won't work. I understand.
Yeah, you got that right.
Yeah, because you lack the gray matter to understand it.
Well, you're the genius. You said we can't understand 2 dimensions, and then you brought us to 4 dimensions. So go on, extrapolate from that. How does that work?
No, I don't need to go to 4, but beyond 4.
Not beyond the 4 that you mentioned. Can you care to extrapolate on that? Like, tell us, what do you mean exactly?
You mean elaborate, not extrapolate.
Elaborate. Thank you. My bad.
No, because like I said, you barely understand 2 dimensions when you brought up the fabric of space-time, which is again an analogy.
Well, yeah, we're the dumb ones. You're the smart one. You came here to teach us, so go on.
No, I actually did.
Elaborate, like Zanuck said. Elaborate on your 4 dimensions,
I'm not here
please.
to teach you much, SE. That I've learned that is an impossible task.
So my point exactly. You just came here to waste our time.
You should go back to 5th grade and write a check to the Canadian government for wasting money on you trying to teach you stuff.
You see? I mean, come on, man. I mean, aren't you fed up of doing this? Seriously.
No, actually, no. It kind of cracks me up that you're still this thick.
You come here to like try to make yourself feel better or something.
Was that what's it?
I think you just come here to like try to make yourself feel better about yourself.
What's it? How are you? It's been 2 weeks I've been listening to you. How are you doing?
Bro.
Let's see if you can form a coherent sentence. Let's see.
Can you apply physical properties to conceptual abstractions?
Well, can you?
No.
Oh, I didn't think so. Okay.
Wouldn't that be misplaced concreteness to an abstraction, also known as a reification fallacy?
No, you don't understand reification at all.
It's like a cartoon character or something.
Yeah, it actually sounded exactly like a reification fallacy, like textbook.
See, he can't form a sentence. He can't form from the time he came here, he didn't say one coherent thing, not one. All ad homs and
I
yeah.
understand. To you, that's probably true. I agree with you.
Dude doubles down with an ad hom.
That's not an ad hom. It's just explaining. I haven't ad hommed SE once. You need to learn what an ad hom is. What's it? You never did have learned that either.
Yeah, your argument right now is just to say SE's dumb, basically.
Well, that's not an ad hom. That's a description of his
No, it's your
intelligence.
argument right now, so.
No, that's not actually.
Boring.
I know it is. What's it? Facts are boring to you.
So make an argument. Come on, give us your best argument. You have all the dumb people here.
But I just want
Give
to,
us.
like, what if I just keep hitting him with questions I know he can't answer, though?
That'd be good too.
So, how if matter contracts as it increases speed closer and closer to relativistic speeds, and then continues to contract? How could it reach the relativistic speed and then mass expand exponentially?
It's not that it's
Good try, buddy. What you got here, Shill?
Why? How come you always go to relativity when you don't understand basic physics? It's like, hey, let's go talk about stuff that's really difficult, and I can.
Another not answer.
Yet you won't explain. Yet you don't understand simple physics.
See if you
This
can.
cracks me up.
This is the definition of an ad hom, right? Like your
No, this isn't
argument.
ad hom. This isn't ad hom. Ask a simple question.
Your response back is to obfuscate to personal insults as your
No, I
argument.
didn't personal insult again. I ask why you always go to.
So you don't know the answer?
Do I know the answer? Is it important? Why are we talking about relativity? We weren't even anywhere near relativity.
Let's see if you can answer this. Can something contract to nothing and expand infinitely at the same time?
What are you talking about?
You can't even answer that.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Does
Oh yes, it does.
Does the length contraction get greater the faster you go?
Or does matter expand exponentially?
Matter doesn't expand.
Are you sure?
Ooh, you're a relativity denier.
The word of expand is incorrect, but that's okay.
Well, okay, then explain it.
Oh, to you, no.
You don't know.
To you, I'm not good. I mean, come on, Witsit. You don't. How can you understand? How do you expect to understand relativity when you haven't studied basic physics?
Well, you definitely don't understand relativity, right?
Well, I've probably understand relativity much more than you do, but I've
Then
had.
why can't you answer the question?
Because it's a dumb question, and you're just trying to, to show everyone, ooh, I can ask a question that's difficult to understand, and then when I answer it, you're going to laugh at me because you don't understand. You don't have the physics to.
Oh, you're boring. You gotta do better
I
than
know I
this.
am boring. Yeah, I know I'm boring.
Does the length contraction effect increase as you increase speed?
In which time frame? In which reference frame?
The one that's inertial.
Well, you can't go to infinite speed, so we'll never find out.
Well, wait, you can't what?
You can't go to infinite speed, so we'll never find out.
Why would you? It doesn't say you have to go to infinite speed, though. It says all objects in motion contract, and then they contract more and more as they approach relativistic speeds.
Okay, and you have a problem with that because why?
So you agree that the length contraction effect does increase as you approach relativistic speeds?
Okay, so
Do you agree?
you? Well, you're trying to get me to say something wrong. What's it? I'm not playing your game. Sorry.
Wait, so you disagree?
I'm not playing your game. What's it? Sorry. I'm not playing the Witsit.
No, you're gonna say two right things without noticing it, but yeah.
I'm not gonna say.
He's so scared because he doesn't know if I'm like setting him up.
He knows.
I'm not playing the Witsit game. Sorry.
He
Witsit
doesn't know
has-
if I'm like asking him a question that he should say yes or no to, so he's like just avoiding it.
I'm not playing the Witsit trivia game today. Sorry.
Oh. So it's okay. If you don't understand your belief, but you blindly hold that belief,
See, Witsit, have you been to China?
totally relevant.
Yeah, it's totally relevant. See, you think you can only you mean you're working this computer or phone. Do you understand how it's made and how semiconductors work and all that?
I mean, I have a decent idea, but The point is that like you can go replicate it. I mean, it's a physical, actual thing that can be verified. The computer's sitting here working, so I don't really see how that's relevant to something. Buddy, calm down. I get that you're a relativity denier. It's
You can
okay.
verify relativity. You can verify time dilation.
Yeah.
Been done.
So, so you said nothing can go relativistic speeds?
You can verify time dilation.
All right, dude. I'm disengaging.
Of course.
You got nothing.
I
You
just
can't
told
answer
you that
basic
I
questions.
just told you can verify time dilations. And
Not
now you
one. He didn't answer one question all night. Not one.
You can't even get to the like the better ones because you just can't even answer the basic ones.
I told you can demonstrate time dilation, and you're going to run away. Gotcha.
Does the Earth change direction in its orbit around the sun?
It goes in a circle, so okay.
So does it change direction?
It rotates in a circle, so okay.
Okay. So in a geodesic path, is the object changing direction?
In a geodesic path.
If that makes you feel better.
Well, you mean it rotates in basically a circle around the sun, so okay. What's your problem?
In order for an object to change direction, does it have to have a force acting upon
It's
it?
called gravity. Yes, we know about that. Thank you.
Oh. So gravity is a force.
In Newtonian, yes.
Oh, so you are a relativity denier.
Well, okay, if you want to think of it this way, the sun has a very big bending of space-time, and we're going on the geodesic around it. Do you want to work out in that direction? They both work.
Well, if it's a geodesic, then we're not changing direction.
Well, we're going in the lowest energy path around the sun, which is, in our 3D time frame, in our 3D representation, it looks like a circular orbit.
Are you a relativity denier?
No, the problem is that they can be explained both ways, and that's your problem.
You know they're different things, right?
But they describe the same thing.
Well, they're fundamentally different, though.
But they describe the same thing.
You realize that relativity superseded Newtonian
Not
mechanics.
supersede. Explained.
No, it's a fundamentally different theory. It claims it makes opposite claims.
No, actually, the tensors will, if you will, collapse to Newtonian physics and non-accelerating, non-inertial time.
But the theories of physics make opposite claims.
Actually, no. One explains how, and one explains why.
Do you want me to teach you?
Oh, you teach me? No, you can't teach me.
I got you. All right. So in Newtonian mechanics, if I drop an object, then it accelerates in a straight path down unless a force acts upon it. Okay. In Einsteinian physics, when I drop the pin, it's actually not accelerating down. It's not going in a straight path. It can just look like a straight path. And objects can change direction without a force acting upon it because of the geodesic path.
Which we would describe as a force in three-dimensional space. Yes.
No, relativity specifically says that gravity is not a force.
Relativity is a four-dimensional curved space-time reference frame.
Right. It's not a force. It's a coordinate system that guides objects.
We live in a three-dimensional reference frame, which requires this, which we experience.
All right, dude, you're boring. All right, I'm gonna have to unmute Zanuck. Unfortunately, sorry to the room. Unless someone else wants to like deal with this guy.
I'm
This guy
boring
can't.
because I can explain to you that you're wrong.
It's a waste of time.
No, you can't even answer the basic. You don't even You're a relativity denier.
I'm not a relativity denier. The
You
relativity
are.
explained. No, the problem is you think that relativity superseded Newtonian. It didn't.
They're fundamentally different.
They're fundamentally the same thing, trying to explain the same forces, doing
So-
it slightly differently. Yes.
Wait, so is the math the same?
Math is if you take Einsteinian tensors and use non-accelerating, non-inertial reference frames, then they will collapse back to Newtonian.
So what are they the same or are they different?
Well, they go from different theories, but guess what? They explain the same movements.
This dude said non-accelerating, non-inertial. So, if they're the same, then why do they have different mathematical predictions for the orbit of Mercury?
Because once again,
You're laughing nervously, Matthew.
oh no.
No, I'm just
How much?
amazed.
How much?
Matthew, do you
How
know
much
the answer?
variation?
If
How
they're
much?
the same, why do they have different
How much
predictions?
variation was there in Mercury? Do you remember?
It's like some 40 arc seconds or something.
40 arc seconds per what time frame?
Century.
Yeah, not a lot.
That's
no.
called a non sequitur.
No, that's totally because again, if you're not in a accelerating, if you're not moving fast to fastest speed light, you're not very small, and you're not near a large gravitational mass. You can use Newtonian physics. We use Newtonian physics all over.
Now you're just using red
said
herrings.
sequitur. See, he said non sequitur. You said no. You should have said it's totally sequitur.
Yeah, but he just like proceeded to expand on the non sequitur.
In the meantime, we use Newtonian physics all the time to explain baseballs,
Red
satellites.
herring fallacy.
Nope, totally correct.
Do you know what a red herring fallacy is?
We don't need to use Newtonian. We don't need to use Einsteinian physics unless we are in a very small section of where we need to go.
Do you know what a red herring fallacy is?
It's not a red herring fallacy. It's a red herring fallacy would mean that it's not true.
That's not what that means. No, red herring fallacy means it's a distraction to obfuscate and divert away from the actual
Not
point.
a distraction. I'm saying we use Newtonian physics all the time.
Was that relevant to what I said?
Yes, totally.
What did I say?
You're saying that they're opposite, and we don't. You say that Einsteinian physics superseded Newtonian physics.
Buddy, check this out. Are you aware that Newtonian mechanics said there was a fixed background of space?
What's that?
Newtonian mechanics said there was a fixed background of space. Okay, did you know that Einsteinian physics specifically says there is not a fixed background of space?
Yeah, they have different assumptions, and they come to this.
So are those opposite?
They have different assumptions, and they come. Guess what? But the equations, the math works in both of them.
The math is different,
The
dude.
math is different. Yeah, but guess what? It comes down to the same thing. All of Einsteinian's fancy tensor equations will collapse to Newton's equations.
We just talked about how the math's not the same. They have different
is.
mathematical predictions. So
When you're in very strong gravitational fields, like 40 arc seconds per century for Mercury.
Okay, so that's just on the small solar system scale, but they're different, and they're fundamentally different in terms of physics. You understand that math is not reality, right? So I could show you Newtonian. Look, I could show you. Stop interrupting me, dude. I could show you Newtonian mathematics, and I could give you 100 different interpretations of it and claims about physics. There's no way that all 100 of them are correct, but I could say, look, the math matches in all of them. That doesn't mean that the theory of physics behind the math is correct.
Yet we use Newtonian physics every day of the week to do lots of different stuff, and it works quite well. Thank you very much.
I just explained that the math isn't reality. It's about the theory of physics behind it. And your response was, the math works?
Yep, the math works. Do you understand the power of that statement?
Do you understand? Do you understand that physics is not? You know, physics is not about math, right?
It is actually. Did you understand that? Newton invented calculus to explain his observations.
Yeah, you think that Newton introduced a dynamic force and invented calculus before 23. But what I want you to address is that math is not reality, and physics tries to explain the way the world works, and then we apply math to the theory to describe it.
Yes, math is a language of physics. That's correct.
Okay, so the math describes the theory of physics that proposes an explanation for how the world works.
Math is the language of physics, and you are math impaired. That's understandable.
So where is the proposed explanation of how the world works accurate or not?
Yes, it's quite accurate. We use Newtonian physics all the time.
Newtonian physics doesn't work in your own paradigm.
What do you mean it doesn't work? We use it all the time.
Okay.
We use it to throw baseballs. We use it to launch missiles. We use it to fire cannons.
I can use a kinematic equation for all of those things that doesn't even account for mass. That's irrelevant.
No, you can't. You have to.
You can't do statics without it.
Do statics?
Right.
What do you mean?
The branch of physics called statics is Newtonian, and that's what you use to build buildings and bridges.
Why can you not use a kinematic equation?
I'm saying you use Newtonian physics to build buildings, and you don't need relativity.
Yeah, but can you use a kinematic equation?
You can use a kinematic equation for building buildings and bridges, yes.
Yeah, okay. So then naming all this stuff we use Newtonian mechanics for, like building bridges and throwing baseballs, that doesn't make Newtonian mechanics correct or something. Like you don't need
Makes
to
it
account for
useful.
You don't know. So the kinematic equation is equally as useful.
I'm saying that statics is useful and it doesn't involve any relativity. So that's all I was saying, and that the mathematics is what we use for building buildings and bridges. That's all.
But the kinematic equation is equally as useful.
They're different, so they have different uses. What are you talking about?
Can you name one where Newtonian mechanics works but the kinematic equation doesn't work?
I can't name any.
Oh yeah. Okay. So then we don't even need a theory of gravity to build bridges and buildings. We can just use a kinematic equation.
What? I sure to hope the hell you haven't built a bridge, and I hope the hell you're not a civil engineer. If you think you don't have to account for the mass of a building or a bridge when you build it, you are definitely high.
Yeah, that's why I brought up statics, because it
100%
uses
don't.
gravity.
Dude, he got heated.
You
Oh,
100%
You are
don't.
totally on drugs if you think you can build a bridge and don't have to account
Yeah.
for the mass of said bridge.
Okay, well, even I'm saying if you account for the mass, that's cool only in terms of its weight. But
Yeah,
you don't
which
actually have
is-
to
which
you
is
don't
weight.
have to account for mass compared to mass 2 over a certain radius.
What is weight?
Okay, that's a great question. I don't feel like talking about it with
Yeah,
you because you're not in.
because weight is mass times gravity.
Okay, you're
equals
gonna
ma.
catch up in a second, I promise. So, little g in weight can just be replaced with a. Okay, and you can solve for a with a kinematic equation. So all we do when we build bridges and buildings is we account for weight.
Which is mass times gravity.
But that little g is just downward acceleration, which
Downward acceleration, correct, according to Newtonian physics, correct. Thank you very much.
that's just the effects, yeah. So we can just use the effect is acceleration. So we can just use that effect with a. This is all just objective. We can use a kinematic equation for all engineering that we do Newtonian mechanics with.
Kinematic equations for all engineering.
Everything in engineering that we use Newtonian mechanics for, we can just use a kinematic equation.
Wow.
Yeah, as a fact, I even dropped the equation right there.
I sure hope to hell you're not an engineer.
You have, yeah, you see right here, you have height equals 1/2 AT squared plus VT, A being the constant acceleration, T being the time,
guess what A
V
is in
being
this
the
case?
initial velocity, and H being the height. The
What
kinematic
is it?
equation simplifies to H equals 1/2 AT squared. You can solve for A, which equals 2H divided by T squared.
What is A
It'll
when we
give you
build a
the
bridge?
acceleration.
What is that acceleration when we build a bridge?
Not roughly 9.8.
9.81 meters per second per second. Oh, geez, amazing. That's the gravity. Huh. Wonder why.
No, that's just the effect of the average of how fast things fall, which fluctuates
which is
roughly.
called gravity, which fluctuates very little, around 9.81 meters per second per second.
It fluctuates from like 9.6 to just under 10.
No, it doesn't go to 9, 6, and 10.
Well, it objectively does.
Where is it 9.6?
But even if it was exactly 981, which it's not a constant. It's
pretty
just
freaking close to
it's just
9.81.
it's just us. No, it changes. It just
very
measures.
little.
It's just, buddy. It's just us measuring the effect of things falling down.
Yeah, gravity. Thank you.
Okay, if you want to call it gravity,
That's what gravity is. The effect of the things of being attracted to the center of the earth.
No, that's not. No, gravity is the cause of things falling down.
Gravity is, and it's also the force downward.
So gravity. Oh, but is the force what's accelerating, or is the force what causes the accelerating?
The force is what do you mean causes acceleration?
What causes acceleration?
According to Einstein, it's the bending and warping of space.
Wait, I thought you wanted to talk about Newton.
Well, Newton doesn't explain it though. Newton very specifically doesn't explain what gravity is. He says.
What's the equation for force?
Again, Newton doesn't explain or try to explain. Specifically says that he doesn't know what this is.
We're not talking about the cause. We're talking about the effect of downward
Yeah, which is
acceleration.
called weight. Yeah, we understand that.
No. So weight's not downward acceleration, dude.
Weight is the force.
Okay, force equals what? What's the equation?
F equals ma. F equals mg.
Okay, so then what does A equal?
A 9.81. A equals g. 9.1 meters per second per second.
If F equals ma, what does A equal?
A equals g. 9.81 meters per second.
Oh my God, it's F over m. So then to have an acceleration, you need a force? Isn't this like a basic axiom of physics?
You are basically just like masturbating your way into it, turning it around into the downward acceleration is observable.
Hey, do we need a force?
Here, you say that word again.
We
Ever.
measured the force.
Do we need a force for acceleration?
We measured the force.
What? How did we do that?
Oh, with a scale. You have one in your bathroom, maybe?
Oh, so force equals mass times acceleration, right? Yep. Okay. And so if you're saying gravity is what causes the acceleration, then you're saying gravity is the force that causes the acceleration, right?
Gravity is the attraction of mass attracting mass. That's correct.
So gravity is the force that causes the acceleration.
No, wait, stop. Gravity is the acceleration.
Now we're going back to Einstein?
No. This is Newton.
Newton says it's a force.
It's an acceleration. 9.1 meters per second per second.
Dude, how is no baller stepping in and trying to help this dude? He's drowning. So, first of all, bro, Newton says that
he's
it's
right, and you're the one drowning.
Really? You want to bet $1,000 on it, Matthew?
You don't have $1,000.
Yes.
Okay, you want to bet $1,000 that
You don't
he's
have
correct about
$1,000.
this? Dude, listen very carefully, man.
You don't have
Force.
$1,000.
Stop interrupting me. Force equals mass times acceleration.
Right.
Newtonian mechanics claims that an object will fall in a straight path unless an external or additional force acts upon it.
Right.
Okay, little a or little g, downward acceleration, that's the alleged effect of gravity. It's the effect. If gravity is the force that causes the acceleration, then the acceleration can't be the same thing as what causes it.
No, force is what we measure. That's what we call weight. Gravity is acceleration. Mass is mass. Don't get them mixed up.
Buddy, you said that you're just because it's called gravity.
Yeah, it's called gravity.
There's a difference in little g and big G.
We're talking the 9.1 meters per second that we measure on Earth.
That's the effect.
No, that is the downward acceleration. The effect we measure is called force. That is weight.
So the force causes the acceleration?
The acceleration is caused by mass attracting mass.
So then it's the effect.
F equals ma is not talking about the cause and effect. It's talking about the relationship between those three. It doesn't say what's affecting what. You can't determine what affects what. It's just a mathematical formula.
Matthew, is the acceleration the effect or the cause?
That formula is ambivalent about that question.
Forget the formula. Is the acceleration the effect or cause?
The acceleration, the force is equal to ma, and if you put a equals f over m, then you could say, oh, we can calculate the acceleration based on force and mass, or you can flip around the equation, do it the other way.
So you
that
can't
equation
is the downward acceleration a cause or an effect?
I don't know.
Both.
Yeah.
Both.
Really?
Yeah, because if you have the acceleration and you're accelerating, it's still there. That creates a force. F equals ma, or A equals Fm. Acceleration equals the force divided by the mass, or the force equals the mass times the acceleration. So
I'm
if you have,
so
if you
glad
have,
Zanuck
four,
jumped
if
in
you have,
because I'm going to expose you so hard. So just 3 or 4 days ago, Zanuck jumped in and we talked about this very thing, right? Well, all the other ballers were doing this same thing while they were conflating the cause and effect. Zanuck corrected them and said, yeah, downward acceleration is the average of the effect, the rate in which things fall, and gravity is the cause of that downward acceleration. And now
stand
he's
by what I
jumping
said.
in. Now he's
No.
jumping
You're
in.
getting semantics. You're
No,
talking about
you are.
semantics now.
You're double
You
speaking.
said what I said. That's why I said both, because that the way you're asking it, we can say it causes. If I have an acceleration and I stop that acceleration, that could be equated to a force. That would be if I had 9.8 meters per second of acceleration and I stop it, then I can have 9.8 Newton. They can have 9.8 newtons acting on a kilogram.
So
The
acceleration
force is
is
now
a
the
force.
weight. That's the weight then. No acceleration, but now I have 9.8 newtons and 1 kilogram. You can trade
So
off between the weight
wait, is
and
weight
the
just
and the acceleration.
acceleration?
Is weight what?
Just
F equals ma.
acceleration?
F equals
Weight is
ma.
no weight is a force.
So if an object's not accelerating, does it still have weight?
And yes.
Oh,
Yes, if it's
wow.
What do you mean it's accelerating downward?
Wow,
There's
that's
a constant acceleration downward.
even when
9.81
it's
meters per second
stationary.
per second.
Even when it's
Even when
stationary.
that is what causes weight. The push back.
That's
of
why
the
you have a
Earth
weight.
against
That's why you have a force.
Wait, can something be accelerating if it's stationary?
Oh God.
You have an acceleration acting on it.
Are you
Hey,
really
what's the
this
definition of
simplistic?
acceleration?
Oh God. What's
The second derivative of position with respect to time.
Change in velocity.
Change of velocity, in other words, more simply put.
Yeah, okay. So can something have a change in velocity if it's at rest?
Yes. I just change direction.
We call that position to motion weight.
Oh, hey, Zanuck,
Change
while
in
we're at it.
velocity while at rest.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
What are you talking about?
Thank God
What's
this is
he-
taped.
No, this
Yeah.
is just Whitson and his mental mastery.
Is it really?
He's going through
You just said that word again, old man. I don't want to hear you
mental
say that
gymnastics again.
Dude, and they're like a cult, man, because like they're like, oh,
We're a cult.
with Chill, who's like hands down, like
We're
the
a cult.
most troll Glober ever, other than Ed.
We're a
The
cult.
ballers still have to rally around them, right? And then so Matthew jumps in White Knight, and then
We're
Zanuck
a
jumps in
cult.
White Knight, and Zanuck tried to jump in White Knight
Because
but
it's
Chill and Star
funny.
had to mute him.
Because
Says
it's
the
funny.
cult leader. Says the flat Earth cult leader, calling Globers a cult. That
I'm
is
not a
He's
cult
not.
leader.
At
Look.
least he's not double
You are
speaking,
too.
dude.
Hey, look, but this is what's so funny. Zanuck, are you going to correct Chill with all the stuff he said wrong about your paradigm earlier?
He's not, because you're jumping back and forth between Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics. If we have an acceleration and we can measure that object accelerate, but there's no forces on it, so what would that acceleration be due to?
Wait, pause.
Would that be weight?
Pause.
Yeah,
I don't
isn't
want you
it
to.
weight?
I don't want you to give it away and help him. Hey, Shill, and then we're gonna let Zanuck see what Zanuck says. We're gonna ask both people. Okay, we're gonna ask a question, and then Shill, you answer, and then Zanuck can answer. Cool.
Not a
All
playing
right.
game.
Shill, is there actual down? Do objects actually accelerate downward on the Earth according to your current model?
Not playing your game, Whitson.
Yes or no?
Not playing your game, Whitson.
You can't answer it.
Not playing your game, Whitson.
Do objects actually accelerate downward towards the
You will
Earth
not be happy
according
with
to
either answer.
your current
You
model?
will not be happy with either answer.
You can't answer it.
No, you won't be happy with either answer.
Why don't you answer? Why don't you clarify with?
No, I'm not
Okay,
saying
when I drop an object and we measure 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration, in your current model's understanding, is that object actually accelerating downward?
From what reference frame?
From the reference frame of the object that's dropped.
No.
What is it? What does that mean?
In free space.
Wait, what, Still?
It's sitting there in free space.
It's just sitting there, so it's falling down, but it's actually just sitting there?
Well, no. From its reference frame, it's just sitting there weightless.
So it's not moving?
In its reference frame? No. They can't detect it.
Well, it's not sentient. So
It would weigh nothing.
If it has, it's free fall. It's not. It's just moving through time.
So when we drop objects and they accelerate down to the Earth, they're not actually accelerating down to the Earth.
From the frame
No.
of the Earth, they are accelerating. That's correct.
Oh, from the frame of the Earth, they are accelerating.
Yes.
Really? So it's doing both relative to each reference frame.
Dilithiumism. Where's that see when we need them?
All right, Xanax. So if I drop an object to the ground, I'm standing on the earth. I drop an object to the ground. It is truly accelerating down to the ground.
With respect to the Earth, yes.
Okay. And so if what scenario is, because earlier you were letting us know that there is no actual downward acceleration.
I didn't say that.
You did say
I
that.
said, I said no. I said specifically there from the reference frame of the Earth, it is accelerating. But the reference frame, the inertial reference frame, that is not accelerating, rotating, it is in free fall. There's no force acting. You can measure this. It is not accelerating. There's no forces acting on it. Yet we see an impact as this object hits the ground, and we see an acceleration with respect to the ground. You're answering your first question. So which is correct? They both are.
Dude, this is
They're
what's
both
so funny.
correct.
You guys try to defend both relativity and Newtonian mechanics, but they're
Very easy, actually.
they're fundamentally different.
No, they're not. Which
How are
that's
they
your
different?
problem.
Okay, no
Yeah,
problem. So Einstein said that if an object is in free fall, it can change direction without another force acting upon it. Newton said that an object in free fall can only change direction if another force acts upon it, or it will just continue in a straight path.
Einstein's talking four-dimensional and space-time. Geodesics.
Oh, do you think that relativity doesn't apply to all the dimensions?
Relativity, he's explaining.
Oh my God, what does that even mean?
So relativity doesn't apply to the 3D world?
It does.
Oh, it does apply to the 3D world.
So does Newtonian, which is a whole lot easier to calculate, which is why we do it.
So you guys need remedial math. You have to stick to the one.
Remedial math?
You have to stick to the one that's more remedial. That's why you still believe in it.
Generally, if you have two ways of doing things, one's the really hard way and one's the relatively easy way, you'll take the relatively easy way if it gives you an answer that's close enough to the.
But we don't even need it. All we need is the value of downward acceleration. We don't even need it. So the only thing we would need it for is to explain stuff like stuff moving around in space in your model. But that's exactly where it doesn't work.
It's exactly where it does work.
Wait. Newtonian mechanics does work out in space?
Sure.
Really?
Yeah, they sent a whole bunch of probes to Venus, Mars, all using the Newtonian mechanics. Works really quite well.
That's what's up. So if I look at a galaxy and it's spinning, and then I see that the outside, if I see that the outside of the galaxy is spinning just as fast as the inside of the galaxy, wouldn't that like violate Newton's laws of motion?
Do you have data for this?
Yeah, 1955, Vera Rubin.
So it's not your personal data though. So you're taking someone else's word for it now again.
So now you're denying the primary discoverer of dark matter?
No, what I'm saying is that you're going both ways now, depending on you'll quote a 1955 paper and not understand it, and in the meantime though you say, oh, other people say, but you can't do that because you have no personal experience. The Earth is flat because it looks flat. Because how do you know?
Buddy, your own model, your own paradigm knows that Newtonian mechanics doesn't work, which is why people are proposing replacements for relativity right now. And they're trying to replace it with modified Newtonian dynamics. They're not just saying, let's go back to Newton. It works perfectly fine. That's what you guys say in here. Like a bunch of hillbillies or something.
Do you have a reference for this, by the way? I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, modified Newtonian dynamics.
I'm sure this guy's won the Nobel Prize. I'm sure he's done.
Xanac, why don't you jump in and correct him when he says stuff like this?
Has he won the Nobel Prize? I'm sure because if someone were to come by, if you were really this smart and you knew more than Einstein, you'd be like, you know how much money you get for the Nobel Prize? What's it?
Hey, why don't you correct him when he does stuff like this, Xanac?
Do you know how much money you get for the Nobel Prize? What's it?
Now whenever I brought up Xanac, I brought up modified Newtonian dynamics, and he started mocking me, saying, "Where's this guy's Nobel Prize?"
Yeah,
so you want to tell him how a vast majority of physicists are proposing modified Newtonian dynamics to try to fix some of the problems?
Are they really just trying to reconcile?
All right, dude. This is watching. You guys are a waste of time. Like you guys.
I was not paying attention. My son just came on. I was actually paying attention to him. Sorry, Witsit. I'd like to play some more though, but I'll come back in a minute.
You guys are intentionally disingenuous.
No, we're not.
You are though. You are.
No, we're not.
Like by definition, you are though.
No, actually, by definition, I'm not. I heard. I wanted to say something because I overheard it when I was talking to somebody else. I forgot what the point was, but no, you're doing a good job.
Here talking about
You're
all
doing
the
a good
way in
job. Make it.
2002.
You've made a good. You made a good show out of this, which I have to give you that. It's and you know,
You guys
NASA's
are
not
so
wrong.
NASA is wrong.
No, he's not.
He said the Earth is changing direction.
Yeah, it's actually a change. It's not a change of position with respect to time or distance. It's not a distance change. So Earth isn't getting larger, but it is accelerating up to some. Why? Because the geodesic path is curved, and it's basically we're running into something that's stopping our progress through time and space.
Is the Earth
That
changing direction?
stoppage, it changes our direction as we're moving through time and space. Right now, as you're standing there, your direction is being changed. That's why you have weight. That is an acceleration. That's why you measure weight by just standing
As the
there.
Earth orbits the sun, does it change direction?
Not with respect to the geodesic. It's going perfectly straight. But with respect to the other reference frame, it is changing direction. With respect to the sun and the Earth, those
So
two are
it's
not
going
orbiting each
perfectly
other.
straight, and it's curving in a rotation.
In one, depending what reference frame you're looking at it from. If you're looking at
You
something,
laugh like I
going
don't
over-
understand your position. No,
I
I'm
know you
pointing out
understand,
how
so I don't know why you keep on
stupid
asking
your
the question.
position
That's
is,
why
dude.
I'm laughing because I know you understand. It's simple.
Okay, now let's see if
we're flying around. We're flying around.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Shill's going to jump in now, but he didn't even understand that. Like
We're
he did
flying
not get
around
when
the-
I said it.
You understand it.
We're flying around the sun in
I
a
understand
following
that
a
it's
geodesic,
stupid.
which is straight. But as far as the objects, looking at it through that curved space time, it looks like we're making a circular path, which we are. We're going around the sun. But that geodesic is a straight path.
Yeah. So
It is an inertial
looks
path.
like it,
Space-time
which it is. It looks like it, which it is, but it's
No, it's not
straight.
though.
That's what you just
But
said.
it's
I just
not.
quoted
See,
you. All I did was quote you.
I know, but you're just taking it out of context. The path looks curved
In
from a certain
four-dimensional
reference frame.
space-time, it's straight.
Right. It
Oh,
is straight.
man, this dude keeps saying four-dimensional space-time.
That's important.
Because they're throwing time in there. I know it's mind-boggling.
Space-time isn't just in the fourth dimension. It's just time, and actually the dimensions make up space. He
Space-time has
doesn't
four
understand his own religion.
It's not a religion. This is
Well,
science.
4D space-time is an incoherent statement.
No, it's not. It's
Yes, it
quite
is.
no, it's not. It's quite well
Okay,
understood.
really, define space.
You can define them separately. However, space-time is one. In relativity, space-time is one concept.
And it's not just the fourth dimension. Duh. Because you need space, which is dimensional.
Space-time is a four-dimensional space and time in one word, space-time.
Length, width, breadth, buddy. Look, over 1,000 citations since publication, and but no one's talking about Newtonian mechanics though. So this is what's so funny, man. It's modified Newtonian dynamics, right? This is the funniest part. The first question, Zenek, you didn't have anything to say about this. So and Shill was just copping out. You notice how they all get like more confident when they're all here to kind of like, oh wait, can you jump in for me here? Like then they get all like progressively more confident when none of them know what they're talking about. But according to relativity, Zenek, maybe you can help him whenever I ask it this time. According to relativity, objects in motion contract in the direction of motion. As they get closer and closer to the speed of light, i.e. relativistic speeds, they contract more and more. If they were to reach the speed of light, in theory, they would actually contract to where they had no length. At the same time, E equals mc squared seems to necessitate that the mass will continue to increase exponentially, seemingly to the idea of infinite, as it reaches the speed of light. So how can there be length contraction all the way to the point that there's no length of the matter, while simultaneously there's an expansion of the mass to infinite?
No, the mass doesn't expand. It's said that incorrectly. The energy to accelerate it would be increasing as it gets faster.
So the mass doesn't increase.
Doesn't increase. The energy to accelerate it becomes infinite, and that's why it has a.
Incorrect.
No, that is correct. That is correct.
Infinite.
Mass does not become infinite. The energy to make it accelerate becomes infinite.
You don't know your model. Once again,
I know
Xanax.
the model. I'm
Shocking.
telling you the model. SCI on the
Shocking.
citation. God damn it! You know it. SCI on the citation. Don't challenge me. You shall be. I'm Oz, the great and powerful. Who are you?
But
Are
as
you
an object
denying?
approaches the speed of light, its observed mass becomes infinitely large.
Correct.
Department of Energy, energy.gov.
No,
Correct.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
That's your model, Sonny boy.
The mass. No, the mass. It's the energy. Energy
Dude, let me read the
to
whole thing. Let me
change
read
the
the
acceleration. I mean,
Let me read
attention
all
to
this.
accelerate it, not to change it. To
Dude, let me
change the
read the whole
velocity
thing.
increases with a square, and it gets to the point where it is be infinite to go to the speed of light.
All right, look.
Can be
But
reach it.
as an object approaches the speed of light, its observed mass becomes infinitely large.
Observed mass. Is that
Shut
real
up,
mass or is it observed
dude.
mass?
Dude, I'm trying to read it in context. Can you calm down? I'm going to read it again. But as an object approaches the speed of light, its observed mass becomes infinitely large. As a result, an infinite amount of energy is required to make an object move at the speed of light.
Nah, that's not really right. Where'd you get that from?
Department of
I
Energy.gov.
like to call a friend.
Department of Energy.gov.
That's sloppy. They're not. They also say we have global warming too, and EPA's been weaponized to make us all buy electric cars. I don't trust them.
And something else I want to point out. Something else I want to point out. So if a neutrino goes the speed of light, are you guys saying that it has infinite energy and infinitely large mass? Does a neutrino have infinite energy?
Do they even know if a neutrino has mass or not?
Well, their paradigm claims it does.
I know.
Yeah. So it's a little paradox for them.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's
you guys like to nibble on the edges, and you don't
That's a
understand
gap.
the middle. But
That's a gap in the
let's
theory
nibble
right
on
there.
the edges. Let's nibble on the edges
Yeah,
of
it's a
things we
gap
don't
in
really
theory.
understand.
It's a gap in the gap in theory.
These elementary particles.
Dude, Zanuck, but that gap, Shield, shut up, dude. You don't.
You're talking over me for. I was
Okay,
talking.
you're
and
just
you
saying
started
that
over
you're
me.
just, dude. Listen, you're just doing a bunch of like ad homs, and
Look
you're not
who's
addressing the
talking.
point.
I am addressing the point.
Chill, you're
nibbling on the
verbally
edges.
sweating. We can smell you. You're sweating.
Yeah,
You're
fuck
nervous.
off.
This sucks for you, doesn't it?
Fuck off. In the meantime,
You
though,
smell like Brenda.
once again, you're nibbling on the edges of things that are not well understood, and you ignore the middle of things that are understood.
No, this is actually this is the middle. This is the core of relativity. This is the famous equation that even like the 14-year-old knows. It's E equals mc squared. Okay, this isn't the edges. The relativity is the glue that saves the entire model and tries to hold it together. Relativity is what explained away the Michelson-Morley results to save the heliocentric model. It is the fundamental primary causal agent of everything the globe model claims in its current form. Nowhere close to the edges. It's the heart of the religion. And E equals mc squared is founded
you want me to
on a
explain it, I will.
paradoxical, easily refuted, nonsensical equation.
Incorrect, totally.
So
the heliocentrism came a long time before relativity did. Was
Totally
well
irrelevant, though.
No,
Michelson-
totally true. Because heliocentrism came when?
When a
Copernicus?
guy looked at the sky with his naked eye.
Was that before or after?
They're saying it's mass, but they're homogeneously defining the mass as if it were mass, and it's really the kinetic energy. This is something you're not purview to because you haven't looked into it deep enough. That's how they use these terms. I said this earlier. I misstated a little bit earlier today, but yes, the more energy is spent accelerating the object, the more inertia the object will be. And that is inertia as a tendency to stand still, maintain its state. Since the inertia value is defined as mass, it's simply said to have increased mass, but it's not.
Watch this. Watch. I just want to show you guys how many times that we're going to go to I'm going to the top freaking sources, and Zenit's going to say,
You heard what I said, though?
This is
Did you hear what I said?
This is the Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory, neutrinos.fnal.gov. Neutrinos are the lightest of the massive fundamental particles in the Standard Model. We know that neutrinos have mass because we have observed them change from one flavor into another, a process that can happen only if neutrinos have mass. Again, Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory.gov.
Relativistic mass, and it's rest mass plus the kinetic energy.
Okay, so if it has mass, then we're going to go
Relativistic
back.
mass.
Oh,
the kinetic energy plus the rest mass density. So that as I said initially, so the kinetic energy is homogeneously placed in the mass, so it's defined as if it were a mass, but it's not a mass.
wait,
It's the energy
placed
and
inside
the mass.
but there's no mass there.
Yes, the energy is in the mass.
The
Due to its
Kinetic energy of the rest mass. Can you understand what he just said?
The energy plus the rest mass. Get it right.
You said kinetic energy. In other words,
Kinetic
he's
energy
saying
is
the
this
movement
velocity
of the
type-
non-moving matter. That's what he just said.
Okay, what is kinetic energy? SE smart guy. Give me the equation real quick.
No, we're not.
You don't know it, do you?
What are you talking
You don't
about?
know it, do you? Does anyone know it?
Well, I want
What's you know it?
I want you to address
What
what's
is the
actually
kinetic
going on.
energy equation?
Wait.
Go ahead.
I want you to address what's going on.
No,
You
no,
just
I answer all your. You make me dance around like a fucking puppet. Now I'm asking you one question. You can answer it. What's kinetic
because I
energy?
want you to address what he just now
No,
asked.
I will. I promise I will. You can play around with me later, but answer me the question. Because I know you know the answer. I think. What is kinetic energy? What's the equation?
It's like mass and velocity, mass velocity square or something.
Close. Okay, it's 1/2. It's one half mv squared, right? 1/2 the mass.
Okay. Yeah.
Mass velocity squared. So that is the kinetic energy. So it incorporates the mass and its velocity, but it's got a squared function on the velocity. So this kinetic energy goes up with the square of the velocity, which is makes it go up exponentially. So we have energy in the mass as it goes faster, and they add those together, and they sometimes define that as if it were mass. And now we come into these definitions again, where they say the mass goes infinite, but they don't really mean that. What they really mean is the kinetic energy is in the mass. So that's why
You
it's a little
said the kinetic energy in the rest mass. That's what you said.
Plus, yes, kinetic energy plus the rest mass.
No, now here's the Nature journal right here.
Relativistic mass is the rest mass plus the kinetic energy, right, SE?
This is close in on elusive neutrinos mass. This is a Nature journal article right here. Neutrinos are among the most abundant particles in the universe. They are also the lightest of all the known subatomic particles that have mass, weighing around 500,000 times less than an electron. And just so you guys can get an idea of that, they claim that the atom is this little tiny thing that's 99.9% empty space, actually 0.99999% empty space. And then they claim the electron is 100 million times smaller than that. And it's matter, but we don't know this. It's so small that we don't know the size or the shape.
These things don't exist.
Wait.
This is fantastic. It's ridiculous. You're right.
Chill
These
out.
don't exist. This is an atom.
Man, chill out. Shut up, dude. You guys hate when I point out the pseudoscience.
Yeah,
so they claim that
except that we know about these particles because
that's
we
crazy.
It's a fallacy to extremism.
Crazy. It's like
Hey, you guys are
going
going to get muted if you keep this up. Come on.
So they claim that the electron, although they're not actually sure of its size or shape, that's the definition of a point particle, no size or shape. So there's no known size or shape, but they claim that it's matter, and they estimate that it's 100 million times smaller than the atom. And then here they are saying that the neutrino weighs around 500,000 times less than an electron. Just to wrap your mind around like how absolutely insane that is.
I know
anyway,
big numbers scare you, Whitson. I understand. Small numbers scare you too.
These are not big numbers, yeah.
Yeah, small numbers scare you too. They're very large but small.
Wait a minute. Isn't a negative exponent scare me?
Have you ever said an intelligible response before?
Well,
negative exponents, big ones.
Scare you. Exponents, negative exponents.
This is why you guys come here, because actually you project your intellectual ineptitude on other people, and you think if you mock them enough somehow in this fantasy world on Discord that you've created in your own mind, that you'll become like really, really smart or something. And I don't know.
You're just really, really dumb. You really are. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you for your apology, but I don't care what you think about me. But if you would like to engage in actual conversation while you're in here, that would be one thing. But you seem incapable of that, so you should just like stay on mute.
Well, I don't engage. You know, you engage. All you'd ever do in here is like bloviate. You never come up with. I mean, you just all you have is one big
Pure
argument from incredulity. This whole argument right now about neutrinos is one huge argument from incredulity. That's all you got.
No, I'm making a point that if I buy your, I never said I don't believe this neutrino is real because I can't understand it or can't believe it. What I said was, assuming it is real within your own paradigm, it has mass and it can supposedly go the speed of light. Therefore, we should see this paradox play out in real life where it begins to have infinitely large mass.
He didn't
Hey,
even
how
understand that until you just pointed it out right now, I bet. He didn't
Hey,
understand the contradiction of a neutrino having mass yet traveling the speed of light.
Undefined.
how were
gave you
neutrinos discovered?
I don't even know. It's all super sketchy, dude. Let me see what it says. In 1956, a team of physicists led by Frederick Rhines and Clyde Cohen observed the first evidence of neutrinos by detecting electron antineutrinos produced by a nuclear reactor.
There you go.
There you go. Just immediately absorbs it and believes it. You
Why not? Oh,
explain.
wait a minute, hold on. But wait a minute. You can quote your. You can quote.
There's still got to be some sort of sensing device, though. You know.
You can
Yeah,
quote
like,
your
he knows
authorities,
about
but
it.
when
Like,
you
can
quote
you help?
another authority, you quote another authority, the discoverer of this, and you say no, because you don't believe it.
Oh, I didn't just immediately believe it when I read it like you did. Like that's all I was saying. I have no.
Neutrinos have been known since this time.
You knew that though, right?
What? The
You
neutrinos exist? Yes.
you knew it was founded here before I read it.
I have not read the exact paper you're talking about, but
Do you know how they detect them?
oh, please tell me.
Chills?
Neutrinos? Yeah.
Anybody?
They're really
Wait, no,
huge.
make Shill answer since he's acting like we're done.
Yeah, chill. You know how they, and then if
Yep.
you don't know, I'll
Why
tell
don't
you.
you Google it if you don't know? They're really,
I
really big
knew it.
detectors.
I knew
They're
it.
really big
Yeah,
detectors.
you just
usually
talk,
using,
bro. You just
using
talk.
really pure. Usually, what they do is they look downward through the Earth, so that filters out all the other particles. Why would they do that?
He's just regurgitating what he heard someone else say was a claim proof of a globe.
No, actually, neutrinos do prove the globe because these neutrino detectors look downward through the Earth because it filters out all the other particles.
How do they detect them specifically?
And if I remember, a lot of them have like big tanks of water, and they're looking for a specific frequency that happens.
Did you ever hear the claim? Did you ever hear the claim that they can get a picture of the sun by looking down?
Yeah, yeah, the neutrinos. Yeah,
Heard
they
it.
proves the globe. Yeah.
Actually, it does. Thank you.
My guy's so dumb. If you look down at water,
I mean, what kind of
at a certain
camera is that?
frequency, that proves the Earth's
Yes.
involved.
Bingo.
It's a neutrino detector.
It says neutrino in the name, so shut it down.
It's a flux capacitor.
You're the one who brought up neutrino detectors, and thank you for once again showing that the Earth is a globe.
Do you like ever
Detectors
like?
look
Are you
downward.
ever ashamed of yourself or like?
No, I'm ashamed of you, but ashamed of myself. No, not really.
Saw the Freudian slip. He said, "Yeah." It's okay. I still love you, man. Anyway, can anybody help me figure out how can the neutrino have mass and go the speed of light?
It can't. It's an oxymoron. It's a paradox.
It depends on the reference frame.
It's gravitational refraction relative to different reference frames.
Just like their speed of light duality, where they say we have shrinkage and expansion at the same time. Another duality which they haven't seen until recently, it seems. It's unbelievable the stuff they believe in.
And
everything is a duality.
And
These are measurable effects, though.
The neutrino should show us this effect if it was actually happening.
Yeah.
These are measurable effects, though. SC measurable.
What do you mean
Oh,
they're
really?
measurable?
Measurable. You can measure length contraction.
But
You can measure.
but it's a contradiction,
I
Shill.
don't care. It's a contradiction.
If you
only
can
in your
measure a
head.
neutrino, Shill, if you can measure a neutrino that has mass traveling faster than the speed of light or at the speed of light, that's a contradiction. You don't understand that. It's so like it's amazing you don't see that.
Just gonna keep like gaslighting you.
It's not a
Yeah.
contradiction though. These are two separate effects. The fact that you can't understand that is not my problem.
Are they
Sorry.
happening at the same time?
Yeah. So.
Are they opposite?
No, they're two different.
He
events.
doesn't see it.
Wait,
No,
do you think length contraction has what's contracting?
I don't know. Let's see. Length.
The length of what?
Length contraction.
Matter.
I don't know what would be contracting if length was contracting. I don't know. What would be contracting length?
Hey, does mass decrease if you decrease the length?
I mean, I don't know. What would contract with length? How about
Matter.
I don't know. Interesting.
You're trying to pretend like somehow like.
Yo, that's a good one. Hold on, Whitsit. Does matter decrease when this length contraction happens? Does the matter decrease, or how do you decrease the length of something without decreasing the matter?
If I'm on that,
did you even listen to what I said, or were you talking over me half the time?
Oh, you were talking over me actually, but that's okay. In the meantime, though, if you're on the I don't know the car going the speed of light, do you notice length contraction to your car, or no?
Non sequitur.
No, it's totally relevant. See,
Address the actual point.
This is a reference frame issue.
Make them answer that question. Whitsit. That's a good one right there.
Does the matter contract with length contraction?
It's a reference frame issue.
Non sequitur.
No, totally not. Totally sequitur.
Einstein said it's a real physical effect.
It's been measured.
Okay, so does the mass change?
Not playing your game. What's it?
What happened to the Michelson-Morley?
That's a good one. What's it?
I'm not sitting here being having you be the the Grand Inquisitor.
Okay, we'll make it easier. What happened to the arm in that said experiment? I believe it was the Michelson-Morley.
Hey, if length contracts and time dilates, mass must increase. So
let him answer. What happened to that said arm?
You can't
Jill?
say it happens. Then you can't explain.
Jim, hold on a second, bro.
Jim's here. Hold on a second. I gotta mute Jim.
Shill, what happened to that arm in the experiment?
We address Jim's nonsensical statement.
You don't want to answer mine? Why? I feel left
You're
out.
so scared of this paradox. It's weird.
It's not a
It's
paradox.
man.
It's not really a paradox. It's just your ignorance.
If that was true, you'd be able to easily just explain.
That's
it.
why you're not answering, right?
No, to explain it to you is impossible.
There you go.
You could just answer the question.
I could, but you wouldn't understand the answer. You made that
Glober.
You wouldn't understand the
Why
answer.
would you hang out with? Why would you hang out with people
yes or
who are
no
so
question?
beneath you intellectually?
I don't know. It's interesting though. I mean, here we have you.
I don't think you understand the answer. I don't think you understand the answer. Can you articulate it to yourself
fully
for the room?
the answer to this question, but that's okay.
Here's Glober.
You don't think that's a problem?
No,
Here's Glober. Length contracts. How does length
let's
contract?
all talk about the edges of science and ignore
It's respective of the observer. Another non-moving reference frame would be seeing contractions, not actual.
You mean like if I'm standing still on the Earth and then a muon or something is moving the speed of light like a neutrino?
Correct.
So then we would see the effect.
We see the effect. We measure it that way indirectly.
We see the length contraction of neutrinos.
We see of electrons.
What about neutrinos?
From which
different type of test. They also do that. You know what reference frame. They also do that at SLAC as well. They accelerate atomic particles, not only electrons but the neutrinos as well. CERN does this as well.
Okay. So neutrinos go in relativistic speeds, contract their length.
Not the neutrinos themselves.
What?
Say it. What contracts? Say it.
With electrons, you see that it produces is smaller than it should be.
But what contracts?
Does the neutrino
electromagnetic field. The length of the electromagnetic field is.
What happens to the mass?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Has more energy.
No,
So it
mass
has more energy.
has to
It
do
has
something.
relativistic
Yeah.
mass is
No.
the actual mass plus the kinetic energy. I already said this at the beginning of this conversation.
What's so
What
funny is
can
Jace
track?
Jace refused to absorb the relativistic mass thing, right? It's just like Discord. But they
No. Anyone will understand what I just said. It's like this. I'm making it up, or I'm super smart or anything. It's just the theory. The theory is that this relativistic mass is made up the rest mass plus the kinetic energy.
So it does have a rest mass.
Well, an electron does, yeah. Well, when it has a field, so electrons are point particles. They don't take up any space, but when they emit a field, they become a mass. They have mass. They have relative
What
rest
does
mass.
the rest not take up any space?
Yeah, what is the
Well,
rest
because
mass
it's a
of
point
an
mass.
electron? What is the rest
Well,
mass?
it depends on the field that it generates. When it generates a field, it actually has rest.
Dude, we need a paradox counter or like a contradiction counter. Like, electron is a particle of matter that takes up no space.
No volume.
What
With
Its
mass.
field is what creates the mass.
No
When it
volume
creates
with
a
mass.
field, it has that field. It has mass.
So it's not a particle of matter then.
What is the field?
You know what
Is
the
it a
field
particle of matter? It's like the paradox counter would just be going ding ding.
There's
ding,
there's that nervous laugh again.
What am I nervous?
Field, mass, matter. Yeah.
Because
Paradox.
you're delving in areas that you have no expertise or knowledge in, and you're just challenging anything that's responded to you. You think it's funny because it just
the electron a particle of matter?
particle. It's
What?
a point
It's not a
mass.
particle?
It's a particle. It is a
it
particle.
of matter.
So it's one of the elementary particles. Yes, like a proton, like
So
a
it's
neutron,
it's a
electron.
particle of matter.
Yes.
Oh, so
What
it's
matter is
particles
it
of matter.
comprised of?
Hold on. You said an electron's matter?
Yes, it has mass.
Oh boy. You're gonna have some issues there with this one.
So it's a particle of matter, but it doesn't take up any space.
Because it's a point mass.
How many masses do we have?
Point mass.
13 or 14 last count.
Because you
Yeah.
just said it wasn't matter, it was just a field. And now you're saying that it has matter, which means the matter has to be a cause of the mass.
It is mass.
About
It is
based on
matter.
matter.
Yeah, and matter is generated when it exudes a field. When it basically creates a field, it has matter.
When it
The field
creates a
is matter.
field?
Just says words
Mhm.
over and over.
Yeah,
Field,
no,
mass,
dude, it's-
matter.
Zanuck, how are you not nervous with these answers, bro?
When it
is
creates a
flimsy
Answers
as
that are
hell.
taught.
mass
These are
within a
taught in
reference
these are taught in remedial electronics and physics
Doesn't
classes.
mean you
I'm
have
just
to
going off
think it
memory.
makes sense. Doesn't
What?
mean you have
It
to
doesn't
think
make any
it
sense
makes
to you because
sense.
you've never taken a physics class.
That's
Yes,
that's
I
the
have.
nervous
I've
laugh.
never now
I absolutely have.
in your defense of objection. I've never seen an electron. I've never
It must
gone
be
to
nice.
SLAC and actually conducted these electrons, but I do know how CRTs work, and that shows me that these particles are particles themselves. They have mass.
Oh, they're matter because of a CRT TV. So then they must take up space.
Only when they emit.
What?
I got a question for Zanuck. How much
Black.
of what you say do you make up?
Reference frame.
Is it 30, 40, 50%?
Free fall.
Yo, there's no
Inertia.
acceleration without a force.
Mass. Slack.
Gravity.
Inertia. Reference frame.
Geodesic.
Geodesic.
Just say words. Just keep saying words.
And
You
then
sound
just
like Jadakiss rapping. Yeah, you sound like Jada when he raps. He just be making lists of words.
just throw a couple like if you actually completed a physics class.
Not even
Mass,
completed.
particle,
Open a
electron,
physics book.
neutron, zuon, gluon. Yeah, mass.
Pseudoscience.
Muon. Neutrino.
Oh, wait a minute. Gluons don't have they do not have rest mass. Sorry, gluon is not one of those. It's not part of that family. Like a photon.
Boring.
A gluon does not have mass. No rest
Last
mass.
time I was at Slack, they said something different.
Wait, are you
No,
sure
they
there's not
never say
such thing as
gluons.
a
They don't
photon
accelerate
mass?
gluons. And by the way, that particle wave duality, electrons don't have that. Only photons have. That's one of the discernible qualities difference between the two objects.
Oh, ooh.
How do you know?
Xanac, would you?
You're saying photons are the only thing
Mm,
that have the. You're saying photons are the only thing that have that wave particle duality.
No, I said that electrons don't have them.
Wait, how do you know that the electron has the rest mass if it's never ever at rest and you can't actually find it?
Field.
Fields that generate. Hey, you're getting better at this, Noah. You're getting better. Napalm's getting.
Wait,
I
how
saw
do
it.
you know?
You gotta take a Xanac bot.
I'll give you a list of like 10 answers. You keep those in your back pocket like little. And just pull them out, and you'll probably be right. It could be gluon, rest mass, kinetic energy, photon duality,
You know where I'm
electron.
going to keep him, Xanac? I'm going to keep him in my locker at Slack.
There
Dude,
we
we
go.
should totally make a Xanac bot.
A Xanac doll. Yeah.
That's some
Just out
Teddy
of
Ruxpin shit.
like completely out of left field. Like, well, this is just like the paradox, the seemingly paradox whenever things are falling without a force. Witted doesn't
It's a
understand
paradox.
pendulum.
It's a paradox, but it's not a paradox. But you can think of it as a paradox because it's a force. That's not a force, but it's a pseudo force. But you can think of it as a force.
An object's moving and changing direction, but it's not changing direction.
But you can think of it as changing direction.
Yeah, and as the object falls down, it looks like it's accelerating. You can think of it like it's accelerating, but actually it's not. It's sitting still in space, and the Earth is accelerating up to it. So you can think of it like it's accelerating down to the Earth.
But from the other reference frame, it is accelerating, which means that it has mass, but it doesn't have mass, which when it does have mass, but it doesn't have mass, it creates a field.
Well, that's rest mass. Depends on if you're talking about rest mass, relativistic.
You guys are getting really good at this. I'm impressed. You guys are really getting good.
Well,
It's a
it's
force,
like
but
this.
you can call
It's
it
like
a not
when
force.
Fred Astaire. Listen.
I
Fred
love it. No,
Astaire.
every answer so far has been correct.
Fred
Hey,
Astaire at least got paid to dance around stuff. Okay, are you guys even getting paid for this, Anik?
We don't get paid for this.
Xan, do you think mass or matter is an emergent phenomena?
Define emergent phenomena.
Like there's something more fundamental undergoing some process that brings about a phenomena. It
Hence
isn't
the word.
something like inherent in itself as a staple aspect of reality, but it's relying on something to bring it about for it to emerge
Do you
and,
know what
and
the
like
Higgs?
manifest.
Do you know what the Higgs boson field is? Field is actually the answer for this. Yeah, it's the Higgs boson field, right, Xanac?
Could be.
What is the
Anyway,
difference between mass and energy?
did you understand like how I'm using those terms? In that sense, do you think matter or mass or whatever is an emergent phenomena?
Yeah, Jeremy's telling you, like in their paradigm, the vast majority.
Oh, I get
of mass
I get the Higgs field. Yeah. Mass is interaction with Higgs bosons. Yeah. The other particles, because their math doesn't have any room for mass inherently in their particles. They gotta interact with something to get it. So I guess matter is what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, of
Do you
course,
think?
of course.
Do you? Let me. I said
Yes,
both.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Do you,
Yes, because of
but
that.
let me just pick one of the words since I said both. Do you think matter is an emergent phenomena?
Yeah, matter, mass, all that. All the emergent
No.
phenomena.
Just matter. Just matter. You think matter is
Mass.
an emergent phenomena? So,
Yeah.
at what level? At what level do you think it emerges then?
I was going to say something about the electron, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Because you just said that matter is mass.
Mass is made up of. It's any
Well,
amount.
I mean, we know Xanac is going to say mass is an amount of matter, but if matter is an emergent,
not the amount. Any amount.
Any amount, some amount, whatever. But if matter is an emergent phenomena, what does it take for matter to become,
Created?
emerge, manifest? Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe whatever these when plasma or energy is converted into mass, that would be one of the ways it becomes. Why it would be called an emergent property, has an emergent property, because it, like when you have This happens all the time. We can mass turn into energy or energy turn into mass.
So you think that this thing we call energy somehow just becomes matter through some sort of performance it does? It spins in circles real fast or something?
No, I forgot what it had to be in presence. It's not just energy; it can turn into matter. Something happens. I forgot how that works. Wow. They've done experiments to show that they can create mass.
I mean, they say there's a word like annihilation, or a hydrogen or whatever turns into 2 ray photons, some I don't know, special form or whatever. But I mean, that's my question. It's like, before there's matter, if there wasn't matter once, and then energy somehow becomes matter or manifests matter, like what do you think that process is?
Well,
Are there even words for it?
They do. Well, they do that. This is one of the things they do at the Hadron Collider, and I think they've done things like this at SLAC too. I can't really. But
That sounds like the opposite.
Photons. No, they photons, and they have electrons and positrons. Try to create antimatter. I mean, tests they've done tests where the results are that these type of energies can create mass particles.
So you're saying that matter is made out of light?
Matter, there's an equivalence factor, and Wetzel talked about this earlier, that E equals mc squared is an equivalence mass you would get from energy.
But we have no, like...
in the early 1800s, even Einstein mentioned this in some of his work to this idea.
Yeah, and energy is this sort of mysterious, sort of etherical thing,
No, not really.
No. If I say energy in and of itself, right? Not a photon, not an electron, right? Just energy. No one knows what that is. Your definition, your definition in this conversation doesn't suffice, where it's like the ability to do work, The conversation we're having right now, that's not satisfactory.
Well, nuclear fission, which I told you my nephew is working on that project right now. Fusion. In nuclear fission, we turn mass completely into pure energy. Right? That's we've already done that. That's been done since this 50s and 60s. So we know we can go the other direction too. It just takes to take energy and turn it into mass.
I don't think without the ether you're gonna be able to even explain what you mean by pure energy.
Well, they do. They have 2 photons and they're massless and they have momentum and they can interact with a pair of electron positrons.
Photons aren't pure energy. That's just one particular fashioning of it.
It's pure energy. They don't have no rest mass, and that's what it has. It has the particle wave duality, where electrons do not. 2 photons, and they have momentum. They can interact together, transform a pair of electron and positrons. And those are massive particles. Massive particles.
So you think that light or photons is synonymous with
energy?
Pure energy?
Yes. That's
what it is. As pure as it goes.
It is as pure as it goes. Correct.
I thought a photon was like an energy packet.
Exactly. It's energy.
It's the ability to work.
So
capacity to do work. Yes.
Light is the capacity to do work.
Light has the capacity to do work. Yes, because
light is energy. Light is the capacity to do work. Then.
Yeah, light is energy and it has the capacity to do work.
Yeah, what is an energy at the end of the day?
Can you and have the same thing? Can you have and is the same thing?
Well, energy is its capacity to do. And can it be energy? Is it energy? Yes, it is energy. Now we're getting more into a semantic.
So it has energy, or it is energy, or energy has or is the ability.
You're getting more of it. You're getting more in this pedantic semantic type of argument, right? The mass energy equivalence relationship, equivalence of mass and energy. The two are different
Wait,
words.
does it
Same
have
thing.
it or is it energy? Does it have energy or is it energy?
Both.
What?
A photon has energy, and it is energy because it is energy. It has energy.
I think what you should really say is that no one knows what pure energy is, but a photon may be I mean, if you're going to go with the whole photon thing, photons would be like the fundamental or first level manifestation of pure energy as it occurs in reality. I wouldn't call it energy itself, though, in its pure rest form, undisturbed.
What would be an example of energy in its rest form? What do you think?
I mean, we'd have to. I mean, I couldn't say it in mainstream terms, I suppose. In fact, I'm not even
Would
sure
you
it's
say it's
something that
the
can be
potential?
put into words that we have.
Is energy at its rest form the potential to do work?
It's a capacity.
Yeah, it may be just like pure potential. I don't know. It's a tough question, really. Like I said, we may not even have the language developed to really just define pure energy. All we know is how it expresses itself in its different manifestations. But in and of itself, I mean, we have the word energy, I guess. That's as good as it gets.
We know the effects.
Yeah, well, we don't understand everything. That's probably agree to that. Mass is a property of matter. Matter has other properties, and there's a mass and energy equivalent.
What are the properties of matter?
It has inertia.
What else?
It has energy. Mass and energy are equivalent. Matter and energy are equivalent.
What separates the two?
One's its resistance to movement. The other one is its amount to capacity to do work.
So you're saying mass is like a sturdy energy, or
Mass
what?
has
Stubborn
a
energy?
property. It has a property.
Mass,
stubborn.
stubborn energy.
Mass has a property called inertia.
Is
Inertia
it a Taurus?
is its resistance to
Is it a Taurus or an Aries?
It's. Can I finish the what I was going to say? The mass has a resistance to acceleration. It's just a property of matter, of mass. It also has an energy.
Is there anything that has the propensity to acceleration?
Nothing accelerates without a force behind it.
Really?
Yes.
So when something falls towards the earth, is there a force?
Mm-hmm. No, it's in free fall. It's an inertial state. There's no such thing as gravity wells. There's no such thing. There are no forces acting on these objects. Space and time.
Zanuck, I find that whole Earth accelerating upward thing a little one-sided, because couldn't you take the opposite approach and also be correct in saying that if there's I don't know, just like, I don't know, if the moon stopped orbiting Earth, couldn't you say the Earth is falling towards the moon just as much as you could say the moon is falling towards Earth?
Sure.
It's relative. So if nothing accelerates towards the earth, what does 9.8 meters per second squared mean to you?
That is the rate of acceleration that the free-falling object will see this object in its way stop. Oh, let me finish. It's the geodesic lines are bent, so the objects of mass that have bent through geodesics will be in the way of moving objects, and that rate at which these objects will bend is based on those distortion of the lines of time and space, and that will be at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared.
Isn't that kind of at sea level, though?
Yeah, the farther you, it's inversely proportional to the distance. So if you get farther away with the slow down, that bending
Right.
of
So there's like
time and space
there's like
will
a
be less. That's why the
there's like a
acceleration when you're
range where that
higher in altitude.
applies.
I know you hear me.
Well, but
I know
the
you hear
rate
me.
of acceleration, but it's not
I know you hear
accelerating.
me.
So how can you get a rate of acceleration if it's not accelerating?
The apparent acceleration.
So
Following
we're apparently measuring something.
Well, if you suddenly were to stop its movement by like running into a big tall mountain, acceleration is a little less. It'll have a weight or have a force, that collision force, or standing there on the mountaintop, it has a weight. Not
Apparently.
accelerating now. It's just it was going through perfectly happily going through a free fall and then it ran into this mountain, or it's standing there wanting to follow its geodesic, but it's being stopped by the mass.
Do you have a weight or an apparent weight?
You have an apparent weight.
Does anything ever actually have a weight, or is it always apparent?
Weight is defined as this stopping of an object from its progress through time and space.
What's the difference between a weight and an apparent weight?
There is no difference. Weight is the apparent. Where it is an apparent. It is an Lambert force. It is an inertial force. It's an inertial force. Because if it wasn't for the Earth being there, it'd just be floating through space on its own.
Apparently.
No problem. Yeah, apparently.
Pretty sure in your model, though, you could just calibrate the scale to say that the Earth weighs that amount upon my feet, that I'm, the inertial thing, and the Earth weighs, 200 pounds pressing down on my feet, right?
Exactly.
Well, that sounds stupid. Obviously, the number on the scale, obviously represents my weight, not the Earth's. So, like, how do you even like reframe that?
Because I follow the geodesic, so I'm pushing on the Earth, and the Earth pushes back on me.
We'll call it fundy desics. Is it still 200 pounds that the Earth weighs? If we just flip the scale upside down, right? Just let me be what the scale stands upon, and let's put the Earth on top of it. All I got to do is flip the scale upside down. Now the Earth weighs 200 pounds.
On me.
Well, that sounds fucking stupid.
No, that's because you don't understand it.
You're right. The Earth weighs 200 pounds, as long as I consider myself the center of the universe.
There you go. Everyone's happy.
You just
there you
don't
go, guys.
I think you just need to go back to school and understand.
Helps clear things up.
Imagine that. As long as you just flip your bathroom scale upside down, the Earth now weighs 200 pounds.
When you press on the scale with your weight, Newton himself also said that force has an reaction, and we're not going anywhere, but we see a force generated. So there must be an acceleration behind it, which is now being stopped by the object. So the object now is pushing on us, and we're pushing on it, and it's a balance of forces.
Wait, so that's
one's a proper force, the other one's a pseudo force, or a Lambert force, or an inertial force.
Well, when I'm falling down to the Earth's surface from some height, and I stop, what's legitimately happening, actually, from another reference, is that the Earth was falling towards me, and I was able to stop its motion by it running into me.
It's a little bit arrogant, don't you think? It's always about you
that's
now.
What you're saying. I mean, I'm not the one moving. The Earth is the one coming to meet my feet and make contact. I'm the one who stopped it in its tracks. It didn't stop me. I stopped it. And it only weighed 200 pounds, or whatever the kinetics involved. It only weighed 300 pounds at the moment of inertia.
That's why that's why we can't say. That's why we say gravity. I have a 1 kilogram object, and I have it sitting above a table, or on a table, or on a scale, that 1 kilogram weighs 2.2 pounds. If I have a 10 kilogram object, it weighs how much? 22 pounds. So that tells you that the mass has an acceleration. It's always going to be about 10 meters per second, because no matter how big the mass, force increases with every increase in that mass, proportional to the mass, directly proportional to the mass. Otherwise, we wouldn't see this direct change in weight as we went to larger masses. And people get confused with mass and weight all the time.
Listen, I
This is
I
one of
get
the
where
ways
you're
you can
coming.
stop.
I get where you're coming from, where it's like if I'm driving 50 and someone's driving 60 and rear ends me, right? You know, there's like even though they're going 60, I'm not getting hit with a with a 60-mile-per-hour impact. They're going that speed, but really it only feels like a 10-mile-per-hour collision.
What if you're going to be running into someone who's going same exact car? You're both going 60 miles an hour and you have a head-on collision. What's that impact like?
Well, I'm going 60. They're going 60. We go head on.
You go head
We
on.
go head on collision.
Boom. Yep. Same car, same exact everything. Like one's left-handed drive. So everything's
We
exactly the
both
same.
come to a drastic halt.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like running into an immovable object.
At what speed?
At 60.
Good answer. You get the cookie.
To an immovable object.
Right. People often think that's 120. He's going 60. The other guy's going 60. Boom. All that energy is released. And it's like hitting a wall at 120. No, you were exactly right. Good job. Most people get that answer wrong, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean, in the whole relativity thing, if I'm stopping the Earth when I fall to the ground, there's a scale that I land on. I'm 200. It weigh at the moment. Am I using that correctly? The moment of inertia, where the scale registers 300 pounds as I make contact.
No.
What do you call that moment? Besides impact.
Wait. Wait.
Well, that's not my weight. I weigh 200, but I'm, I fall down and for a moment, the scale registers 300. What do you call that moment? And then it goes down to 200 after the impact happens.
Oh yeah, that's called an acceleration.
An acceleration moment or what?
Just an acceleration. You hit the scale.
There isn't a term for the moment.
No,
like say like two rigid bodies, like I don't bend my knees at all, just straight legs, hit the scale. It's gonna register, 300
it's no different
pounds.
Than the two cars, right? As they impact, there's thousands of pounds of force, and then it goes to hundreds of pounds of force, and 5 pounds of force, and 1 pound of force, and it just stops.
Well, I'm curious, anyways. What are you always calling the moment of inertia? I've heard you say that so many times. What is that?
That's for rotating bodies. A larger mass with a large mass with a radius has a certain moment of inertia, and if you go a translational rotational inertia, so more rotational inertia, that moment of inertia on a wheel with a tire on it is greater than the moment of inertia of the rim without the tire.
I mean, come on, you're a better teacher than that. I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. I want you to tell me what it is. What is a moment of inertia?
It's how much force. It's the same word. Inertia means how much force is going to take or the resistance to acceleration or deceleration, if you want to use that kind of lingo.
That's inertia. That's the word inertia.
Inertia is the resistance to acceleration, and this moment of inertia is equated to a translational inertia, which is more like linear, like straight ahead, and it has a slightly different value. In fact, something circular, spherical, it can be up to double the linear or translational inertia because it's rotating. And the bigger the diameter, the more rotational inertia it'll have. It'll never be
Do
more
you
than
think you just explained to me
double.
what the moment of inertia means? I feel like Google's gonna do way better.
Yeah. So you're rotating an mass, and it's rotating at certain RPM. You can calculate what its kinetic energy is, and you want to know what force it'll take to stop it. Well, the moment of inertia is what the force is to change that rotational velocity. No different than if I wanted to apply a force to a moving body, put the brakes on a car driving down the highway, and I change it 10 miles an hour. What is that moment of inertia? The moment of inertia is the object's mass.
I really don't think it needs to be rotational. I think I did use it correctly.
No,
With
it does.
a moment of inertia has to be dealing with rotation.
Yes.
Yes.
I linked it in chat, and basically the article says the moment of inertia plays the same role in rotational kinetics that mass plays in linear kinetics.
Yes, I was talking about translational versus rotational. So if somebody has a high moment of inertia, got a lot of mass and a long radius, and it's spinning, or it doesn't need to spin. It's just what it is. It's with respect to the axis of rotation.
But you're talking about the amount of force needed to stop the movement of something in its tracks in a single moment.
If I have two logs and one's hollow, same diameter, and I roll them down a hill, which one's going to hit the bottom of the hill faster? One's
You said
hollow,
you have
one's
two what?
solid. Two logs, two big trees, logs, and then
Yeah.
we get them perfectly round, and we hollow one out. Which one will hit the bottom faster?
Faster, the fulfilled one, the non-hollow one.
What if they're both the same mass? One's hollowed out. We put steel in the outer ring.
Then it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. We make the same exact mass. We hollow one out, and when it's hollowed out, we put gold lead in the outer skin. So they both have the same mass, the same diameter. We're going to pull them down the hill. Which one hit the bottom faster?
Are you saying a bowling ball that weighs 10 pounds versus like a hollow shell that also weighs 10 pounds
Okay, yeah, yep.
They're gonna have they're gonna have different impacts on some sort of scale when they hit it? They're gonna fall the
Yes.
same rate?
Yes.
The same
No, why would they fall at the same rate?
Because they're enclosed and they weigh the same.
We're not dropping them, we're rolling them. We have a slide. It's two kiddie slides, 100 feet high, really big slide. And both of them are identical. We have two bowling balls. One's gutted, but they're both the same weight and they're both the same diameter. Which one's gonna hit the bottom first?
They're both gonna hit at the same time.
No. They would if you dropped them, but not when you're rolling them. This is the difference between a rotational moment of inertia and just objects mass falling in a vacuum. So think about why the one ball rolling be faster than the other. Why would one be faster than the other?
I don't know. A solid ball, it's all kinetically linked.
Well, think about how about a bicycle?
I
Let's say I have a bicycle rim. Let's say I have a bicycle rim, and I put all the weight in the tire. It's a really heavy rim too. And you try to turn it with your hand. The axles are exposed and are directly linked to the spokes, and you're just going to rotate this thing. It has a lot. It's like 100 pounds. And then you have another one that has 100 pound, and the rim is just aluminum with all these aluminum spokes. Which one will be easier to turn? Same mass.
I'd still say the same. Yeah, I'd say the same.
No, think about it. You got a big, huge axle. It weighs 100 pounds axle, and you have a little handle on one end, and you can balance perfectly. You can spin it. It's held on like those forks, so you can spin the thing. See if we can balance it. It's sitting there being balanced. You can rotate this thing. It's just a 1 inch diameter, 100 pound axle. I don't know, 10 feet long or something. And then you
let's
got
just call
the
it
same.
let's just call it a ring versus a disc. You're saying it's
Well,
easier to
okay.
you're saying it's easier to spin a disc than a ring of the same weight?
Of course.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, that's why I was trying to give you the analogy so you could actually answer. So that ring now, that's a better example. That's a bit. Thank you for that because it's a better analogy. You have a big ring, and you have a big disc, and both weigh 100 pounds. And you picture yourself grabbing a handle on the axle, turning the disc, and then turning the one. All that weight's on the outer circumference. Like all it is like a big tire on the end of this disc, both the same diameter, but all the 100 pounds is on the ring. That would be said to have a higher moment, much higher.
I mean, it's all
Much harder to
kinetically
turn.
linked together. You know, I don't see where the difference would be. But yeah, not one bit. To me, they'd just be the exact same.
Well, that'd be the wrong answer. So I'm trying to figure out a way to give you an example where you could actually say, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That would be obvious. But
It's really not. I don't know how you could think that's obvious.
Well,
I mean, if you get hit, you know, if someone throws a 100-pound object at you, it's gonna fucking feel the same, whether it's a really heavy shell versus some sort of lighter material that's completely thick.
Your analogy is showing me you don't understand it. So I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean you just got it wrong.
I mean,
no, we're not talking
well,
about
your
explanation.
explanations
Well,
are
no, I
showing me
didn't
that
say
you
throw
don't know how to
something.
explain yourself.
I did. I think everyone in the audience that has taken a little bit of this.
All right, well, someone else then. If you think someone else understands your point as you've made it so far.
Well, Extremis has found that article. Hey, Extremis, do you want to try to give it a shot?
I looked for it. I didn't see it.
It's the last post at
in live stream one text. I mean, the last one is Jim, as far as I can see.
32 past the hour. Again, it's not like throwing something at you. Right about this big ring tire. If I threw it at you, and whether it was solid, whether it was all the mass on the outside or all the mass in the center, still be the same exact impact. You're just going, something's just translational. Rotating it, if you wanted to rotate with your hand, that's why picture like there's a hand grip on the axle and it's directly tied to this disc, and you rotate it like back and forth, 20, 45 degrees with your hand. One will be easier than the other. Rotating it, not throwing it. If all the mass is in the center, even though it's the same diameter with spokes and this aluminum rim on the outside, but all the mass is in the center, or all the mass is on the ring, outer ring, it stands to reason that the one that has all to accelerate and change direction of angular velocity. This change of angular velocity will take its angular momentum, and its moment of inertia will be greater. And the change of angular momentum will create more force, require more force.
What I'm saying, if it's like a perfectly rigid object, then it's gonna carry the weight like throughout it. Like there's no give; it'll just be the same.
Oh boy.
Have you never had to explain this to someone before?
I have. Everyone usually gets it. That's why how could you not think that something on the outer ring, if I'm rotating it,
you can't ask that question.
Well, okay. If you can get it on, get this ball that's hollowed out, have the same mass, same diameter, roll it, and the one without the center filled, the hollowed out one where all the mass is circumference of this sphere or ring, it's going to go much slower than the one that has all the way toward the center, because it's a moment of inertia. Translational inertia and rotational inertia. That's why they talk about in racing, like where the weight is on a tire. You want to have as least amount of weight on the outer edge. So you want the lightest tire possible as the moment of inertia goes way up. And it gets worse as you go bigger in diameter, given mass.
Oh, we're talking the same diameter, right?
Same diameter, same shape, everything. Only difference is where the mass is. Yeah.
Just dispersed
That's why they have these
differently.
equations. That's why they have the equations for rotational inertia. Oh, I was like, I might boil in here.
No, I have faith that you have a point here, but the way I see it, as long as everything is solid, then it doesn't matter how it's distributed, as long as it's distributed evenly.
Do a quick search for rotational inertia, equations for rotational inertia.
Okay. I'll go do some homework on that. Rotational inertia.
Yeah,
Give me a better Google search. What should I really look into here?
Rotation. Yeah, moment of inertia. Moment.
I mean, I guess that's inherent in it, right? Rotation is inherent in moment of inertia. You're saying?
Inertia equal. There we go. R squared, 1/12 mr squared, 1/2 mr squared, mr squared. Okay, that's it. So for a rod or a disc of an axis, inertia equals 1/2 mr squared, and if it's hollowed rod or disc about a mass, it's mr squared. So 1/2 mr squared for a rod or disc about its axis, and then if it's hollowed, you get rid of the half. It's mr squared. So it's got more. So that mass value just went down by a factor of 2, and then you're squaring it. mr squared is like the standard, kind of what we talk about, like tires and things. And they both will be about the same depending how thick that radius is. Jade has a picture. Oh, there. This has good pictures. Hyperphysics. That's a good description. Copy.
If I could begin to imagine where you're coming from, I guess one distinction I see is that if all the mass is located on the outside ring, then there's more mass traveling at faster speeds. The whole thing as a unit sort of still like we said, throwing it or whatever. But I guess I'm starting to begin to see what you're saying. If
that's a good. That's a great. You're going in the perfect direction. All that mass now has the change of velocity or the change of momentum, even though it's a circular path, is going to be greater on the outside than it would be in the center, right? So it takes more force to do that because force is defined as a change of momentum. So momentum is mass times velocity, and that little bit of mass, like let's say it's a BB or a baseball on the very edge of the circular path, a bigger baseball, more baseballs are going to go farther distance than they would if the baseballs were in the center. So that was you've solved my problem in explaining it better than I did. That was a good direction change there. You figured it out. That's the reason. You got it.
Would it really be harder if you were gonna if you're gonna put some brake pads on contact with the surface though? Would it really take more effort to break the ring versus the disc?
If the tire is just spinning by itself, the ring is attached to the tire and the rim. So everything is the brake is stopping everything. Compounding that problem, which makes it more insignificant, is that when it's on the road, now the tire is tucked to the concrete, and the concrete is acting on the tire is acting on the rim's acting on the axle, and the axle is tied to the car. So now that moment of inertia is very insignificant. We're talking about a 3,000 pound car versus a 50-pound wheel and tire combo. So that moment of inertia.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about like a free floating ring versus a disc of the same weight and diameter. If I just had if I was just gonna use my hands, I don't know, that would hurt. But I don't know if I had some sort of fucking pad to buffer between the two. Like you're saying it's gonna be harder for me to stop a spinning ring by like breaking it with friction, like pressing up against it, than it would be to stop a spinning disc.
Yeah, because all that weight, just like you said, all the weight is in the edge. It's going at faster velocity, momentum. So you're going to stop all those little balls. If you think about it, each molecule is a little ball. Each ball is further away from the center, so it has a velocity. So its momentum will be higher than if those same balls closer to the axis of rotation.
I'll tell you what, it's not intuitive, but I can see some distinctions between the two. I'll think about it, and it's likely you're correct here, but it's definitely not intuitive whatsoever. Not on the surface at all. Because you'd think they'd be
A
the
lot of this
same,
stuff,
especially
a lot of this,
how, like we agreed, that they'd feel the same if you were playing a game of catch.
well, I always had a problem with the hoop about the symmetry axis versus a hoop about a diameter. And those are two different equations. So why is that? Why is one mass? Why does it get a half mass vector and the other one doesn't have that? Because eventually, if you had something that was based on this diameter, it would actually equal out, be the same equation, even though it's mass times radius squared versus 1/2 mass. This one in the link doesn't really make it that clear, though. I don't description. They say hoop about a symmetry axis and about a diameter.
Well, I'm gonna take a back seat in the conversation here and just listen.
Well, that was a little bit of a side thing. I mean, it was good that we talked about it because I think it's good to.
Yeah, I think I learned
understand
something
more.
here. Perhaps there's a possibility.
It's not going to be that intuitive. Once you get it, you go like you. I think you already broke the code. I didn't help you. You did it yourself. You started thinking about all the pieces of weight out there on the outer circumference, which are going faster, and kind of put two and two together and said, "Yeah, that makes sense. That's gonna be harder to stop than if that mass was going slower, i.e., in the lower radius area of the sphere or disk." That was the right answer. I think we put Witsit to sleep.
Jeremy, can I answer SE, please? Jeremy, can I answer SE, please?
I didn't hear anyone talking.
I apologize.
No, I said no one was talking, man. Go ahead.
SE, can you hear me? Well, no one's in here. I appreciate it, folks.
I mean, I hear
Okay. Is it Jeremy?
you. Yeah. I don't know if SE's here, but
All right.
he's not even in the room. He's not in the VC, bro.
Bait me for some reason. Love you, SE. You're doing a great job, man. Very impressive. I'm trying your best. Just get out. Earth awakening. Just that hour.
Test. Anyone there? Fuck, my mic was open. Anybody there? Check.
I mean, I'm here. It's hooked up.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
I think your mic is broken. I can't hear you.
You're awfully quiet yourself.